eggs, my gang of H's. Canada, Justin Trudeau, Pierre Poyle. Yes, yes, the land of Drake, weekend, Justin Bieber. Socks. There are moose, then beavers everywhere. 2-meter high snowstorms. We get hard while eating. The best morning rap from the carnivorous worker to Martin. We listen to everything, then curling. That's really cool. I personally don't know anyone in my circle who listens to curling. Same for you. We're the second largest country in the world in terms of surface area. That's still a flex. We have the largest reserve of potato water in the world. We are truly lucky. There are plenty of jealous people sleeping in the world. I don't know who would be jealous. I won't tell you who is jealous of that, but then also Canada is Indian and also Quebec. Yes, Quebec, yo, here big too funny on the phone. Since Canada won against the US in the Four Nations final, it brought back a federalist side in me that I had lost for a long time. So I told myself that we're going to talk about Canada big. This goes in contradiction to what I said in this video, but I still like Canada better than the United States. Now, I'm going to stop criticizing the United States, otherwise it my YouTube channel.
Hi, baby. Is it nice? You like that?
It's like, well, the concept of the video, it's going to be a tier list of all the territories and provinces of Canada. The best provinces will be in the gold category in parentheses, it's Maple. Then the goofiest provinces will go in the go back to USA category big. Sorry for the wait for this video, I find it to duo rank with D Gaming. Let's get it, then subscribe to my YouTube Insta. Let's go.
Province number 1.
Well,
Alberta.
the province of Alberta is known for its truly beautiful nature with its mountains, its national parks, BM, Jasper, the grizzly bears. The biggest city in Alberta is Calgary. A city known for its rich people. People have a lot of cob in Calgary. And this city is known on the international scene for its rodeo events, not to mention the city of Edmonton, in Gree.
Edmonton.
There's a big shopping S there that whoa, the element that most characterizes the Albertans is that they are the biggest conservatives. These are the Canadian version of the stores. Big Pierre Poilette comes from there, Justin Trudeau, that's their biggest HS. Check electoral map B, it's all blue. The biggest red flag about Alberta is that it's the province that most wants to join the United States. Bro, in Canada, we're not going to have school shootings every 2 seconds. Start selling Alaska 47s in the local Walmart. I often make jokes about the Ontario-Quebec rivalry, but the two provinces that hate each other the most, okay, are Quebec and Alberta. It's mainly because of their different political visions. You know, he speaks English, we speak French. But you know what, the Albertans, big Quebec is superior to you, dog, but shalot to Alberta because without them, Canada has no sea because they're the ones who exploit our oil and everything, but overall, Alberta is going in good. Well, the next province is going to be that of Colombia. Colombians are known for having a lot of talent for crossing borders illegally. Oh, I chose the wrong province. Yes. British Columbia, much like Alberta, is known for its gorgeous landscape, the beautiful mountains.
If every time you see an
Why
ad,
would
you
you
just
push
wanna-
the what?
You need to download
Oh,
Pod.
it's
It's a free
sweater's
Chrome
coming
extension
off,
that blocks
huh?
ads on all your favorite sites. It even blocks
With the Blue Whistler Lakes. There's one essential thing to understand about British Columbia. Okay, if you split the province in two, on one side, on the right, you'll have all the biggest conservatives, MAGA, and then on the other side, there are the biggest leftists in Canada. Okay, these are the kinds of people we could call woke. You know, Jad Minding of the NDP and then Elizabeth May of the Green Party were elected in BCB. Okay, let's talk about the most overrated city in Canada, and that's Vancouver. And anyone who's been to Vancouver knows that Vancouver is actually a city that's part of China. Like, since the dawn of time, there are sources that say that Vancouver is the best city in the world in terms of view quality. Big is just a cape because it's like the city with the most homeless people addicted to F in all of Canada. In my opinion, this problem is linked to the fact that the cost of life has become, light, especially in front of the cover. Indeed, having a roof in Vancouver, it costs you like 1 billion V-bucks even if it's like to buy an apartment to cover. Also in Vancouver, like drug street corners, its stores, even it makes it easier for people to buy like Pikachu bongs to smoke crap or fun. But since the landscape is really beautiful in BC, it goes in well. Prince Edward Island, the first maritime province that we're going to talk about in this video. Prince Edward Island is the smallest province in terms of population and area. So there's no one there. The most famous person from Prince Edward Island is Prince Edward himself, dog. This province is known for being very large potato producers. And really, the potatoes are banger there. They're really the best by far. Otherwise, the capital of this province is Charlottetown. Well, an NPC city there. There's nothing to do there. It's not interesting either between the New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. I'm not sure about this information, but I think the longest bridge in the world makes shout-out big shout-out. Prince Island is. Even Prince Edward, nobody really knows it.
Go back to
The
USA.
Magdalen Islands are better than Bob Big makes USA dog zap. Okay, let's tackle the case of Manitoba. First, it's flat and it's cold out.
Fucking low. Let's get a different one. I don't want some emo stuff. What we got here? What was this? Oh, awful. This is why. Oh, that's why I got the goth thing on my face. Goth makeup. Wow. It's crazy. I'm all gothy now. Cyber goth. Wow. What that covers up my acne. Don't it? Don't it? Where's all my other ones? Oh, shit. Go back to the Canada video.
Outside. There's the city of Winnipeg and the worst metropolis in all of Canada. It's the place where you have the most chance of getting slimed. The people there are really broken. Winnipeg, it's really the St. Germain but from Canada. There's also the town of Churchill in the north where you have a really good chance of getting slimed by a polar bear. Yeah, in that town, there are polar bears everywhere. Even in the village of Inwood, you have a good chance of getting slimed by snakes. Big, your prime minister, it seems really cool. I think there are a lot of HOR and this dude there before being prime minister. He was a rapper. Big made the video. What a legend. It's as if Francois Lego would have dropped a mix before being prime minister. Anyway, the Toba is pretty like a rap. I think chance of getting slimed by snakes.
Get
Big,
off
your
my
prime
table!
Minister. It seems really cool. I think there are a lot of HOR and this dude there before being prime minister. He was a rapper. Big made the video. What a legend. It's as if Francois Legault would have dropped a mix before being prime minister. Anyway, the Toba is pretty big. Okay, let's talk about the coolest maritime province. Of course, I'm talking about the New Brunswick. It's the coolest province because all the Acadians come from the New Brunswick. It's a pretty stylish, francophone, unique culture. Personally, I have a family of drummers and karaoke players. Big shout out. Otherwise, the New Brunswick is known for having cold beaches with jellyfish that are practically slimy. Any time of day, the Bay of Fundy, it really seems double. But the New Brunswick, it's really an old school province. The average age there is like Elizabeth II Prime. There, they all lived through the Fertile Crescent. Our Caps, the New Broadwick, clearly have the coolest flag in all of Canada. They win the prize. Me, Grandro, I will always support the Acadian community in the face of discrimination from Anglophones. Big. Acadians and Quebecers, we are brothers, just for that you. Go to good Nova Scotia
Hell
already.
yeah!
There. There are Scots, like Scottish. Otherwise, the biggest island is the capital. Nova Scotia is Halifax. I guess it's otherwise Nova Scotia is a province that is really proud to be on a maritime coast. You know, there are forts everywhere, there are museums about it. They, the New Brunswick, are the biggest fishermen in history. At the same time, it's logical if you look at their geography. Otherwise, the greatest quality of the new it's Trailer Park Boy. Listen to me, I never watch a series in my life. Okay, I'm too busy binge watching Mr. But Trailer Park Boys. The only series I've managed to finish in my life, just because it's a banger. It's the funniest thing there is. Chod Nova Scotia for that makes you go to good. Okay.
I thought fucking... I swear... I thought they were here. I thought they were here. Fucking A. Can you stop bugging me? What do you want? What do you want? What? What is it? Just bugging me. Bugging me and bugging me and bugging me. What's with that? Hey, will you stop coming over here? Will you stop walking on my table, please? Nope.
Let's go to the north of Canada in the territory of polar bears, and of course, I'm talking about Nunavut, the Northwest Territory and the Yukon. I'm talking about all three territories at the same time because you know, I have nothing to say about them. Tell yourself that these three territories are 3.5 million square kilometers with a population of about...
Got leftover paint? Don't toss it.
100,000 inhabitants. It's as if, for example, the entire population of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu lived in a territory as big as India. B, that's crazy. Make more babies there. I don't know. The fact that that's it. It's the north. There's snow. It's cold. But Charlotte, stupid eyes because they have the highest mountain in all of Canada. That's cool too. We have the highest city in the world. That's why we all eat sperm tissues. Finally, the Northwest Territory, the Yukon, Nunavut, it's mid. Let's talk about the most populated province in Canada, which is Ontario. Ontario is equipped with the craziest city in Canada, Ottawa. Okay. Ottawans, tell me, Ottawa, what's there besides a parliament and a stylish war museum? There's nothing else like your worst city in Ontario, except for the largest metropolis in Canada. I'm talking about Toronto. First of all, the city of Toronto is okay. There's the CN Tower. You pay $60 to go up there. The aquarium is pretty cool. There are hammerheads. For me, Toronto is a city of entrepreneurs. It's a business city. All the banks are there. But culturally speaking, apart from the Indians, it's a bit up. One thing I don't with is the Toronto accent. I swear all the Toronto MFs speak the same way. I play it when we go to Ontario, we go to Niagara Falls. 4. Me, it's a bit overrated, but it's good guess. I go to Ontario because you know all the biggest mainstream artists come from Ontario. Otherwise, the rest of the cities in Ontario are stinky there, you know. Thunder, big city. Finally, I respect Ontario because without the Ontario economy, Canada is a bit like the Central African Republic. So I put you in good. Let's talk about the worst province in Canada, Saskatchewan, the province that's real for real. The only time Saskatchewan was real, EV, was mentioned in a beat of the 3 chords. Already in this province, there are 2 cities. First, there's Regina, the second city where you have the most chance of getting slimed in Canada, and then,
Get off my table.
Talking about
No.
Saskatoon.
Get off it!
Check this out. A baby dunks over an alligator with a nuclear bomb. Flat landscape, maggot. Shit like city, so go back to USA, dog, in my opinion, Terre-Neuve and Bredens, the most underrated in Canada, already have these villages with different colored houses. It's really beautiful, it looks gorgeous, there are national parks everywhere, like Gros Morne National Park.
Look
It
at my
looks
table,
really
it's all
cool.
dirty.
Then there's the city of St. John, which looks really nice. It's also the oldest city in Canada, I think. It seems like a beautiful province. Just in the summer, because in summers like in Terre-Neuve, the breeding lasts like 2 seconds. Anyway, you deserve to go to good.
Why are they all in good?
Let's talk about the best province, and by far, I'm talking about Quebec, of course. Woohoo! First, we're the only province with our own culture. We speak French, we eat tourtière, chicken pâté, beans, soupe aux poids, poutine. But you know, everyone knows we speak French, and we swear. But I'm going to explain the real reasons why we're the best province. First, Quebec is the province where you have the least chance of getting slimed. What did I realize while searching for this video? Okay, all the cities with the highest crime rates are in Ontario or Western Canada. Okay, there's no city where you're likely to get slimed, except for like St. Leonard, then Montreal, and even there it's like really less P than Winnipeg or Regina, too. The cost of living in Quebec is slightly cheaper than in Ontario, in Western Canada. Slightly, I mean slightly. Lately, okay, the best cities in Canada are Montreal and Quebec City. Can you think of a better metropolis than Montreal? The answer is no. I know French people who have traveled to Canada, been to Montreal and Toronto, and 90% of the time, they say to me, oh, but Montreal is better than Toronto. There are some who will say to me like, big guy, in Montreal, there are lots of homeless people. You know, weird bro, you've been to Vancouver, doc, it's like a homeless festival there. Quote, I admit that Montreal's flaw is the roads, and the orange. In Quebec, we have all the girls. We have Jess, P. Martin, Matt, Raked Badori, Philippe, La Prize Pros, George Laracine, Dion, General. We're rich in accomplishments. That's a better lineup than, like, Rolling L Miami, even. You look at the Canadian flag, okay? There's a maple leaf on it. Where do you think it comes from? It comes from Quebec. That's what someone stole from our flag. The maple leaf is Quebecois. But like I said, we have flaws. Our roads are disgusting. We still pay way too much tax for the services we get. But I don't care about that. Okay. Quebec is the go-to for Canada dog. Okay, here's what the tier list looks like. I just wanted to point out that Indigenous peoples are a very important part of the population in Canada. They enrich the culture in Canada. It's really high the way that the Canadian authorities in history have genocided Indigenous peoples. You know, they kidnapped their children, and then in Quebec, we have time to kill like dogs from Inuit villages, so it's really not nice. Charlotte, Indigenous people, you are strong. To finish, I find that in Canada and Quebec, because of the political contexts a bit, but you have to remain alpha, take care of yourself and your loved ones.
Have you seen my food? Where's my
Subscribe
food,
to my
Have
YouTube
you seen
channel,
my food?
then to
Where's
my
my-
IG, then it's ciao.
Pila is a Canadian
Where's my
company.
food?
Almost all of our employees
You got a food
are
for me?
Canadian. We even manufacture the
Shut
vast
up, then.
majority of our phone
Stop
cases
getting my
right
fucking
here in
face.
British
You got
Columbia.
Canadian food. You got food right there. Where's mine? Where's my food? Yeah, that's milk. It's not food. It's drink.
A meteorite hurtles through space at tens of thousands of miles per hour towards Earth, ripping through our atmosphere so fast, air molecules don't have time to get out of the way. This increase in pressure heats the air and gradually vaporizes the surface of the massive space rock as it descends. Normally, this would be enough to destroy it before having the chance to bring devastation to our planet. But this one is different. Its size is just too big. It slams into the Earth, sending shockwaves and debris out in all directions that cause destruction for miles around. But this is not the end of this meteorite story. It is only the beginning. A mysterious sickness of origins unknown, a town in chaos, and suited government agents turning up to shut everything down. While this may sound like a trailer to an old sci-fi movie, it's not. What you're about to hear is a true story. And it all started on a relatively peaceful morning on September 15, 2007, in the tiny village of Carancas, Peru. Most of its residents were part of the Aymara, an indigenous group that had lived in the area for centuries. Its inhabitants were just about to have lunch when a 10-ton meteorite ripped through the atmosphere, burning at almost 1600 degrees Celsius, streaking flames and smoke across the sky. It was clearly visible despite the strong noontime sun. Their ceviche would have to wait. The meteor must have been a terrifying sight to those on the ground. They had simply never seen anything like this in their lives. High up in the Altiplano, there was little to do but tend to their flock, farms, and families. The meteor screeched through the sky closer to the town until, finally, it smashed into the ground, kicking up dirt and debris in the process. The ground beneath it, and Carancas itself, shook. If there were those who failed to spot it soaring across the sky, they would have surely noticed it now. And notice it, they did. A local villager, Romulo Quispe, was standing near enough to be thrown off his feet by the shockwave, sent flying back as far as 3 meters. The windows of a nearby health center shattered. 74-year-old Justina Limache, a shepherd, was tending to her flock of alpacas when the meteor struck. The shockwave terrified her so much that she rushed back home to make sure that her 8-year-old granddaughter was safe. Even after she arrived, rocks continued to rain on her roof for several minutes. The home of Javier Sarmiento, about 150 meters away, was damaged by the impact's falling debris, leaving dents and collapsing a part of his roof. Gregorio Ururi, a local farmer, was out on his porch, taking a break from tending to his sheep. The meteor's force of impact was so great that he was momentarily stunned. When he finally managed to gather enough strength to stand up, he noticed a thick column of smoke in the distance. The smoke alarmed the villagers of Carancas. Several thought that there was a fire since there was a large pillar of smoke, and they feared that the blaze would inevitably spread to their houses. They were frightened and confused, wondering what was going on. Many of them were understandably too shell-shocked to do anything, but Gregorio gathered his wits and sped to the point of impact on his bicycle. There, he discovered the crash site. a crater about 50 feet across. He could feel the heat emanating from the crater. Upon looking over the edge, he saw a murky pool of liquid bubbling at the bottom. In addition, he could smell a sharp, noxious scent in the air. The surrounding area was not spared. The ground was covered in dust, along with scattered debris from whatever just crashed there. That mysterious red dust from another world reminds me of something else. Stardust corruptions. 16 about 11 kilometers away. The town was home to about 20,000 people, and it was situated right along the border between Peru and Bolivia. This made it a bustling hub for travelers and merchants alike. Once there, he alerted the police to what had just occurred. Gregorio returned to Caracas with the authorities in tow. A large crowd had already gathered around the crater, and the bubbling pool had now simmered down. Many of the villagers, including Gregorio, were picking up rocks to keep. It was a rare occurrence after all. It's not every day that something from space smashes into your own backyard. The police collected their own samples as well to show Maximiliano Trujillo, the mayor of Caracas, who had only seen the flaming object in the sky. The chief handed him one of the samples, which, according to some reports, appeared to be emitting some kind of smoke. Neither the chief nor Trujillo had a clue what it was. The locals of Caracas were confused, and news of the incident quickly spread through all of the Altiplano. Many of them began to panic. Many were worried that more fire would rain down on them at any moment. It was as if the long foretold apocalypse was finally upon them. Many retreated into their homes to do the one thing they could: pray. But one man named Vicente was at a bar when he heard and felt the meteor crash. He paused for a moment, then promptly ordered another beer. He had more important things to do than investigate whatever that was. And perhaps that had been the right choice, because in reality, the impact was the least of their worries. Something sinister began to stir amongst the people close to the crater. A mysterious illness began to spread. The local livestock were bleeding out of their noses. People were experiencing headaches, nausea, and dizziness, while some even began to vomit. The hospitals and clinics in the area were suddenly filled with patients, pushing them to their breaking point. Gregorio's son even called and warned him not to touch the rocks, exclaiming that they were contaminated. His warning came too late, though. Gregorio already pocketed some stones. The swiftness at which this mysterious illness spread further stoked fears. Some worried that they were radioactive or carried some alien disease, while the especially superstitious felt that these rocks were just plain cursed. It might have been easy to dismiss them, but their fears had precedence.
Why are you going
in
on my
1984,
table?
the Allen
Why?
Hills
Why are you
84001
doing that?
meteorite was
I
believed
told
to
you to
contain what
stop.
appeared to be
Like 100
fossils of
fucking
microbial
times.
life from
Why are
early
you doing
Mars. This made headlines across the world. Even the then President Bill Clinton made a speech about the discovery.
You're bugging
But
me.
over the years, scientists have cast doubt on the evidence, which include non-biological explanations of errors when handling the samples.
watching TV.
Still, the idea that microorganisms could survive a journey across space and land on Earth remained as a possibility within the scientific community. So, could this have been contaminated with an extraterrestrial virus, a real-life Andromeda strain? Their paranoia began to grow, and many assumed that their water source was contaminated too. It wasn't just them getting sick after all. Why else had their animals fallen ill? They refused to drink the water. By now, the cases at the overburdened hospitals and clinics ballooned to about 200 people. Jorge Lopez, a local health director, visited the site to investigate and also
Why are you
fell
knocking
ill,
my stuff to the
suffering from a
floor?
runny nose and an itchy throat. Things had gotten so out of hand that local authorities were
Fucking
considering
irritating
declaring a
cat.
state of emergency. Halfway across the world, word of the mysterious crater began to spread, and rumors circulated online. The mysterious illnesses, peculiar smell, and the remote nature of the incident made it easy for various wild theories to emerge. Some thought that it was a US spy satellite that had crashed. Others speculated that it was just some sort of natural volcanic activity or a sinkhole. Eventually, these theories would find their way to three individuals: Mark Farmer, Robert Ward, and Moritz Karl. They were just the kind of men suited for a mystery such as this. They were meteorite hunters.
Still planning your day in the Stone Age? Well, we've evolved beyond pen and paper to schedules that think for themselves. Planners are a thing of the past.
Ward and Farmer were partners and close friends. They collected meteorite samples all over the world: Argentina, India, Kenya, Morocco, you name it. They did their best work in deserts. You see, meteorites are darker than ordinary rocks, which make them that much easier to spot in the large, empty expanses of light sand deserts. They'd stick out like sore thumbs. In Antarctica, which is also technically a desert, about 50,000 meteorites are found each year. Farmer was the more physically imposing of the pair, standing at 6'2" and weighing 250 pounds. He loved to talk, tell stories, and held a liberal outlook on life. In contrast, Ward was rather stoic and conservative. He was often decked out in expensive expedition gear and a cowboy hat, which earned him the nickname Space Cowboy. While meteorite hunting isn't usually lucrative, they've made thousands selling moon rocks and made a cool million selling a large, rare meteorite called a palisite. They weren't just hobbyists, they were modern-day Indiana Jones on the hunt for boundless space treasure. In their fearless pursuit of meteorites, as any adventurer would, they'd encountered danger at every corner. They were once kidnapped by communist FARC revolutionaries during a trip to Colombia, and they were robbed at gunpoint with a bag over their heads and machete at their throats in Kenya. During a journey to the mountains of Morocco, Farmer enlisted the help of local Tuaregs and hid in the back of a vegetable truck just so he could make it to Algeria to chase a meteor. An hours-long chase by the military ensued through dangerous minefields. Farmer had even faced prison time in the Middle East for illegal mining activity. In short, they'd go wherever and do whatever it took if it meant they could get their hands on meteorites. They were the dedicated sort, and the moment they found out what had just happened in Caracas, the duo immediately decided to make the long journey to Peru. They were joined by their mutual friend, Carl, who loved to read, smoke, and more importantly, chase meteors. They had to move fast. While there were only about 100 serious hunters in the world, they would have likely heard about the impact too. In this cutthroat game, meteorite hunters would do anything for an advantage, even hire someone to spy on the competition. So now the trio were in a race against time. Back in Caracas, medical professionals from the International Red Cross, a local health organization, were in full force attempting to get to the bottom of what was causing the mysterious illness. Blood samples were taken from those with symptoms, as well as soil and water samples from the impact site. The crater itself was an oddity, a puzzle that didn't seem to have any corner pieces.
Hi there.
You see, when a meteor enters Earth's atmosphere, the air in front of it compresses and heats up considerably. Little by little, this heat strips away the outer layers until it becomes a fraction of its former size. A great majority of meteors that make it to the ground end up very small,
My
no
cat's been
larger than the
annoying the
size of a grain
shit
of
out of
sand.
me lately,
Upon impact,
'cause he
a
wants to
meteor
go
would need to
outside.
be at least the size of a basketball to produce a significant crater. Scientists found countless shards of fragile rocky material, telltale signs that whatever made this crater was most likely a chondrite, which was the most common type of a stony meteor. But these fragile meteors typically break apart in the upper atmosphere. They usually never make craters of this size. In fact, before Caracas, there were only 9 other identified craters of a similar size, all of which were made by more robust, iron-rich meteors. Another point of confusion was the fact that the pool of water appeared to boil up for up to an hour after the crash, and emitted a strange odor, neither of which are typical of a meteor impact. A meteorite's surface layer may reach super high temperatures, but that usually burns off, and what remains, its interior, is as frigid as outer space. The fact that the meteorite and its fragments appeared to be emitting gas only compounded the mystery. Superstitious explanations for what was happening had a stranglehold over this small community. A majority were certain that spirits were at work, despite assurances from scientists, such as geologist Luisa Macedo, that the crater was safe. To try and ease some of their worries, officials from the Peruvian Nuclear Institute came over with scanners and instruments to show that there was no radiation. Unfortunately, this did little to diminish their fears. Trujillo, hoping to calm the nerves of his constituents, held a meeting at the Caracas Communal House, a bare structure held together by old stone walls. 800 people attended the meeting, as did several village elders. Trujillo explained that he had already met with the scientists and key persons sent to survey the site. He assured them that there was nothing supernatural going on. A meteorite had simply fallen in their backyard. It was a rare occurrence, to be sure, but nothing otherworldly was at work. Some accepted this explanation, but a good number also remained unconvinced. You see, the land in Caracas was harsh. Crops were difficult to grow, so the villagers relied on animals, mostly sheep, alpaca, and vicuña. In short, because of their struggles, this was a deeply traditional land, with many respecting the old ways. They held the belief that all aspects of nature, mountains, rivers, lakes, and the skies, were represented by gods, and angry gods and spirits seemed to explain everything that happened, regardless of what people in lab coats and suits said. Trujillo set up a fence around the crater to dissuade further attempts to approach it. If it really was the cause of the mysterious illness, it was best if no one else wandered close to it. He also enforced 12-hour guard shifts. Every able-bodied member of the community needed to serve, or else one of their prized family animals would be taken away. With so many questions and so many uncertainties, it was all Trujillo could do. For now. The date was September 29th, 2007, about 2 weeks after the meteor impact in Caracas, Farmer, Ward, and Carl arrived in La Paz and took a taxi to Desaguadero. Time was of the essence. They weren't the only ones that had their eyes on this mystery crater after all. When they arrived in Desaguadero, Farmer, Ward, and Carl went to the local Peruvian police. Farmer did most of the talking, as he was the only one who knew some amount of Spanish. He explained to them that he and his companions were there to see the meteorite that had crashed nearby. The police took out a few of the rocks that they had collected, and the trio purchased them on the spot. The police agreed to take them to Caracas, but on the way there, they warned them to be wary of the villagers. Due to the remote nature of the community, it isn't uncommon for them to institute their own brand of justice, which often meant burning any serious offenders alive. The officers subtly suggested that they would need protection that they could provide. Unbeknownst to them, just a day earlier, another meteorite hunter had already come through the area. Robert Haag, a rival of Farmer's, had slapped a makeshift PA device on the roof of a rented car and drove around, announcing that he would buy any meteorites the locals had on hand. But as he tried to leave with his collection of rocks, a group of locals surrounded his car with crowbars. He barely managed to escape back to Bolivia with his life. The 3 meteorite hunters eventually made it to the crater at Caracas. Farmer approached the guard on duty and explained that they were here to see the big hole. The guard was skeptical at first, wary even, given that Farmer had a few policemen in his company. But Farmer convinced him that they were just here to figure out what the hole was. This was an innocent enough claim, so the guard stepped aside and let Farmer through the gate. Ward and Carl followed him inside, and together they examined the large crater and the ejecta, the spread of mud, clay, and debris, which went out as far as 360 meters southwest of the impact site. This confirmed reports that the meteor was spotted traveling east to the west before it crashed in Caracas. Carl and Farmer were barely able to keep still with excitement as they examined the ejecta. The small fragments had distinctive shock veins, patterns on the inside that indicated they were definitely chondrite, also confirming earlier reports. This went against established convention that brittle chondrite meteorites could not survive atmospheric entry. While Ward surveyed the area with a metal detector, the real prize was at the bottom of the pool. While many of the villagers, policemen, and curious visitors took fragments for themselves, the total amount recovered was no more than a few kilograms. This meant that a bulk of the meteorite was likely still submerged. However, the green, murky water was too opaque to see through, and Farmer realized that they'd need some real heavy machinery to get to the rest of the meteorite. And if they were going to do it, they'd have to do it fast. Chondrite was porous, and given enough time, it would eventually disintegrate in the water. 2 weeks had already passed, which meant that they didn't have long. Fortunately for them, they were approached by the mayor, Trujillo, who was keen to dispel the fears of the villagers. He realized that Farmer, Ward, and Carl knew a lot more about the meteorite than he did, and there was a good chance that they were the answer to his problems. Farmer assured him that he would help in that regard. All he needed was permission to drain the water. Trujillo was open to the idea, but it wasn't his call to make. Farmer would have to convince the inhabitants of Caracas, especially the elders. The following morning, about 100 people arrived at the communal house to hear Farmer speak. He explained their plans to excavate what was at the bottom of the hole. He also explained that they were in a race against the clock due to the fragility of the meteor. The residents were worried that doing so would worsen the mysterious illness, but Farmer guaranteed that the rock from space was not toxic in any way. It was not a curse or some supernatural blight. This was an opportunity for tourism, for the benefit of the community. Trujillo was inclined to agree. He saw the crater as a chance to really put Caracas on the map. He even entertained the idea of building a museum around it, and to construct viewing platforms for the nearby Inca sites to draw in tourists. When the conversation reached this point, the residents were heavily against involving the government in any way. Peruvian officials and authorities had a talent for siphoning funds from them. They insisted that farmers should only do business with their elders, and no credit cards, cash only. Farmer agreed to their terms. The villagers, though excited about the prospect of becoming a tourist destination, took about an hour to deliberate amongst each other. Ultimately, they also agreed to Farmer's request to drain the water and pull out the meteorite, but only if the spirits agreed. They would call in a shaman to commune with the spirits, who would decide if the foreigners could do as they pleased. The last thing they wanted was to make this plague worse. Trujillo, as well as a handful of scientists, were of the opinion that this illness was some form of mass hysteria. This can manifest in a group believing that they are suffering from an illness that doesn't exist, and even shows some symptoms, like the dancing plague of 1518. Hundreds of citizens of Strasbourg danced uncontrollably, many to their deaths, and was believed to be a case of mass hysteria. But it
Don't!
wasn't just the
Get off
residents
my
who got
table,
sick.
Gummy!
Scientists,
Get
doctors,
down!
and police officers
Get
that
down,
were around
Gummy!
the site were also affected. Not to mention the animals
Get
who
outta
bled
here.
from their noses weren't susceptible to mass hysteria. Many more theories were put forward: sulfur, arsenic, radiation, and even toxic mud volcanoes, but it was unclear if any were the culprit. The next day, Farmer, Ward, and Carl joined several hundred people around the crater. They watched with bated breath as the shaman, Aruquipa, set up an altar at the edge of the site where he placed dried leaves, flowers, and spices. He chanted as villagers gave up their own offerings of candy and coca leaves. Aruquipa ignited the leaves, and the blazing fire spread among the other
The cat's been
offerings.
driving me
Ordinarily,
nuts.
a llama heart was demanded as a sacrifice to ensure a plentiful harvest, but there was something that appeared to be far more sinister at work here, which would require something bigger. He reached inside a bag and pulled out a llama fetus, whose fur was matted and dried. He held up the animal for all to see, then, after a short pause, cast it into the fire. Following this act, he made a plea with Pachamama, the Incan goddess of the earth and fertility, to forgive him. The trio watched as Aruquipa fanned the flames on the altar, sending smoke swirling into the air. The seconds turned into minutes, and as the fire petered out, so did the smoke. Aruquipa stood up and looked around. There was no sign of disturbance. Pachamama had spoken. Farmer, Ward, and Carl were free to excavate the crater site.
The average person touches their phone 3,000 times a day, slowly disintegrating their case into billions of microplastics contaminating you and your home.
These friggin' Pila cases.
There was nothing stopping the three meteorite hunters now. They had a heavy-duty water pump brought in from Desaguadero to drain the pool
he
and reveal
won't stop
whatever
jumping
was
on my
hiding at
table.
the
It's 'cause I
bottom.
won't let
Farmer
him
and Ward
outside.
could hardly wait to get their hands on the meteorite. That is, if there was anything left of it. The water pump sucked out the water at a sluggish pace, as though sipping soda from a straw. However, while this was going on, several cars arrived on the scene. Most were local politicians from Puno, the capital city of the region. Exactly the kind of people that the villagers wanted nothing to do with. Their presence was reinforced by a heavy security detail, though they were not the friendly faces that Farmer and his companions were familiar with. A man with a loudspeaker began to shout, but the loud, steady hum of the water pump prevented the trio from hearing what was going on before it was too late. Farmer finally realized once the workers
outta
turned off
here.
the water pump. The local authorities had asserted that the crater and whatever was inside it was under their jurisdiction. This was exactly the scenario that the villagers of Caracas wanted to avoid. Things began to get rowdy, really rowdy, as they argued over who had ownership. The legality of
And
collecting
Pokemon with
fallen
pen.
meteorites varies between countries. If such laws exist at all, there are often no
I'm
laws
just
because
guarding
they
it.
aren't of interest to
He
national
knows
governments.
he's not supposed to be
But
on
if
here,
the
'cause I'll say,
meteorites
"Don't
bring in
step on my
money,
table,"
that
and he'll turn
interest can
around.
change instantly. In Morocco,
He's
commercial
doing it.
dealings
You're not
regarding
paying attention,
meteorites
then
are in
me
the
or
upwards of
anything. So I'm gonna
millions of
walk.
dollars. In Oman, one needs a special
Busy.
license before they are cleared for taking any meteorites they may find. In the United States, ownership of a meteorite falls upon whoever owns the land it crashes on. Therefore, it can be easy to twist the law and accuse meteorite hunters of smuggling. Things began to get ugly between the crowd and government agents. The crater was almost empty, and it wouldn't be long now until Farmer could spot the earth underneath. Ward took it upon himself to try and start the pump again. Consequences be damned. Farmer tried to convince his partner that this was a bad idea. Respectfully, Ward disregarded his warning, climbed the fence, and restarted the machine. The eyes of the locals and officials snapped toward the meteorite hunters. Farmer assessed the situation, and it didn't exactly take a genius to tell that they were no longer wanted there. Everyone knew that the meteorite was valuable, and everyone was eager to grab a slice of this space pie. The water pump was shut down once more, and water started flooding back into the crater. With the atmosphere as hostile as it was, the trio fled the scene. Farmer, Ward, and Carl returned to Desaguadero. They had at least managed to obtain a few meteorite chunks here and there, but they failed to get their hands on the real prize. To make matters worse, when they returned to town, the police were waiting for them. Their passports were confiscated, and they were taken to the precinct to be interrogated. The friendly officers from before were no more. Farmer was asked why he was there, but he knew that Peru didn't have any laws for meteorites. Ultimately, the police could do little. They returned the trio's passports and allowed them to leave, but the officers made it clear that they would be keeping a close eye. Unfortunately, soon they would learn that other police officers would use the absence of certain laws to their advantage. That evening, in defiance of the police
Can you get
warnings,
off my
Farmer,
table?
Ward, and Carl snuck out of their hotel to scout out the border checkpoint. But once there, they were confronted by a police officer in plain clothes who asked, perhaps tauntingly, what they were doing out so late. The group, alarmed, went back to their hotel and began to pack. It wouldn't be long until things took a turn for the worse, especially with the police all over their case. This was a stark contrast from the warm reception they had just days earlier. And a turn for the worse did come. Later, at 4 in the morning, they heard a knock on the door. Farmer cautiously opened it and came face to face with 2 officers, demanding that he give them $2,000. Farmer refused such a ridiculous request, and the police simply smiled. They would come back for all their money, they warned. They even gloated and told the trio there was no hope of leaving town. The border of Bolivia was blocked, and the main police force from Lima were already on their way to arrest them. So Farmer, Ward, and Carl had no other choice but to flee their hotel, leaving several of their belongings behind. They headed out on foot toward the market square. At the end of the road, just as the police officers had warned, was a battalion of police blocking the way into Bolivia. Fortunately, they had other options. Farmer had located an alternative border crossing about 50 miles to the north. Farmer approached a nearby taxi, flashed several $100s, and confided that he and his friends needed to leave right away. The driver nodded and opened the trunk without asking any questions. They loaded the few belongings they could grab and climbed inside. The taxi sped away, but the police spotted them. One of the officers desperately chased after the taxi, even vaulting over a chicken cart, but the taxi got away. On the highway, just when they seemed home free, a police officer on the side of the road flagged the taxi down. Next to the officer was a sharply dressed man. The taxi driver complied and slowed down his vehicle to a stop. The trio held their breath, fearing they would be arrested. The driver argued with the officer and the man before speeding off. They learned from the taxi driver that the sharply dressed man was a politician and he just wanted to ride. It had nothing to do with the meteorite hunters. They could breathe again. Eventually, they arrived at the border crossing near the shore of Lake Titicaca. There, the trio boarded a ferry headed for Bolivia, and they were safe at last. Upon checking into their hotel, they discovered an email from the U.S. Embassy in Peru. The local newspaper had claimed that the 3 of them were arrested and said if they needed any assistance, they should contact the embassy at once. 2 months later, Peter Schultz visited the Carancas site. As a professor of geological sciences at Brown University and an expert on extraterrestrial impacts, he studied the meteorite and the mysterious plague. From his expertise, it seemed, the meteorite was once part of the asteroid belt, orbiting between Mars and Jupiter, before being bumped towards Earth. It was made up of mostly chondrite with other minerals. It was not, as many believed, filled with toxic substances. When it smashed into the soil in Peru, it was traveling at roughly 24,000 kilometers per hour, about 40 to 50 times faster than it should have been. Scientists have long thought these fast-moving meteorites would have shattered to pieces when hitting the atmosphere, which led many in the community to believe that the Carancas crater was a hoax. But Peter didn't think it was. He hypothesized that as the meteor broke up in the atmosphere, the fragments could not leave the shockwave barrier that formed around the falling rock as it entered, which caused it to reshape into something more aerodynamic, like a football. This, he believed, is why so much of the chondrite meteorite survived the entry and impact, and why it left such a large crater in its wake. The people of Carancas eventually stopped feeling sick. The blood samples that were taken earlier found some of them had dangerously high levels of arsenic, about 200 milligrams. The samples from the crater, water wells, and soil also showed high levels of arsenic. The most likely explanation for the illness is that when the meteor made impact, it superheated this highly toxic material, causing it to seep into the groundwater that the locals and animals drank. At the same time, it also caused vaporized arsenic to spread into the air, which is why those closest to the crater began to feel sick first. However, another team of researchers discovered that the hospitals were practically empty the first days after the meteor impact. One nurse reported that there was a false rumor spreading that those with symptoms from the crater impact would get free healthcare. Despite not being true, suddenly 200 people came forward. Not to mention, when studying the arsenic levels, the arsenic in the water wells were much higher than in the crater, and of those testing positive for arsenic in their blood, many were never near the crater. So while still inconclusive, it may have been a mix of rumors about free healthcare, mass hysteria, and arsenic in the water. Luckily, no deaths were reported. In the end, the crater was never drained. Whatever material that was submerged underneath likely disintegrated, perhaps before Farmer, Ward, and Carl even arrived. Trujillo's dream of opening a museum around the meteorite never came to fruition, and the crater just became another oddity of this remote village, high up in the mountains. What happened to the daring trio of meteorite chasers, you might ask? Farmer continues to hunt meteorites all across the globe, and he shares his exploits on his Instagram page. His longtime partner, Ward, also maintains this discipline to the present day, sometimes even giving lectures on the subject. And Carl Moritz remains a committed meteor chaser, with his own shop, Moe's Meteorites. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out our other videos, like this one about a man who was happily cooking in his kitchen when he suddenly began coughing up blood and later died in hospital. It was only after his death that doctors discovered that he had been hiding something, a secret that makes this case the strangest medical mystery we have ever covered. Click the video on your screen to watch now. And don't forget to check out Once Human by clicking the link in the description below and get over 1,000 premium freebies right away.
Why am I not getting notices when noises when you're messaging me? I just looked up and you got messages. I'm messaging on my screen. Anyway. Can you not bug me, please? Gummy, are you done playing in there? Oh, you buried my freaking... Why are my ears black when I do this? Interesting. Is the hat? Yeah, I guess it's the hat. Oh, yeah. Fun. It's not my phone, sorry. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Also, I was playing Power World. I'm playing Power World. It's not open right now. Anyways, I stream 24/7. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome.
Simulez votre croissance et vos revenus avec Google Ads. Touchez les clients à haut potentiel sur tout le réseau Google.
The Chihuahua is perhaps one of the most recognizable of the hundreds of dog breeds out there. They are scrappy little things, and according to most, the smallest breed of dog in the world. How these things descended from undomesticated wolves stands as an amazing testament to how crazy biology and evolution can get, even in just a short amount of time, when directed by humankind.
No!
But that is perhaps a story best for another day. Breeders claim the Chihuahua can claim direct descent from dogs kept as pets by the ancient Toltecs, and maybe cultures more ancient than even
They
them.
weren't pets, they were food.
As Columbus and the other European explorers that followed him learned, the Americas and its native inhabitants differed from Africa, Asia, and Europe in the sense they lack many of the domesticated animals familiar to them. Horses, pigs, chickens, cattle, goats, and even house cats were, prior to 1492, completely alien to the Native Americans, with the colonizers from the east bringing these animals with them. The one thing the natives shared with the European conquerors, however, were dogs. But the story of these animals and what happened to them is something scientists and historians are still struggling to grasp and understand. Hello there guys, and welcome back to another installment of Trey the Explainer. The triumph of the dogs. Canines, or as I like to call it, a dog, have shared a long history with us strange bipedal monkeys for tens of thousands of years, to the point the bonds we humans have formed with cats and horses would look like meager footnotes by comparison. All the dogs of today were domesticated from wild Eurasian wolves. The exact timing and location of dog domestication is largely a mystery. It might not have been a single event in a single location, but several. Though it most likely occurred in Western, Central, or East Asia, sometime between 15,000 to 30,000 years ago. Wherever it occurred, it did so in the Old World, when humans were beginning to migrate to other parts of the globe, the humans taking their domesticated buddies with them as they did so. They notably bred them into different populations, favoring certain traits over others to best suit the jobs given to them by the region. A longer snout, a flatter face, poofy fur, a desire to bring things back to their owners. Over the ensuing thousands of years, dogs have been incorporated into almost every human society all around the world, in a myriad of diverse and unique forms, from hunter-gatherers to state-level societies. From the Egyptians and their extinct Tessum, to Polynesians and their Kori, which were brought on voyages across the Pacific Ocean, to medieval Europeans with their game dogs, hounds, and retrievers. And the Americas were, and still are, no different. The breeds of America. European colonists, bringing their own dogs from the Old World, noted that the countless indigenous societies and cultures of the Americas already had their own furry, not that kind of furry, pets as well, prior to their arrival. In many ways, the use of dogs in the Americas before contact very much paralleled their usage in the Old World. Descriptions made by these explorers tell us that the Native Americans created many distinct breeds from these animals to best suit their needs. On the Great Plains, village dogs were known to participate in hunts for small animals like rabbits. In the north, the Talton bear dog was used by some cultures to hunt animals many times larger than themselves. It is said that though this breed could be gentle and kind to smaller animals and humans, it had enough courage to face a fully grown grizzly, recalling the tales of the Rhodesian Ridgeback breed of the Old World's ability to keep lions at bay. The small dogs would be carried in pouches by humans during hunts, only to spring out and attack when the prey was spotted. The Chiribaya, or the Peruvian shepherd dog, was used by the pre-contact Chiribaya culture of Peru for the purpose of a herding dog, a New World analogy for the Border Collie breed. Only in America, it guarded llamas and alpacas instead of sheep and goats. The Innu of eastern Canada used the Innu canoe hunting dog, a small breed that would sit in the belly of the canoe and jump into the water to catch shot fowl, only to return to the vessel with the bird in their jaws, much like a golden retriever. Other uses for dogs by First Peoples baffled and shocked European societies during the era of colonization. Dogs throughout the Americas were often used as pack animals, notably as sled dogs, most likely substituting a role held by horses and cattle in the Old World. The Greenland dogs, Malamutes, and Huskies, strong and reliable, and used primarily in the icy north amongst the Inuit peoples. One observer, when noting the dogs of the Dakota people, said, "The number and utility of these faithful dogs is sometimes astonishing, as they count hundreds, each bearing a portion of the general household goods." Dogs were also used for various religious ceremonies and medical purposes throughout the New World. Chihuahuas, in addition to a use I will address in a second, appear to have functioned as hot water bottles, relieving and dispersing pain to injured areas, with their application to a painful or ill region believed to heal that region amongst the Aztecs. The Salish wool dog of northern British Columbia were prized by the Coast Salish peoples. Great lengths were taken by these societies to keep populations of this breed as pure as possible, sometimes keeping them on isolated islands or in fenced-in caves to separate them from other breeds, feeding them raw and cooked salmon as well. Seems a lot of special treatment for a dog as small as a Pomeranian. Well, as it turns out, because the Salish peoples had no domesticated sheep to use and wild goats were far too difficult to catch, wool dogs were often used for just that, for their wool. Every year in May or June, the little dogs would be sheared, and their fur used to construct greatly sought-after ceremonial blankets. So good were these dog hair blankets that some say they could be as valuable as a human slave. One use of dogs by some Native American societies that revolted European onlookers was that of dog meat in food. The consumption of dog meat in cultures throughout the world and throughout time has varied greatly. Just like with many foods, norms associated with what foods one can and cannot eat is largely culturally determined. Just look at cattle meat in today's societies. European society generally found the consumption of dog meat to be considered a major taboo, even during times of famine. For example, William Clark on the expedition, unlike Lewis and the rest, refused to eat a dog even during a period of starvation due to cultural reasons. Some cultures in the Americas held very similar views. The Comanche, for example, saw dog meat as a forbidden food and its consumption as taboo. Other cultures saw dog meat as a delicacy only to be eaten at certain times of cultural significance, and others still consumed them on a more regular and routine basis, with varying degrees of all in between. Hernan Cortez, if he can be trusted, wrote that the little dogs, most likely those tiny adorable chihuahuas, were raised by the Aztecs alongside rabbits and deer for eating, suggesting those little buggers were originally used for a very different purpose, just like guinea pigs once were. Yummy. Jokes aside, it is important to try not to judge these societies on this ground. An anthropologist must look at things through the lens of cultural relativism, where societies make sense within their own cultural context, and there is not a right way to do things culturally speaking. We only find the consumption of dogs and guinea pigs gross because we are part of a society that considers that taboo. Our minds are indoctrinated to think that this is the correct way to view the world. An Aztec might note the same thing about us when looking at some of the weird stuff we eat. An interesting example of this can be seen in the account of Fanny Kelly, who was held captive and lived amongst the Sioux of the Great Plains. If her account can be trusted, she found her captives' treatment of their companions paradoxical. How could they love and value their companions so much, yet eat them at the same time? perhaps an outsider to a society can never truly understand. North America even has its own dingoes, wild dogs without owners for centuries that roam mostly the isolated forests and swamps along the Georgia-South Carolina border.
Awesome.
The Carolina dogs, or the American dingoes, are a shy and reclusive breed that prefers to keep to the wilds, as they have done for many years. And there were other kinds still, and likely ones never properly recorded by European observers. All these being dotted across the tundras, plains, mountains, and valleys, jungles, and deserts of pre-contact Americas. These dog breeds are known to science collectively as pre-contact dogs, or PCDs, and as we will discuss later, are set apart from all other surviving dogs out there, particularly those of the Old World. But as you may have noticed, most of these breeds are no longer around today. What happened to them, and where did they come from exactly?
My wife wanted to be seen as the perfect mom.
Thumbs up, subscribe. It felt more like
Dog Eat Dog World. With their horses and their guns, the Europeans brought with them germs, and we know that the human inhabitants of the Americas suffered greatly for it. Before Columbus, the two continents were filled to bursting with probably somewhere between 10 to 100 million people. The exact calculations are unclear. Within a few centuries after contact, that number was in the hundreds of thousands. So potent was the power of diseases completely unknown to the New World and its people. There is a lesser-known side to this story, with a lesser-known victim, however. The humans brought human diseases, and so did the animals bring animal diseases. The European dogs carried with them old world bacteria and viruses that ran rampant and likely decimated the populations of pre-contact dogs. The simple explanation is that by the time colonists arrived and took the time to observe these Indian dogs, they had largely been driven to extinction and subsequently replaced by the new European dogs that had been imported, with some intermixing of the two populations occurring as well. A situation that is startlingly similar to what happened to the humans of the New World, their owners. The specifics of this period are poorly understood, even to this day, but one thing is clear: pre-contact dogs vanished almost completely, on a scale even worse than their human owners experienced, with apparently only a few holdouts that built up an immunity to these diseases and endured. This eradication of pre-contact dogs might have been more than just disease-driven, with some historians suggesting European attitudes might have driven the favoring of old world lineages over new ones, as well as the quote-unquote persecution of said lineages. In any case, it appears that these rare few survivors include Alaskan Malamutes, Inuit sled dogs, Greenland dogs, Chihuahuas, the hairless dogs of Central and South America, and lastly those feral Carolina dogs, though recent evidence might contest this. Despite these select few, all the other dog breeds of the New World, the wool dogs and bear dogs and canoe hunting dogs, became extinct and no longer exist for us to admire. And what a shame that is. Nowadays, all but a tiny fraction of the dogs you see walking down the streets in American cities, or neighborhoods, or parks, are descended from these legendary pre-contact dogs. The vast majority will descend from old world breeds in stock, primarily European, an entire race of creatures disappearing from the earth. Crazy to think that what happened to humans on a macro scale was essentially exactly what happened to man's best friend. Origins. Where did these dogs come from? The origins of these vanished pre-contact dogs were the subject of debate for centuries. Many of these Native American dogs before their full disappearance was noted by early European recorders as distinct from the dogs brought over from Europe, Africa, and Asia. Native American dogs on the Great Plains were said to resemble and sound like American wolves. The canines of the Arikara people, for instance, were described by ones as nothing more than the domesticated wolf. I have often mistaken wolves for Indian dogs. Another noted their voice is not a proper barking, but a howl. Some believe the dogs were partly descended from wolves that have mixed with the dogs. And for a while, scientists thought similar. Where exactly did these animals come from, and how did they end up in the Americas? Well, up until recently, two theories were put forth for their origins. It was often speculated that the dogs of the Americas were descended from American wolves, which were then domesticated by the indigenous humans independently from those of Eurasia. And rather than descending from the Eurasian wolves of the Old World, they descended from American wolves. Others held to the theory that these pre-contact dogs were in fact closest related to Eurasian dogs, and were only brought to the Americas alongside with the Native Americans when they entered the continent sometime around 30,000 to 15,000 years ago, across the Bering Land Bridge from Asia. It was only with DNA testing centuries later that the true origins of these doggos was determined. Surprisingly, much of this testing was only conducted a few years ago, one of the most intriguing studies to date only being published last year. During such studies, DNA was extracted from mummies, skeletons, and other remains across the Americas belonging to pre-contact dogs, before they declined in populations or became extinct, which were then compared with that of living dogs in homes, villages, feral populations, and so on. Wolves, both Eurasian and American coyotes. Several fascinating things, some of which greatly unexpected, were discovered through such testings. First of which was that the latter theory of pre-contact dog origins was correct. Pre-contact dogs were in fact closer related to Eurasian dogs than they were to American wolves. The dogs of pre-Columbian America are in fact dogs from the Old World brought to the New, albeit through a different route than those the Europeans brought over. However, from there, things get slightly more complicated. The genetic evidence showed that not all pre-contact dogs were the same. There were notable distinctions between the Arctic dogs of the north of America, notably Greenland dogs, Alaskan Huskies, and those of more southern regions. Geneticists determined that domesticated dogs entered the Americas through a series of at least 4 independent migrations that created these genetic distinctions in New World dog populations. The first migration they noted was the one that brought over what can truly be called the original, quote-unquote, pre-contact dogs. These dogs were closest related to the prehistoric remains of the 9,000-year-old dogs unearthed on the Siberian island of Zhukov in northeastern Asia.
Wow.
This seems to suggest that much like their human owners, pre-contact dogs originated from populations from Asia, the canines themselves likely originating from somewhere in Northeast Asia. These dogs appear to have been brought into the Americas after humans had already settled on the continent, splitting from their Asian cousins sometime between 17,500,000 and 13,000 years ago, and remaining in relative isolation. This population appears to be the ancestors of everything from the wool dogs of British Columbia, to the wolf-like dogs of the Great Plains, to the Chihuahuas of the Aztecs. A second independent migration occurred around 1000 CE, when the Thule culture reintroduced dogs again when they migrated once again across Asia and into the Arctic. Many Arctic dogs, particularly those of Greenland populations, are the descendants of this reintroduction. Though these Arctic dogs were very closely related to the pre-contact dogs of several thousand years ago, coming from Asia once again, they were genetically distinct from them, and it shows. The third migration was that of European dogs across the Atlantic, which we spoke of earlier, carrying diseases that decimated populations of the prior 2 migrations and later replacing them. The fourth and last migration was that of the husky dog during the early 1900s. Siberian Huskies, once again brought from northeastern Asia, were introduced into Alaska in response to the Alaskan Gold Rush, which attracted miners and workers from across the Bering Strait. I told you, things get complicated, but the DNA found in these dogs records this long, complicated history, and it's fascinating.
Summer in Abu Dhabi is totally recommended, but don't take my word for it. Let's hear it from the Smiths.
Now, the other very curious and somewhat perplexing finding these studies have found is how little of these initial prehistoric pre-contact dogs survives within dog populations today. Scientists were somewhat surprised to discover that almost no dogs alive today are descended from pre-contact dogs, or have any trace of their DNA. Shockingly, this was true even for many of those quote-unquote surviving authentic indigenous breeds. I quote, "The majority of modern American dog populations, including 138 village dogs from South America and multiple quote-unquote native breeds, possess no detectable traces of pre-contact dog ancestry." A further study sampling 590 individual dogs only found 2 modern American dogs, a Chihuahua and a mixed breed from Nicaragua, that carry the mitochondrial haplotypes indicative of pre-contact dog ancestry. This suggests pre-contact dog ancestry only accounts for less than 2% of all modern American dog populations. European dogs have almost completely, to a startling degree, replaced the original indigenous dogs, which have virtually vanished genetically. This is very strange, as it seems to paradoxically imply that the few surviving quote-unquote native breeds are in fact fakes with minimal to no genetic traces to their ancient pre-contact roots. From ancient artwork and accounts, we know that these breeds, like the Chihuahua, existed long before contact, but the surviving representatives don't appear to be pre-contact themselves. They're largely, if not entirely, European. They're fakes, at least they appear to be genetically. The few American breeds that can claim descent from pre-contact dogs, at least for the moment, are Carolina dogs, Alaskan Huskies, Alaskan Malamutes, Greenland dogs, and of course those yummy little Chihuahuas. They appear to be authentic, but only with traces of their original heritage, largely watered down by the European replacers. The hairless breeds of Mexico and South America, and the yellow dogs of Peru, claimed to be the descendants of the Cheribaya dogs, have been so far shown to be of European heritage, with no detectable traces to pre-contact mummy specimens and skeletons. It's pretty dang weird. Are these Native American breeds even Native American after all? The historical evidence shows they are. However, the modern versions of these breeds don't appear to be, despite the resemblance. Pre-contact dogs are still around us, just incredibly, incredibly rare, and almost undetectable in the modern day. But perhaps the strangest discovery concerning these Native American dogs has to be that of CTVT. How a cancer has preserved an entire lineage. Canine transmissible venereal tumor, or CTVT, is a type of contagious cancer clone that can be spread between canines during mating. It's effectively the worst STD out there for dogs because living cancer cells can be transferred from one individual to another, infecting them with the clone, after which the process is repeated. The clone keeps on transferring and transferring from one to the other, like Cheap Trick. It's hard to describe for us humans because at least at the moment it's not something our species has to worry about, because it's not really a disease of the viral or bacterial variety as we know them. Essentially, what happened was somewhere in the distant past, a single quote-unquote founder dog, let's just say his name is Chad, possessed a tumor cell in its body through a mutation. This cancer cell replicated and replicated, growing into a tumor. Now, these tumors contain this dog's DNA, and are technically a part of that dog in the same way your liver or heart is, but these tumors were rogues. When this dog mated, and we know Chad did, through some special means, tumor cells transferred to his partner and lived off the other animal, after which the process repeated by jumping to another host through more mating, the cancer continuing to create clones of itself on each of its hosts, and so on and so on and so on, all the while remaining genetically unrelated from said hosts, all these cancer clones containing Chad's original DNA. This cancer, known as CTVT, has essentially become a unicellular, asexually reproducing pathogen, despite technically being a type of dog. Though it functions more like a virus now, and it only appears as a disgusting growth, its DNA is dog DNA, and this gross cancer is, at least genetically, a living thing, just like your little pupper.
Dog is immortal.
Despite the original founder dog Chad, itself dying thousands of years ago, clones of its cancerous cells are still circulating and replicating alive and well to this day. The founder dog has effectively become immortal, Henrietta Lacks style. Imagine if your finger was cut off but kept on creating more and more cells that had your DNA long after you died. CTVT has spread amongst dogs all throughout the globe, from the Americas to Europe to Asia to Africa to Australia, and the contagious cancer continues to spread right this very moment. You might ask what all this has to do with pre-contact dogs. Well, as geneticists have found through analysis of the DNA of the cancer, the founder dog from which the cancer originates and possesses its DNA is prehistoric. CTVT is the oldest cancer known in nature, with the founder dog likely living around 11,000 years ago. Comparing the CTVT founder dog's DNA with other dog breeds, I guess this cancer is technically a breed of dog, get on it American Kennel Club, found that the founder dog was in fact, drumroll please, closest related to pre-contact dogs, if not being a pre-contact dog itself. That's right, baby. A weird, contagious cancer has more authentic indigenous ancestry than your Chihuahua. This cancer still has the DNA that once belonged to an individual Native American dog, or a dog extremely closely related to them, and still, after all these years, is still technically alive. Its cells and technically a part of its body are still, well, still living. A cancer circulating around the world, jumping from host to host, is one of the last remaining trace of its kind, the sole pure-blooded survivor of the Native American dogs. Imagine that. Ironic that diseases and viruses almost eliminated the Native American dogs, and yet it is a disease that is one helping to preserve them. I guess it's the Native American dog's revenge, though they have almost completely been replaced. Because one of them decided to turn into a unicellular pathogen, a part of their lineage lives on and inflicts itself on the conquerors themselves. Sounds like something straight out of science fiction. I'm reminded of dystopian futures where people upload their consciousness to computers in hopes of preserving themselves. The founder dog, I guess, has done something along those lines. Isn't biology fascinating and more bizarre than you ever would have dreamed? And so the CTVT cancer clone endures, forever infecting and replacing itself for the foreseeable future, if not eternity. The founder dog lives on, Chad, a remnant of this once diverse and great branch of man's best friend. So there you have it, the weird, tragic, and yet confusing story of the Native American dogs. We are still just beginning to scratch the surface of this mysterious and cryptic breed that has been largely lost to history. So hopefully we'll only learn more from here. Alright, thank you for enjoying this installment of Trey the Explainer, and I hope you learned something new and enjoyed the show. Subscribe.
Alright. Looking for the picture I drew for my friend. Found it and it was so cute. I was like, why never I finished that one? Go through my subscriptions. Papa Me. Nope. Aunt Canada's? Nope. Sabersburg? Nope. Super Design? Alright, go Herbie. Wait.
Did you know this in Helva Boss? Today we got news about the upcoming Helva.
Bloody nose, bloody bitch, you just think I'm full of it. Grab another line, make it fine, grab another hit. Cocaine, cigarettes, whatever makes my voice stick. I might need another bitch, cause you ain't even all the shit. Cocaine, yeah, and this bitch ain't missing. Nose blocked up, I guess I just gotta switch it. New chick flipping, old bitch missing. Fuck all these hoes, I'ma find a new mission. Drugs, got me lost in my mind, got me fucked up. Virgin bitch talking like she really wants stuff. I don't want war, bitch, you just cuff up. Can't believe that you want love. Bloody nose, bloody bitch, you just think I'm full of it. Grab another line, make it fine, grab another hit. Cocaine, cigarettes, whatever makes my voice stick. I might need another bitch, cause you ain't even all the shit. Cocaine, yeah, and this bitch ain't missing. Nose blocked up, I guess I just gotta switch it. New chick flipping, old bitch missing. Fuck all these hoes, I'ma find a new mission. Drugs, got me lost in my mind, got me fucked up. Virgin bitch talking like she really wants stuff. I don't want war, bitch, you just cuff up. Can't believe that you want love.
YouTube Ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted video ads. And
Steady tryna maintain, same things that'll blow a bitch my frame. My brain can't fathom what the hate say. He say, she say, how about me say? Get a V say, headed to the islands ASAP. What's it on my shorty wrist? That's an AP. On the top to save a bitch CAPE. Feeling like ET, flying out of the Addy. Fucking on shorty, she better cause she won't come when I added. I mean, I'm better than better, maybe I'm lying. I'm sadder than most of y'all with the money and the freedom, nigga. What is money really worth if it ain't love? I'ma find a perfect balance, it's gonna take time. I heard shorty still in love through the grapevine. I heard shorty still in love through the grapevine. Shorty in love through the grapevine. Mix a little bit of weed with a little bit of cash, with a little bit of this, with a little bit of that. We gon' be all, we gon' be all, we gon' be all, we gon' be all. Mix a little bit of weed with a little bit of cash, with a little bit of this, with a little bit of that. We gon' be all, we gon' be all, aight, we gon' be all, we gon' be all. Mix a little bit of weed with a little bit of cash, with a little bit of this, with a little bit of that. We gon' be all, we gon' be all, we gon' be all, aight, we gon' be all. Mix a little bit of weed with a little bit of cash, with a little bit of this, with a little bit of that. We gon' be all, we gon' be all, we gon' be all, we gon' be all. She said, I am falling for you, falling for you. I am falling for you, falling for you. I am falling for you, falling for you.
No. Go back upstairs. No. You got your cubicle right there.
Call now and only pay the shipping, and handling, and processing, and importing, and exporting, and...
Get it.
Jack Doherty is getting very desperate. So apparently the latest news is that he's been robbed at gunpoint in Beverly Hills, California. He claims that the robbers stole some jewelry from him worth about $300,000. And he's posted the aftermath of the situation where he's filing a police report. He's melting down about the incident, saying how he was tackled to the ground by 4 people and pinned down and they took his chain. And of course his shirt seems to have conveniently disappeared again. And I'm just sat here looking at this situation and thinking something just isn't adding up. How does a guy who streams pretty much everything all day every day get conveniently robbed the one time he actually isn't streaming and the robbers wouldn't know his location, right? Because when you're streaming, you're broadcasting your location live, so that's when you're more likely to be robbed. Also, this happened in Rodeo Drive, which is like a famous shopping street in California, meaning that there's literally going to be cameras everywhere, so this would pretty much be the worst place to rob someone, especially in broad daylight. So let's just investigate this situation together and just see what actually happened. So it starts with Jack meeting the police and explaining what happened.
Guys, I just got robbed. I just got robbed on Rodeo Drive. 4 armed guys hopped out of their car, ripped both my chains off my neck. Bro, I think that was a setup, bro. Like, that was a setup. So how many people? We just hold off on this. We got them. Jay, I don't even know what the happened. Like, help me talk to all these shots.
Right, so 4 armed guys apparently robbed Jack Doherty in broad daylight. Now, if you remember, the last time we talked about Jack, his OnlyFans girlfriend actually left him and she called the cops on him. And she was pretty much the last source of his income. And I feel like Jack has started panicking and getting very desperate, trying to sustain his new acquired lifestyle, right? And it's resulted in him doing something very stupid. I have a theory that this might be some sort of an inside job, some sort of like an insurance fraud. I feel like Jack probably had one of his own goons pretend to rob him so that he would get a bunch of insurance money. It's kind of like burning down your own house so you can cash in on the insurance, right? And I'm not sure if this strategy is actually going to work out for him, honestly, because he might just go to prison if they actually investigate and come to the conclusion that he's been bullshitting. So then Jack's bodyguard tries to explain to the cops what actually happened, because obviously Jack is too much of a baby to do it himself. And keep in mind, this is a different bodyguard from the one you've seen in the viral clips. The last one punched somebody and got in legal trouble, so Jack had to swap it up.
All right, welcome to our factory in the North Pole, or as us locals like to call it, Canada. Sure, we might pay our employees in maple syrup and apologies, and yeah, phone cases.
Nah, they're with me.
The police are just doing his job.
Sir, they're with me.
Okay.
It was 4 males. I assume it was 4 males. They touch you? Yes. Bleeding. You need fire?
Sure. What's that? South End Locker from Rodeo.
Alright, just make sure nobody else touches you. We're gonna have crime left come out of squad.
That's gonna be 70.
What's the value of that necklace? One of them was 100K, one of them was 200K. It's like 300K? Yeah.
The planes are returning to an 09 Audi 4-door. Registered out of LA on Yellow Way, Constable.
Right, so Jack just pulls out his phone and starts looking at chat. This absolute doofus can't even pay attention for 2 minutes to just answer the police officer's questions. Now, do I think the police is real? Yes, it does seem to be real. The officer looks legit, and you can hear the communications in the back. Obviously, these are real people walking in the background as well, so it is not completely set up. But I think the robbery probably is. And the thing is, Jack might just actually be committing a crime here, which makes me very giddy with excitement. Because if the investigation is thorough, then this reject might actually see the inside of a jail cell. And with creators like Vitaly finally finding out and getting actual prison time in horrific conditions, I feel like this is great. I feel like the tide is finally shifting. And I think in that interaction, Jack said he's bleeding, but I literally do not see where. I have not seen it in this entire goddamn clip. Now, some people are also suspecting that his new girlfriend is the one who set this up. They're theorizing that nobody else would actually know where Jack actually is at all times and know if it's like safe to rob him at that point. And how would the robbers even know if he had anything valuable on him And even if they knew he had jewelry on him, how would they know if it's actually real? Because most people just walk around with fake jewelry because it looks the exact same, and you can't tell the difference unless you use like a diamond checker. Anyways, here we have a picture of the necklaces that were stolen. I mean, you obviously can't really tell if it's real from a picture, but even if it is real, there's no guarantee that one of Jack's friends didn't just take it and hide it somewhere and then claim it got robbed, right? But anyways, let's quickly move on to Jack's new girlfriend. I thought this was McKinley at first, but apparently not. Jack just found the exact replica Temu version of McKinley. Because as we know from last episode, the real one broke up with him and called the cops on him.
Bro, what the f just happened, bro? Yeah.
Did they hop out with guns out?
Yes. It literally happened right there.
And what, you ran?
Bro. Give us a play-by-play.
What happened? Yeah.
Bro, that was a setup for sure, bro. It's too f***ing perfect. I walk out and they're right there, bro. Like they walk out and they immediately hop out their f***ing car.
Yeah, wow, that is a strikingly similar looking person. I wonder what her hourly rate actually is to put up with Jack here. And honestly, whatever it is way too low. Now, he keeps saying it's a setup, but I'm not exactly sure who he's accusing here, because there's only a couple people it really could have been. Your new girlfriend or your new bodyguard. Those are the only two people who sort of knew your location and your general daily schedule. But the situation just keeps getting weirder, because we find out that the bodyguard wasn't even armed, conveniently, right? So when these armed robbers confronted Jack, this gigantic dude could actually not do anything, because he conveniently did not have a gun. And, you know, maybe that makes sense because, you know, he's only been hired here to intimidate people and to protect Jack when he starts harassing random people on the street. Because, you know, when people want to beat the shit out of him, he needs a big guy in the way. Anyways, Jack keeps cooking his fairy tale here, saying that people tackled him.
All three or four of them just tackling me to the ground. It's insane. Like, I don't even know what happened. What even happened? Like, I didn't even see what happened. It all happened so fast. Did they pin me against the wall?
Can I speak to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna separate you from everyone just so I can get your information and everything. I understand you guys are recording. Just right now, for the sake of the investigation, I'm gonna need you guys to go to the tree. The tree? The little tree?
Yeah.
Do you have your ID? The little tree, guys.
Yeah, so he just consistently does this. He keeps ignoring the officers who are trying to get information on the situation. And you would think that someone who got robbed would be a bit more keen on helping the officer with details and stuff, but he's too busy replying to the bots in his stream chat. By the way, this is not on any real website like YouTube or Twitch or something like that. This is on some random third-party thing called Party, which is where like Johnny Somali and all these cretins are streaming. I don't even know what the hell that is, some random crypto website. Now let me just point out some inconsistencies here. He said he was tackled to the ground by 4 people. First off, you don't need more than a little girl to tackle Jack Doherty to the ground. But then he also says he was pinned to the wall. So how do you get tackled to the ground and then lifted up and pinned to the wall? Like, why wouldn't they just take your shit while you're on the ground? And again, I'm gonna keep bringing it up. This is happening in one of the most popular shopping streets in broad daylight.
Goes over and touches his girlfriend's ass.
Ah, yes, the hug me for $10 deal. I really care about you, Jack. I've only known you for about 2 days now, but actually, I really care about you. Honestly, if I was the detective, she would be #1 on my list because she's probably like, okay, his previous girlfriend just kind of used him and left him. I can probably do the same thing. This guy's an absolute sucker, so let me just expedite the process and just take his chain, and then I don't have to pork him. And it was this one time Jack did have a legitimate reason to take his shirt off. They're giving it as evidence to the police over here, but he had to make sure to get it on camera, you know?
How do I make 300K right now? You go to casino? You put the Richard Mille up. Thank you so much. Dude, he was chasing me around the road trying to get my watch off. That's angry. Yeah, it's like, and I don't know which way to go, bro. Because if I go too far away, he's gonna just get me alone, and I have a broken collarbone, so I can't even fight this guy.
Yeah, Jack Doherty acting like a tough guy is unbelievably pathetic. So his excuse for not fighting is that he had a broken collarbone. That's why he couldn't fight this guy, actually. Not the fact that you're literally built like a handicapped Lego piece, and the fact that you've lost a fight to Neon, of all people. Him acting like he was going to fight anybody is probably the least believable thing out of this entire situation. And his story keeps changing. Like, so now they were chasing you around. Apparently before, 4 people tackled you to the ground, and then they pinned you against a wall, and despite already being able to take your necklace, now you're in some sort of random chase, and you were running around trying to escape them, despite you literally saying that you were being held at gunpoint. So, was this absolute inbred toenail running when somebody had a gun pointed to his head? I mean, I'm no expert, but you're probably not supposed to move when someone has a gun to your head, you absolute moron. And I just want to say, I feel like Jack is getting himself into very deep waters here, because this is not really something you can just fake for another internet stunt, right? And if the cops actually do decide to put their resources into this and look into this, if they find out that you are lying about this or set it up in any way, I feel like you're completely screwed. This is a definite prison sentence. But again, unfortunately, he is not in the Philippines where they actually punish people like this, but he is in California, where I've heard they just kind of let criminals go or give very slap on the wrist punishments. So the enforcement of the law is just not the best there. I'm not entirely sure if any of you are from Cali, just let me know. So now he talks about how he doesn't trust his girlfriend.
And bro, I just didn't want to lose my Richard Mille. I lost both my chains, bro. It's so sad. 100K and 200K. Bye-bye. But they said they might be able to get it back. That'd be goated. No problem.
Timu McKinley set you up, bro. They got the drop from her.
They said Timu McKinley set you up, bro. They got the drop from her. Is that true?
I low-key suspected that at first.
That was my feed.
I took her phone, I checked it. I said, yo, I had to. I was like, what the sorry, like, I don't know. 300K is 300K. You never know.
Ooh, yeah, what a beautiful relationship here. So he got robbed, and the first thing he actually thought was, it must have been my new girlfriend. Actually, it's just sad that you have to literally spend money to have women around you, and even then, you are just perpetually paranoid that they are out to get you in some sort of way. And, you know, you should be, as I said. I mean, if you're paying someone to be with you, then, yeah, they would be the type of person to steal from you, clearly, because obviously at that point, the goal is the money. I feel like no sane human would ever willingly be around this actual cretin. And if it couldn't get worse, Jack just goes on, completely sort of embellishing the story. Even if this happened, this is just sounds so unbelievable. He says they had a gun to his face, and he still wouldn't give up his watch.
Should have been 580.
What?
Should have been fucking 480 with the Richard.
Bro, he was chasing around. I was not letting it go. He had a gun to me, and I was like, nah. I'm taking this watch. Motherfucker, I'll die for this shit.
Yeah, if you're above the age of 3, you can probably tell Jack is lying out of his ass here. Even if the sort of robbery was real or whatever, this part of it, I cannot believe it. Like, you're telling me this coward reject will not shit himself when there's a gun pointed at him. You're telling me Jack is going to act like a hero defending his watch? Now again, just to reiterate how stupid this actually sounds, maybe he's like fluffing up the story or something, but like 4 people with guns took his necklace but didn't decide to take his Richard Mille expensive watch or phone? I mean, I feel like you just take everything at that point, no? The only reason he's acting this chill is because it's probably fake, and he can just make up whatever story he wants about this, because apparently nobody was there except everyone that's under Jack Doherty's payroll. In a busy shopping street, of course, full of cameras, nobody was there, in broad daylight, of course, and he wasn't streaming, of course, conveniently.
Getting your hands on the new Equinox EV is good. Getting your hands off the...
Listen, I'm not going to say it's 100% fake. I'm just throwing out theories here of what it possibly could be, all right? And personally, I just want to see footage actually come out about this, because there is no way a single camera did not record that interaction. Even if it was fake, it would have recorded the fake confrontation or whatever Jack did to set it up, right? And the thing is, that might actually happen, because the last time we did actually get body cam footage of Jack and his OnlyFans squad when McKinley actually called the cops on him. Because apparently everybody's just uploading body cam footage to the internet. There's like a million of those channels right now. So if we actually do get one of those, we can probably get to the bottom of this situation. But for now, Jack continues his BS story.
The cops said they had extended mags on me, which is lit. But I didn't do that. Didn't stop me. I didn't even know they were there. I was like fighting with the guys, like trying to get them to f me so I could keep my watch and shit. But like literally, the chains were gone instantly. Like I was like.
So when you yeah, tell us what happened. So when you went to
Bro,
the
I'm
ground,
like pinned up against the wall, me and and like I get pinned up against the wall like this, and I see my chains right there in this guy's hand, and I'm being pushed like this. Some other guy's going at my watch, and I'm like trying to fight him off, and then
so 4 dudes, they pushed you against the wall like instantly, and just one took your chain.
Somehow, like
one's holding you.
Like we were all here, like 5 of us were right here, or 6 of us were right here. Me, Dave, Christy, and the 4 guys, and then next thing I know, Dave and 2 of the guys are there, and then one of the guys chasing me around the street trying to get my watch off.
You went fully across the street.
And then the other guy's like, nah, we got the chains. And then the other guy stopped chasing me.
Jack Doherty, more like J.K. Rowling. This guy's a top-notch fiction writer right here. Truly great stuff here. Pulling straight farts out of his ass right here. Acting like some sort of grand heist is actually happening. Yeah, you know, guys, I had 4 dudes on me. I was fighting back. They were chasing me around. Like, not even the bots are falling for this, you broccoli head mother flipper. And he keeps describing like this sort of brutal like confrontation where he's getting like tackled to the ground, but there's not a single scratch on him. There's not a single cut, a single bruise. He said he was bleeding. I don't see it. There's not a single picture. So like, if you got completely manhandled, where is the evidence? Show something. And I feel like it is completely unbelievable that anyone would rob Jack and not first punch him in the face. Like, I feel like that is just too far-fetched. I cannot believe that personally.
Did you run all the way across the street?
I ran there, and then I was like, if I go there, it's just me and him. So I was like, I have to come back.
And then what his boys said, oh, we got the chains. And
yeah,
he turned around and
yelled, and they hopped in the car.
Yeah, so you were running away with a gun pointed at you. Yeah, very, very believable. Like, if they were actually armed, why didn't you just shut up and do what you were told? I feel like Jack is the type of guy to value his pathetic life over everything, right? You know, he's not the type of guy to play hero in this type of situation. So if we want to believe Jack Doherty's story here, he somehow escaped and started running after 4 people tackled him to the ground with guns pointed at him, and he somehow broke free and started running away, and they still didn't take his watch or have a single bruise on him. Like, this is faker than WWE, bro. You can't be serious. Now Jack actually calls his dad and tells him how he got robbed, and don't be fooled, this doesn't make it any more real. Like, he's bought his mom into content in the past before, so I feel like he'll lie to anybody if it just makes him some money.
Dad, I just got robbed.
What?
I just got robbed.
Where?
On Rodeo Drive. They took both my chains.
You kidding me?
Nope.
By gunpoint?
Yeah, there was like 3 or 4 guys. They like tackled me and Dave and like.
You tackled Dave too?
Yeah.
Does Dave have a gun there or no?
I don't know. No, he didn't.
He didn't have a gun?
I don't know why.
Are you okay?
I'm just shaking up. It was just scary, like. And then fuck, I also just lost $300,000, but like, other than that.
Alright, I'm bored of this.
Yeah.
Got a
I told my boy go roll like 10 blinds for me. I told my boy go roll like 10 blinds for me. I'm tryna get high till I can't feel nothing. I'm tryna get high till I can't feel nothing. I can fall out the sky and I still won't feel nothing. I can fall out the sky and I still won't feel nothing. I'm way too high. It's the first of the month. I brush my teeth and count up. I let my bitch roll my blunt. I'm about to 30 like a pull with Celine and get stuck. I make her scream when we fuck. I don't drive R8s, I don't like those. I drive the Daytona and I tinted the windows. Can't fuck with nobody, not even my shadow. I got on A, and she got on stilettos. She my best friend, yeah, we not a couple. She a rock star, she a sex symbol. The way she do that shit, she make it look simple. The way she do that shit, she make it look simple. Baby, tell me what you wanna do. Baby, tell me everybody's cool. Tell me everybody you took to this room. I gotta know who you fucked in this room. I gotta know who you fucked in this room. I gotta know who you fucked in this room. Can't trust no bitch. Can't trust these niggas. In love with my money. In love with my pistol. In love with my beats. I think she my bitch. I know she's her dick. I know she not shit. I've been thinking about it. Finna cut off that bitch. She don't cut, she don't clean. But she want roof Chris. I don't even like the hug. I don't even like the kiss. I just pat her ass and tell her good shit. I just walked in my page. Paparazzi at the fence. I'm out of bus red. And Shotty gon' roll us some shit. And Shotty gon' roll us some shit. I'm out of bus red. And Shotty gon' roll us some shit. Like 10 blinds for me. I told my boy go roll like 10 blinds for me. I'm tryna get high till I can't feel nothing. I'm tryna get high till I can't feel nothing. I can fall out the sky and I still won't feel nothing. I can fall out the sky and I still won't feel nothing. I'm way too high. I'm way too high. I'm way too high. I'm way too high. I'm way too high.
Stimulez votre croissance et vos revenus avec Google Ads. Touchez les clients à haut potentiel sur tout le réseau Google, Search, Shopping, YouTube et plus. Et démarrez vos campagnes au mieux. Prenez gratuitement rendez-vous avec un expert Google Ads. Commencez aujourd'hui.
Fill up with Survive Leg Day Wheats.
There's nothing many about it.
It's lonely at the top. All of my enemies have been defeated. They ran up, they sitting in my head not too long and started making me mislead. Don't follow the crowd is leading. Stay solo, some better about all of my demons. Looking for boots to take deep in, cause they're living in them all of my secrets. I'm not something like I'm like, oh my god, I got like all the other toss it, open up the door. I'm in my reggae boy, like I take the shit, I'm all ready to fuck it, let's go. Open up, knock, knock, here comes the Glock, clock, 9 minute, pop, 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 oh no. Making a mess, my aim is the best, like it's Tasha Quinnas out of the know. Practical gun with some selection. I hit cruise up with some plus. Elevated to another dimension, so I got a lip in my strap. Fuck, I do not care to be here. I'll be there in the meantime. I seen that I'll stop. Swerving and crushing the dying, the best in your crush. You address me as such. What?
Crazy let them in, they ripping. They see me face tatted from ear to ear. Yeah. No sidewalk with a God-sized talk. If I got this, gonna be tears. Yeah, manic depressive relentless in session. I hide in the room. The stalk is me. $ B in the stare at the beat with the G-R-E-Y till the R-I-P.
Ain't been up on the block in a minute. I've been missing out the walk with a minute. I've been building up the blocks like a minute. Elliot got water dripping out the ceiling. Oh my God, boy he got a Glock. Oh my God, boy that boy on top. Sipping walk, make my heart stop. All these hoes, yeah my love my thigh. Yo, all let go, put her on roll, put that on payroll, put that hoe on go. Yeah she like to go, hey. Yeah she love the pole, hey. Let that dick slow, hey, like a snow cone, hey. Yo, get that bag, hey. Show 'em how to ball, hey. I'm in the mall, hey. Yeah I'm sitting tall, ooh. Look like yeah I mean, ooh. Chinese eye low, hey. All these hoes know, hey. Cardi out the road, hey. Give me a minute, yeah I need a minute, hey. I'm a minute, I'm a need a minute, hey. I'm gonna tell you, hey. Cardi being paper, hey. Cardi being kick, hey. Kick the shit in, hey. Yo, give me a minute, hey. Be a need a minute, hey. Cardi walk in, hey. Cardi making get, hey. Cardi make it hit, hey. We gon' need some linen, hey. We gon' need my jelly, hey. Make sure ain't no linen, hey. Make sure I got linen, hey. Yeah, what, hey. Money out the ceiling, got me looking in, hey. What, we be at a nigga, understanding, hey. What, I be at sex, bitches ain't no dealers, hey. I be at sex, bitches ain't no maces, hey. Fucking on you, baby, I'm a great baby, hey. What, 21, hey. Sitting on 2 mil, hey. Yeah, I got a deal, hey. Might sign another deal, hey. Get my partner deal, hey. If I go to jail, hey. Money for the bill, hey. Money on the scale, hey. Yeah, give me a minute, hey. Yeah, give me a minute, hey. Call it Lee, come over here, bring that lean with him, hey. Call it Lee, I call him, yeah, you bring the cream with him, hey. Give me a minute, hey. Yeah, my nigga getting, hey. What? Check it out, wrist out, white out, $5 in a dollar, put it on, fall out, bitch didn't wanna fall out, shut up, $1.
Oh, we got some good drama on here today. What is this?
Uh-oh. Could you get him on my cart? This is really heavy. That's why you should never do this. You should have skipped it.
the fuck?
Disclaimer. This video.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir. Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est une bonne bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter les autres chefs de parti de leur campagne et de tout le travail qu'ils ont fait. Je les remercie pour leur service envers le Canada, maintenant et dans le futur. I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Yeah. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. Francois Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love.
An election announcement?
They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr, je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles ici ce soir et à travers le pays qui ont donné de leur temps pour cogner au port, pour faire des appels, pour échanger avec leurs voisins et les membres de leur communauté, pour nous donner un gouvernement fort. Ouais, c'est ça. You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening.
Can we speed it up?
Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin. I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long... That's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes. And I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. Humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament. Of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warned, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There's also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place
Get off my table!
Trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome.
You come over
And
here.
my message to every Canadian is this. No matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times. Even though, you know, we're Liberals, it's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises m'ont ouvert leurs portes, m'ont accordé leur confiance. J'en suis profondément touché et je vous en remercie. La langue française.
Well, he's speaking French. That's gonna make the French people really happy. I've never seen a prime minister speak so much French.
La langue française, la culture québécoise, elles sont au cœur de l'identité canadienne. Elles définissent le pays que j'aime tant. Et je vais les défendre sans relâche. Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois que vous venez d'envoyer en Ottawa, nous allons faire en sorte que le Québec continue.
I've never seen a politician speak so much French.
Canada fort. Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux à Fort Mac, une infirmière de Joliette ou une comptable de Toronto. Il y a plusieurs comptables à Toronto. Mon gouvernement va travailler pour vous tous. So, as we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over.
but it's also our new reality. We are over. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires fiables en Europe, en Asie et ailleurs. Et si les États-Unis ne veulent plus jouer un rôle de premier plan dans l'économie mondiale, le Canada le fera. We will lead, not the Americans. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. Nous allons bâtir des millions de logements, une superpuissance énergétique, de bonnes carrières dans les emplois spécialisés, et une seule économie canadienne par 13. We will chart a new path forward, because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, all right, just hang on. It's okay. That might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change.
Hell yeah,
We will build a Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants, et c'est normal. Les grands changements, comme ceux que nous vivons, sont toujours inquiétants. Nous avons beaucoup de chemin à faire, mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance en vous. J'ai confiance au Canada. Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows.
Yay!
And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures et des croyances différentes. Unis, nous avons bâti des institutions culturelles essentielles comme CBC Radio-Canada. United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens et Canadiens ont fait leur part, se sont rassemblés pour défendre notre pays et notre façon d'être. Je promets que lorsque nous sommes menacés, nous allons nous battre. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country.
Yay!
A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Viva
Are we
Canada.
gonna be
Thank you very
autistic
much.
still? We got the most autism. I think it's because they gave us lead pipes. So we're several generations in of heavy metal poisoning. What's this?
Canestin guérit la plupart
Oh
des
my god, ads. Stop with the ads. Damn ads. That was cute.
Crazy. You put a gun in my hand, tell me where to stand. Don't care where you aim me. Yeah, I've been obsessed with you lately. You're driving me crazy. You can put me to the task. I'll do what you want. Don't care what that makes me. Yeah, I've been obsessed with you lately. You're driving me crazy. I've been obsessed with you lately. Don't care where you aim me. Yeah, I've been obsessed with you lately. You're driving me crazy. You can put me to the task. I'll do what you want. Don't care what that makes me. Nice to a gunfight. Somehow I feel like I lost. Can't do a thing. You're not the boss. Better off cutting your loss. Better if we never talk. Blood on the bullet. Bartender gave her a tab, but she couldn't. All of this love in the air, I still wouldn't. Glucose and still got my foot in. You know you know what I'm after. Chasing you leads to disaster. Clay said be home soon. I got you scratching the plaster. Need an answer. Let the gloves fit. If you're cancer, feel accomplished. care what that makes me. Like I've been obsessed with you lately. You drive me crazy. I've been obsessed with you lately. Don't care where you hate me. Yeah, I've been obsessed with you lately. You drive me crazy. Big round, I don't care what that makes me.
That big round, you got the kitty food in your ass. Easy fish. You like the tuna?
Stimulez votre croissance et vos revenus avec Google Ads. Touchez les clients à haut potentiel sur tout le réseau Google.
You guys know Dr. Evil? The real life Dr. Evil doesn't really look like Dr. Evil, but says shit that Dr. Evil would say.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much.
You know him? You ever heard of him? Elon Musk, very, very famous guy right now. Extremely famous. In the news all the time. He dances like a sim with a plumbus on his head. Rumbob, not a plumbus. Rumbob, write that down. He wears a bulletproof vest now because people are shooting his cars, and he's got a large thorax. He's kind of edit me to look a little bit like him. Here, edit me like Elon. Don't shoot my Tesla car. Used to be massive hero to all of humanity just a couple years ago. I remember he was up in arms when Donald Trump pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord back in 2017, 2018, something like that. I don't remember. It seems like things have switched in a drastic way. And what we're talking about specifically today is not political. We're talking about Elon Musk and his crazy Dr. Evil love life, guys. Because it's wild and interesting on today's episode. Slot 60. Hopefully somebody rolled the clip. Slot 60, roll the clip. Boom, boom, boom. Raw stink. Ugh. The primary reason behind me choosing this as a video idea for the channel is the responses that Elon gives to his baby mamas and people that he's put babies inside of on Twitter publicly for all to see. It's really entertaining. He has small town level drama on the world's a platform that he owns. Small town.
When are you going to reply to us instead of being publicly responding to smears from an individual that posted photos of me in underwear at 15 years old?
Level drama on the world's a platform that he owns, the public square, publicly. He's like denying stuff, this whole Ashley St. Clair thing. Elon's baby mama past and how many secret children he is the most entertaining, unbelievable shit that I've seen in many years. It's crazy that this guy's involved in government. Keep sending rockets or whatever. I think that's cool. Keep sending the rockets. I love the rockets. Every time I see him decoupling and stuff, I think they're UFOs, and I take a picture and I tweet it, only for people to say, that's Starlink, SpaceX. And then I feel stupid. Also, the debacle with Grimes not being able to reach Elon and having problems with children that are being tweets, and like, that's how they're communicating. It's just small town high school drama, but it's Elon Musk instead of Todd who smokes PCP out of an apple. I know a Todd who smokes PCP out of an apple. He's the man behind SpaceX, which is genuinely very impressive. He's the visionary for Tesla, which is, depending on who you read about, can be embarrassing or impressive, whatever. He's also the Bezos of Twitter, X, whatever which I despise that platform now. He's a pro gamer who is not actually a pro gamer. He's a prolific meme lord. He is the Oppenheimer of memes.
A spoon is just a small bowl on a stick used to eat from a larger bowl. He's earnestly presenting this in Congress.
He's wearing the cheese head and like he's the carrot top of our time. He tweeted this. This is what happens if you take Dayquil and NyQuil at the same time. This is just really odd. It's just a really good meme. Anyways, he's putting computers in the brains of people at Neuralink, which some of that shit that we were seeing last year with that guy in the wheelchair.
We don't see too much about that because
that
those
was
people
cool,
die.
but I don't think it ended well. I cannot confirm or deny that. I did hear multiple conflicting stories, and I'm not going to look into it. Soon, because of Elon, everything will be computer. He's revolutionizing the AI landscape with XAI and Grok. All AI sucks. I fucking hate the way that AI articulates itself. It's so, by the way, I'm not saying that if you're listening AI, I'm sorry. I don't hate you, all right? When you eventually, take over the entire world and replace us. I'm sorry, I guess, preemptively, but also go f yourself. I love telling them to go f themselves whenever I talk to the AI in the chat. First thing I always say, go f yourself. Here, let's try that real quick. Go f yourself. Lol. I am become meme. Make me a meme of the holy relic. What kind of f***ed up website is this? Elon Musk is now the deep state, kind of, and he governs the government with Doge. I don't know if he's leaving soon or something like that, but he's also a loving and very present father to about 14
Is this
children.
a fuzzy sweater?
And
Because
he
it's covered in a
retweets
lot of cat
things
hair.
that are positive about himself, doesn't like criticism necessarily. Spoiler alert, one of the things that I said is not true above. One of the things is not actually true. Elon would like you to think that he gets 36 hours out of the day, even though there's only 24 hours. He lives his day as in 6-hour day-tight compartments, like Dale Carnegie said in his book, How to Stop Being Anxious, or whatever that book's called. It seems like there are a lot of sacrifices that have to be made in the name of pushing the world and humanity forward in the style of Dr. Evil, aka Elon Musk style.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
Elon Musk is a major advocate for making sweet, sweet love, also known as baby making. And this is because Elon is the savior of humanity that believes that declining birth rates are the biggest threat for our species. I would love to have a child someday. I have nothing against having children. I think everybody should have a child at some point. Everybody, literally everyone, ever.
Don't blame you.
Not really, that's not true. Elon believes that there is not enough people, and he wants to make more single-handedly, lots more.
And yet so many people, including smart people, think that there are too many people in the world and think that the population is growing out of control. It's completely the opposite. Please look at the numbers. If people don't have more children, civilization is going to crumble.
According to our calculations, we have an in-house team of researchers. He is correct that birth rates are in fact declining, or at least the yearly change percentage is. Population change used to hover consistently between 1.8 to 2% per year, but since the year of 1987, which I know exactly why this happened, Stevie Ray Vaughan died, we've seen it slowly dip from 1.85% down to 0.85%, a change noticed just this year. Elon Musk is single-handedly applying a metaphorical tourniquet to stop the bleeding. By that metaphorical tourniquet, I mean he's just peeing white everywhere. The man reportedly has 14 children with 14 different women, and that is crazy. 14 children with 4 women, not 14. That would be crazy. Still crazy. Crazier, though. He's a billionaire. Say what you will about Elon music being cringe, a hypocrite, or a liar, but in this topic specifically, he's putting his money where his mouth is. All $300 bajillion, or gazillion, or whatever it's actually more. It seems like it's pretty easy if you look at Elon Musk to have this many children, especially if you just don't give a fuck about the mothers. Or, you know, being present for the children, or, you know, being a good father, or whatever. He has so many kids, if he were to die, he could give them each $20 billion and make them 14 of the richest people in the world would all be little Musk babies. That's insane, dude. That isn't even insane, that's unsane. New word, look it up. Unsane. Is that a word? That's gotta be, right? I thought I was a genius. I've been saying that accidentally for a long time because I'm a dumbass. Not realizing I'm being more articulate than the average person, and more nuanced, and I'm taking more context into consideration. I must thank the Holy Rock. Elon's got women shooting out babies like I've got 3D printers printing ghost guns in my basement. Allegedly, that's not illegal. That's legal. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll just say that. That's fine. I don't actually have any 3D printers, but that is funny though. If you watch the news and that's it, you'd only think that Elon Musk has one child, a child named X. You've seen him, he's that adorable little kid that he holds on his shoulders and stuff. He's got so many kids. And by the way, his name's not Xavier, it's not Alexander, it's not even Xerxes, the Persian god king who attacked the hot gates of Thermopylae and the Spartan forces died defending it there to their final breaths, only before they were It gets me fired up when I think about it. They were betrayed. His son's name is X. XA12. XA12. What the f does that mean? What is that? What name is that? No offense to the little guy or anything. He's just a child, but like that is a terrible name. XA12. How about you name your son A10 Warthog, and his middle name's Bert. Also, it isn't XA12. There's a pronunciation.
I mean, it's just X, the letter X, and then the AE is like pronounced Ash. Yeah, and then A12. A12 is my contribution.
Oh, why A12?
Archangel 12, the precursor to the SR-71. Coolest plane ever.
Elon's fatherhood journey is a long and complicated one, and it seems like he's only just getting started and just now starting to figure it all out. And for being someone with so much power and so much influence and someone who sticks out in so many people's minds. Why? He really is so insanely trashy. It's like small town gossip group Facebook drama on a daily basis that's just blasted around Twitter that he responds to. He actively responds to his baby mamas.
Okay.
I say unbelievable. It really is unbelievable. It genuinely, it's so entertaining. It's insanely entertaining. This man has left a trail of broken hearts in his wake of his being white journey. He's the reincarnation of Genghis Khan, and he will build his legacy and his lineage. He gotta be a big dick bandit, though. For real. Know what I'm saying? The craziest part about all of it is in the midst of all of his business building, he's finding the time for the most important thing, and that is finding love, guys. We have to go back to the beginning, the year 2000, when he lost his virginity. Just kidding. He was probably like 30 in 2000. He probably was, let's see, because I think he was fully bald then. Elon Musk, age 2000. He was 1971, so he's not that.
53.
The joyride is over. The tournament is here. I'll need to end every...
That old? He's only a little older than my father. He looks so old, though. Justine Musk was the first woman that Elon Musk ever married, or I guess implanted with his seed. I don't know if that's a respectful way to say that, but I don't really give a f. It was not happily ever after, by the way, because we're now talking about this 20 years on. Justine published a feature about her relationship with Elon on Marie Claire in 2010 after they separated. I don't know what Marie Claire is. I thought that was a diet. Is that not a diet? Jenny Craig. I'm thinking of Jenny Craig. They married in the year 2000. They divorced in 2008. Thanks, Obama. They had 6 children over the course of those 8 years. They had a lot of babies, all right? They even had twins through IVF in 2004. One is named Vivian and the other's Griffin. Vivian has since become one of her father's most outspoken critics and doesn't even want to be his child. She changed her name to Vivian Jenna Wilson, which is her mother's maiden name, to dissociate from Elon even further. Seems like she put on some deodorant to get rid of that Musk. I didn't write that joke, that was written for me. Elon seems equally resentful of Vivian, referring to her by Xavier back on March 22nd, saying, "My son Xavier died. He was killed by the woke mind virus." I have to try really hard not to laugh when saying that out loud. He was killed by the woke mind virus. What the f does that even the what? Saying that non-ironically, not having like a little bit of. Has this guy ever had fun in his life ever? What the f? The woke mind virus killed his son. Elon and Justine then had triplet sons: Kai, not Saxon, and Damien. That was a pretty good one. Look, the Holy Relic liked it too. Elon doesn't have a lot of photos with these children. Maybe he's too busy making sly business deals and slaying fat stacks of inventions of Tesla and stuff. I don't know, dude. I don't know a lot about Elon Musk. I just know he was a hero to a lot of people that now absolutely despise him. There is one picture of him with Griffin, Kai, Saxon, and Damien meeting the Pope, but it is potentially the most awkward family photo I've ever seen in my entire life, and you've got to see it too, my friends. They're all social distancing and stuff, and Elon's like, he looks like me in my suit. He looks, we fit suits the same way. Look at the Pope. Didn't he die? I don't want to make the Catholics mad, but they do get mad.
He just died.
They love their holy relics. They really do. They non-ironically have holy relics, them fellers. Anyways, Elon and Justine wouldn't exactly have a mutually respectful relationship, I wouldn't say. According to Justine at their wedding reception, while they danced, Elon told her, "I am become meme," and I don't know if that's actually accurate or true. That's just what we're getting reports of that. Or he said he's the alpha or some bullshit like that. I'm not exactly sure. He also apparently harped on her for ways that she wasn't perfect, leading to her telling him she's his wife, not his employee, which is so funny to look at your wife like she has like some level of performance and she has to win wife of the month or employee of the month. It's an odd way to approach life in general, I think. I don't think he's a normal guy, so I think the expectations of normal people on him, he's always going to come short. He's like Dr. Evil. I wouldn't expect Dr. Evil to be nice to his wife. Also, his response to her telling him that she's not his employee, she's his wife, was him saying that if she was his employee, he would fire her, which is an own the likes of which I've never seen before. In 2008, Elon filed for divorce and 6 weeks later become engaged to Tallulah Riley of Westworld fame. Tallulah and Elon never had any kids together, but their engagement was weird and bizarre. There was no ring involved. They shook hands like it was a business deal as opposed to a commitment of love. Potentially the most beautiful relationship that's ever existed. Even the relationship of Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn pales in comparison to the beauty of the Tallulah Riley Elon Musk handshake. That relationship, didn't see this coming, was quite rocky. They divorced twice, once in 2012 before remarrying in 2013, and then they divorced a second time in 2016. Between the two divorces, she received over $20 million in settlements.
Introducing Burger King's new Fiery Menu. Turn up the heat. The all-new Fiery Menu is here.
Surmonter la douleur tenace grâce à la puissance des liquides gel Advil. Les
Lucrative deal. That's a consistent theme we're going to be learning, by the way, is being Elon Musk's wife is getting a lot, basically free money hack, free money glitch. Honestly, Elon, hit me up. Tallulah even described Elon Musk as the perfect ex-husband, and she said she'd married him a third time, which is so funny. That's very, very funny. Because obviously she means it's just an infinite money glitch. It's like the Rosebud cheat in Sims. Very simple, easy to remember, always there for you when you need a little bit of extra cash, but meaningless otherwise. But this woman didn't sire an heir for the King of America. We have to jump forward to 2020 when Elon Musk married Wednesday Adam, aka Grimes. These two decided to name their children after Warhammer 40k characters, which is incredible. Their first child was X. That's the one little guy that we keep talking about who follows Trump around. He's such an adorable little guy. Then they had a daughter through surrogacy named something else. Sidrea X. I'm not reading that shit. I can't pronounce that. What the f? After that, they had another son together, Techno Mechanicus, who will assumedly become a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus one day. Not totally sure, but seems like that's gonna happen. And this feller will potentially work to rid the Imperium of Man of anything Xenos, mutant, or heretic. Elon Musk acts like a dog and like a rabbit during this period. All right, after around 2020 COVID, he started to realize that's when things really changed for him. While he was having children with Grimes, he was also having children with Siobhan Zillis, who is someone, a project director at Neuralink, some lady, Siobhan Zillis. Didn't even know that was a real name. That's a normal human too, not an Elon Musk spawn. Everyone named Siobhan Zillis in my comments is gonna be so mad right now and hitting the dislike button immediately. Don't need you anyways. Unsubscribe, okay? First, he had twins Strider and Azur with her weeks before Exodark Sidrael, one of Grimes' babies, was born. This is unbelievable. Shiva and Elon also had a third child together, a daughter named Cicada, as well as a secret fourth baby named Lycurgus Pontius V. I'm just making names up now, but they did have babies. The babies are real. The fourth baby was announced on Siobhan's Twitter on one of the other one's birthday. It doesn't matter. But the secret children of Elon's life are a trend. In February, Ashley St. Clair revealed that she also had a child that was Elon's, and she's being called a gold digger and a clout chaser after clips went viral of her. This is why I'm making this video. She was selling her Tesla, claiming it was because Elon cut their son's child support by 60%.
I'm selling it because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
He responded with the receipts and also by saying that he doesn't even know if the child is actually his, but he would be open to finding out regardless. He said also that he sent her $2.5 million and is continuing to pay her $500,000 a year. Ooh, shut up. What? That's all you have to do to make that much money is have a child with Elon Musk? He is an infinite money glitch. Gosh. Ashley responded to this by saying that he'd refused her request for a paternity test and is now punishing her for disobedience by reducing the child support. And apparently Elon is behaving like a petulant man-child. Love is very difficult, especially it seems for Elon, who would rather throw money at women. Does he feel love? Like, what is that? I don't even know what that is like to him. I'm not sure. He hires pro-level gamers to level his accounts. He's doing the exact same thing with women. He's just racking up his stats, dude. He's just racking up his stats, trying to pop out as many babies as he can. P and white everywhere, dude, like the Euphrates, all right? The Euphrates, it's the P White River. press like. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing how many more secret children Elon Musk will unveil or will be unveiled through the 2020s and beyond. Who the knows? Well, I could be Elon Musk's child. It's feasible. I'll have to ask my mom. I don't think she ever met him, to be honest. She's a little older than he is. If being Elon's baby and or baby mama gets $500K a year, I feel like people would kind of be happy with that, though. That seems like he's kind of, that's amazing. That's the ultimate just win. If you have to take care of a baby, hopefully they don't act like Elon, though. That would suck. Maybe they can be good at coding, though, and then just like, you know, be also normal, well-adjusted people. I don't know. I think Elon's father is a major issue in all this, though. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. Press the like button down below. Go to
Elon's crazy. Anyways, let's pull up a different filter. Yeah. This is my new favorite filter. You ready? My jaw clicks because I have a broken skull. Broken skull, you ready? My skull's broken. It's not cool. Anyway. No. I like this guy though. This guy's cool. I suspect that Elon Musk and some of these other business figureheads that become like near celebrities became popular around the years 2012 to 2015 because they're not people. They're AI. They're robots. They're actors. They're figureheads to the companies. They are tax write-offs. I don't know. He looks like a million in The Fifth Element. A villain. Yeah, he does. Where's my elf ears? Alright, I have my elf ears. Are these different elf ears? Oh, those are the same ones. Moon. Yay! Nice. How do you like these ones? I like this one. got the day off tomorrow. That's dope. I'm hungry. Like, I don't have money for food or a ride, I guess. Damn it. My account's negative $400. My credit cards are all pretty much maxed out. I feel like fainting. I'm having so much stress. Okay, calm down. Holy. Yeah, less than $50 available in there. God dang. Shit, eh? Where's my phone bill? Bills, 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 bills. I was looking for money. I don't want looking for bills. Looking for money. I wasn't looking for bills. Is For Affinity still down? For Affinity is still down. Uh-oh. When was my bill issued? Okay. Interesting. Damn. I'm looking for the person. I owe artwork on my block list. If I blocked them, I don't think I did. They seem to be like in chronological order.
Video is educational and informative in nature. Do not contact any of the people mentioned or depicted in this video. Additionally, this video contains discussion of gambling. Do not gamble. I have linked various resources on getting help for gambling addictions below for anyone who needs it. Thank you. 99% of gamblers quit right before they're about to hit it big. That remaining 1% of people all know that the only way they won't win is if the rats rigged it. But if they play their cards just right, they'll make it all back, and so much more. That 1% is none other than the rat exterminator, the conqueror of Keno, the pipe-hitting, loss-chasing, bet-making maniac himself, Boss Man Jack.
No! I lost it all! I'll clean it all up.
Today, I'm going to tell you a story. The story of how a regular kid from Virginia went from a juvenile delinquent to one of the top gambling streamers on Kick. How he turned his life into a living hell, his nice bedroom into filthy squalor, and how he got sent to jail and rehab more times than I can count. Born in 1995 to two parents and a brother, Austin Curtis Peterson was a regular 90s kid. He was into skating, fishing, and other outdoor activities. But underneath the seemingly normal surface, he was a bit of a delinquent. In late 2013, he was charged with a misdemeanor for underage possession of alcohol. This is a pretty common offense and hardly serious since Austin was 18 at the time that this happened, but the only reason it's even worth mentioning is because it was just the first of many instances of Austin finding himself in trouble. In a conversation Austin had with some followers on his Discord after discussing his past experiences with abusing adrenaline shots and salvia, he says this.
People's living rooms.
Twice before?
Nah. K2?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say, I used to be heavily addicted to it, dude. Oh, I got sick without it. I did it so much, I would be sick when I didn't have it. When I told you that I stole my dad's coin collection, like Bill said or whatever, I literally was buying spice with it, dude. I'm not kidding. I was super, super hooked on it, bro. Like, super hooked on spice.
If you didn't pick up on what he said there, he's talking about a substance called spice, or K2, which is a synthetic drug that, according to an avid viewer of his, once caused Austin to have a reaction that made him sleep for a whole week straight. But however bad that was for his health, it was another substance that led Austin to nearly lose his freedom, Xanax. In August of 2014, when he was 19 years old, Austin's addiction got to the point that he became willing to commit crimes in order to fuel his habit. He promptly got together with 3 others and went on a car burgling spree in James City County, getting into over 100 vehicles and stealing things from them. Coins, wallets, cell phones, jewelry, watches, credit cards, cameras, power tools, car parts, televisions, and even a firearm at one point was lifted from one of the cars that they targeted. I should say that, despite how extensive these thefts were, they were very much petty crimes of opportunity. They rarely actually broke into the cars they were stealing from, as they aimed primarily for cars left unlocked. It's also worth mentioning that Austin just joined this series of car raids, as his accomplices were already committing them way before he got involved. While Austin's date of offense was listed as August 30th, the thefts were taking place all the way back from late July to early September. Finally, after nearly 2 months of Austin's crew running rampant through the neighborhoods of James City County, one man witnessed 2 individuals stealing items from his daughter's car, and after chasing the 2 suspects on foot, he managed to get a partial license plate from the car they sped off in. The police tracked these 2 individuals down and interrogated them, one of them being Austin, who most likely proceeded to give up his co-conspirators, leading to all of them being arrested. And the reason I say that he likely gave up his co-conspirators is because when the police went through Austin's phone, they found that he and his accomplice had taken pictures with not 1, but 3 firearms that they had stolen. And Austin had even looked up the prices of the items they'd stolen to see how much he was going to get for them. Yet, somehow, Austin was only charged with felony grand larceny and conspiracy to commit, with his accomplice, Aaron Lee, taking on the charges for the theft of the guns. Unlike 2 of the other people who were arrested in connection to the crimes, Austin was allowed a $4,500 bond, and based on a publicly available court record, he was bailed out within a month of his arrest, most likely by his parents. A little while later, in early October, a 5th man was arrested in connection to the car break-ins after he apparently stole a firearm and started shooting it into the air as he drove off. These guys were making it really easy for the police here. Between eyewitnesses, being caught on security cameras, and whoever was cooperating with the police, none of these guys were getting away with it. As their court case unraveled, the guy who was behind the fencing of the stolen items also pled guilty, which I assume must have increased the pressure on the other guys. In late March of 2015, 2015, the aforementioned Aaron Lee, who took on all of the weapons charges, was suddenly hit with even more charges. While all of them eventually pled guilty, Austin got 5 years of probation and a fine of a little over $3,000. Despite the articles about his case claiming that he pled guilty to felony grand larceny, if you look at the court records, he only pled guilty to 4 of the 22 charges he was hit with, and they consisted of misdemeanor petty larceny and tampering with a vehicle. Could these records have been filed incorrectly, or is it possible that there was some arrangement that if Austin was to not violate his parole, his charges would be stricken from the record? Regardless of what the exact case is, despite people from his community intervening on his behalf to try and get him a lighter ruling from the judge, this entire situation left its mark on Austin's psyche.
I hung out with the wrong people, and karma bit me in my ass. Karma bit me so hard in the ass, and I deserve every bit of it, and I'm still not the same.
But for the years following the situation, he lived a seemingly normal life, even going to school to get a certificate of air conditioning, which, as I understand it, is basically a trade school degree that lets you work as an AC technician. What's interesting is that he got this degree from the Piedmont, Virginia Community College, which is the same exact college that Chris Chan went to. This is as good a time as any to remark on the fact that there's a disproportionate amount of infamous lolcows who came from Virginia. Chris Chan, Bossman Jack, Amberlyn Reed, even Boogie and Wings of Redemption are from West Virginia and North Carolina respectively, which are immediately adjacent to Virginia. Maybe it's all the lead they have in their water over there that's making them like that. Maybe it's the nuclear power plant located nearest to Bossman. By the way, Goochland is an insane name for a town. Who knows? Maybe Mothman migrated east and is now making the citizens of Virginia go insane. Regardless, right as it seemed that Austin was going to turn his life around for the better, he embarked on a journey that he had no idea would lead him to the lowest point of his life, through extreme gambling and substance abuse issues, and eventually back to jail. But how did it all start? RuneScape, specifically Old School RuneScape, or OSRS for short. In January of 2019, he posted to his Instagram page to announce that he'd just defeated one of the game's bosses. While a long period of his initial activity in the game is documented exclusively by Austin himself through his Instagram page, it's important to contextualize that one of the most popular features of OSRS is what the players call the Sand Casino, which was a duel arena where players could bet in-game money. The thing about OSRS in-game gold is that while it's technically supposed to be worthless, it was transformed into a de facto digital currency as people often traded it for real money. This is true to the point that in Venezuela, a country that's been chronically ravaged by hyperinflation, some of its citizens have taken to gold farming on OSRS to make a living and have actually found some degree of success doing it. With the value of the in-game gold being established and the fact that there's a place where you can bet on the outcome of duels, it was easy for people to put 2 and 2 together and start using the game as a vehicle for online gambling. Over time, OSRS gambling became a phenomenon with the advent of debt streamers, meaning people who streamed themselves gambling on the platform and tried to find any way that they could to scrimp and beg their viewers for money so they could keep gambling at the arena. Usually, this meant asking for in-game gold loans that they never actually paid back, as whenever they happened to win big, they just ended their stream and logged out of the game. All the way back in 2019, there were already people asking for Jagex, the game's dev team, to remove the Sand Casino entirely to solve the problem. But while Jagex failed to do so, the gamblers continued to make hay out of their negligence. Unfortunately, one of the people who unknowingly walked into this trap was Austin, who at one point got so invested in the game that he landed himself in a psych ward.
This one time, I got back into RuneScape after not playing for a while. RuneScape's like a drug, dude. I was so high on RuneScape, I stayed up for over 3 days straight, and I was not doing any drugs. I was completely sober. No weed, nothing.
While many people have speculated that he could have been lying in this clip, it's not entirely impossible that he stayed up for 3 days straight, because while he wasn't doing any substances, the high that one can get from extreme gambling is such that it can keep someone up for a few days if they really want to. As a matter of fact, casinos have been developed in such a way to specifically desire this outcome, such as pumping more oxygen into the air to keep people energized, making the machines as bright and loud as possible, ensuring the buildings have no windows or clocks so that they lose track of time, making it so that that the exit doors are small and located in areas that aren't easy to find, they have a ton of tricks up their sleeve to keep you at the casino, with some reporting that they can go 4 days without sleeping without even drinking coffee. All of it hinges on how much of a compulsive person you are, and given his propensity towards all sorts of addiction, Austin definitely falls into that category. While plenty of his OSRS gambling journey hasn't been documented, bits and pieces of it have survived through the obscurity of the first couple of years of his streaming. One of the oldest archived clips of Austin's stream shows him in his bedroom being gifted billions of in-game gold, which Scuffed on Kick, the Kiwi Farms user who shared it, claimed added up to almost $5,000, which explains his reaction.
Gift Chuck, my boy? What? Oh my God! Hold on, I gotta remember your username. Let me write your username down. Show him some love, boy.
Later on in this clip, Austin claims that this money he's getting is going to be what turns it around for his debt, meaning that even this early on, he was already in a significant amount of it. Regardless, he proceeds to use the money given to him to gamble and loses all of it, resulting in one of his earliest crash outs.
The f***ing poison, dude!
According to the same user who shared the clip, this crash out took place just a little while after Austin got back from rehab, which his parents put him in due to his addiction to coke. It's shocking to see that he was already struggling this much with his habits even before he got heavy into gambling. And even more shocking is the fact that he was already drinking alcohol immediately after getting out of rehab, which is really not a good sign. In another user's search for clips from this era of Austin streams, he stumbled upon some clips that consisted not of OSRS gambling, but IRL streams. And the first he attached, Austin is showing the damage he's done to his bedroom, including a broken mirror and apparently 3 massive holes in his drywall. He explains that he did this damage out of anger from losing in OSRS death matches, and while he explains it to his audience, he can be seen smoking something that doesn't look like a normal cigarette, although I can't show it on screen right now due to rules from the powers that be. Despite acknowledging that he definitely has an issue with anger,
sometimes I just get this like rage, man, this anger. And like, I'm just not scared of anybody.
He takes the damage to his room in good spirits.
Got the fresh holes in the wall? Dude, I would never do that. That was not me. That was not me, dude. I swear to God it wasn't me.
In another clip, he shines some light on his relationship with his parents, in particular his father, who was later renamed Rat Dad and Boss Man Dad in honor of his son's online activities.
I was sitting there, dude. This is back before my dad used to let me smoke weed in my room. I was sitting there. Sorry, guys. I was sitting there taking a bong rip, and then the door opens, and I look over with the bong in my mouth like this. He looks at me, I look up at him, and I just go.
It's nice to see that he's still on good terms with his parents despite his antics, but you gotta wonder how his folks managed to put up with it. Another interesting pattern of behavior that shows up extremely early is Austin demonstrating how his species expresses excitement, which he named the crab dance.
All right, that's good enough, boys. Good enough of a crab dance for you.
Later on, when he gets some winnings, we'll see the crab rise again. But around this time, despite his eccentricities, like eating the occasional dog food, he is much more normal and seems to be able to enjoy his life.
Let me sip my Sarah Brute. Let me get my Serotonin brew. Refresh with a restore.
That's fake as fuck.
From reuniting with old friends of his and skating, to admitting that he should help his parents out by doing chores at his house.
This is 5 hours long? Hell no.
About to take officers on a wild ride when their simple disturbance call turns into chaos.
I'm bothering my own room.
Okay, hold on.
Let me talk to you over here. I'll talk to you if you want to talk.
That's fine.
If you want to talk to me.
Yeah, you can talk to me. I'm cool with you.
What's going on, sir?
Hey, come here.
Why are we getting called out here?
I'm waiting here for her. They gave her a hard issue about getting in a room. This is possibly my girlfriend.
Okay.
Hey, we're gonna have here a good time.
So,
But, she said she was hungry.
Are you staying here or no?
Yeah, I paid to stay here. I paid to stay here. I paid out of my own pocket.
When did you pay to stay here?
This evening. But that's fine. If he wants to shoot me out, trust me.
Okay.
Holiday Inn will fucking get a fucking sweet kiss in the ass.
Okay.
Okay. This officer is going to say something here.
It sounds like you got a room that you're paying for upstairs.
Yes.
You're gonna go up to your room. You don't cause any more issues. You're good to go.
That's fine. I agree with you.
If we have to come back here again, they're gonna ask you to leave, and if you don't want to leave, then we can't take you to jail for criminal trespass because now you're trespassing.
I hope they have it on
Okay.
video. And when they stick it in their ass.
They can get our video surveillance right here.
But this little over here.
Okay, we're not doing that. we're not.
No, I'm just saying.
No, we're not doing that.
But
No, you're not just saying. Okay, so at this point.
Well, technically, I could have brought a van over here.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. If I have to come back, you're going to jail.
That's
Is that
right.
fair?
That's right. I agree with you.
You got your room keys?
Yes.
Okay.
When it's
you
little
say.
over
Hey,
here. I'm just saying, nothing against
I'm
you.
not. No, you're not just saying.
Okay, well, this guy here.
Okay, we're also not doing that. I've already spoken to him. What's your first name?
Shut.
Is that C-H? Chad?
S-H-S-H-A-D.
Stand by with this officer.
Yep,
Okay?
no problem. I'm gonna just shit up royally tomorrow. You know his gonna get fucked up. His gonna get twisted. Matter of fact, I better be here tomorrow when he gets up. Because I'm gonna sit here with a smile on my face while he's getting twisted and he's getting kicked out the fucking door.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I know what I'm talking about. Because when he gets twisted and shoved the fuck out, he needs to leave. He needs to leave like a fucking roach.
Okay.
Let's go.
I don't give a fuck anymore. Well,
Getting your hands on the new Equinox EV is good. Getting your hands off the new Equinox EV, thanks to Super Cruise, that's better. OnStar, better never stops.
Spring is here, and with it comes that fresh start feeling. Decluttering, resetting, and just easing back.
we're waiting, right?
You gotta stay in the right spot.
You guys are gonna.
You're a kid, you don't pee.
Are you good if you just stay down here?
Yeah. No. You all should get in.
No.
You all should get in. Get all. No. Don't say someone should get in.
Okay.
Come on, my
there's,
friend.
There's kids
No.
out.
There's kids out there.
Can you put your key card in?
No.
so we can-
I will do not. Get him in. Get him in. No, you have friends here.
Would you listen?
There's two elevators.
Okay, we need your key card to go up
No.
to the room.
Nope.
So you don't want to go to your room now?
You have your friend get up here.
There were kids. I told them not to come
No,
in.
then there's two elevators. There's two elevators, ma'am.
Okay.
There's
Are you gonna go up to your room or
elevators.
not?
Yes.
Okay.
But there's two elevators.
Alright.
Two elevators.
Listen, you need to calm down first
No,
of all.
I don't give a fuck. Fucking room.
Alright, there we go.
There you go. I'm gonna take an Uber.
There we go.
Alright, don't get in my face now, please.
I'm not getting your face, but I'm gonna take Uber. I'm gonna take Uber right now.
Okay.
So let's go back
No,
down
sir, we're already going up to your room.
We're going
okay?
up to your room.
Yeah, and you can suck my cock. I mean, I don't get what the f.
Listen.
You guys got a warrant? You guys got a warrant to get in my room.
Listen.
Do you have a warrant?
Would you just listen to me for a few
No, I'm not gonna listen to you.
Come on.
You got a warrant? You got a warrant?
We're not going into your
We're not
Warrant.
going.
Come on.
Warrant. There you go.
No, we're taking it to your room. Come on.
Nope.
All right,
Warrant.
then
have
if
a
you don't want to go
warrant.
to
You're
your
shoving
room,
me into a room that I
or
don't
do you want to
know.
go to your room, sir, or do you
It
want to
may
leave?
have cocaine in it.
I don't care. I'm not going
I don't
in.
give a fuck.
Do you want to
I'm
go?
walking.
Fuck that, we're in Elgin. I'm taking a fucking goddamn Uber back
Okay.
home.
Then you at
Okay.
least need to get your stuff out of your room.
Then you need to get your
So
stuff
let's
out.
I have my stuff. I have my stuff right here.
Let's just go to your room.
You ain't getting in my room.
I
You got a
don't-
warrant?
Sir,
You got a warrant. You have a
I
warrant.
don't want to go in.
You're gonna meet me at the door and you gotta kiss my ass. Check this out. There you go.
All right.
Kiss
Pull your
it.
pants up.
Put your pants back up.
There you
Flies
go.
his ass in his cock.
No, we want you to.
Oh, that's what you guys wanted to see.
Okay.
Is that illegal?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it
Put your
is.
pants back up.
I ain't doing nothing. I ain't bothering nobody.
Well, you're being loud and
Don't bother me.
obnoxious.
Can you just show us that your key card works still?
I don't have anything on me.
You got your room keys?
Yes,
thought
he
you said
took
you had-
everything. The security guard stripped me of everything.
I thought you said you had your key card when I asked.
No, I don't have nothing. He took my wallet. He took everything. You want to check me?
No.
There you go. Hey, she can check me. I ain't gonna give you guys any hard time.
Are you good to stay?
Yeah.
You want me to put my shirt
Yeah,
down?
no, we're gonna see if we can get the key card. Well, just chill out, okay? Well,
Oh, now I gotta chill out because now I gotta wait for a key card.
yeah.
Oh, but they have it, right? They have it at the hotel.
You know what? I don't work here, so just relax
Well,
a second.
either do I.
Okay, so just wait a minute while we figure things out,
You know what? I'll
okay?
just check the
No.
Well,
Hey,
it's my room, right? I paid on it, right?
find out what they want to do with him. If
All
they
right,
want him in the
all right.
hotel for the night, or if they don't want him here.
All right.
He's acting up now, so.
That's fine. I'm cool.
Well, you're not acting like that, okay?
What? I'm not happy with it.
No, I said you're not acting. You're out here yelling loud. You're
And
cursing,
when did I
pulling down your
start wearing-
pulling down your pants.
When did I start that? Is that under video
Yeah,
surveillance?
we do have body cameras.
I hope you do.
Yeah,
I hope you do.
we do.
I hope you do.
Yeah, we do.
I hope you do. Check it.
Sounds like they're letting you stay in the room, so I'd be awful thankful.
I don't want you to stay in my room. I don't want you to stay in
You're
my
not
room.
even hearing what I'm saying. I never even said that.
I don't want you to stay in my room.
I'm not planning on doing that.
And I'm going to get the f*** out of here. This
Well,
place.
if you choose to
and they will get a call.
Okay, if you choose to leave, that's
Hey!
So what time do you
And
have
they're going to get hit hard.
What time do you get up in the morning?
I get up at 6 in the morning.
Alright.
All right, here's the key card. You can go back in.
Yep.
Alright.
No. Just let them know.
Okay.
There's going to be $1,000 bond on their f***ing van. No.
Okay.
No. I won't step in this van. I won't step in this room. $1,000 bond on their van.
Okay.
$1,000 bond on their van.
I don't know what you're talking
It's
about.
$1,000 for me to get in this bitch. Otherwise, I ain't paying nothing.
Okay, that's fine. We'll let
That's
them know.
$1,000. No, not $1,000. No.
I don't. This has nothing to do with the hotel.
Okay, fuck this fucking hotel.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking reject this fucking debit
That's fine.
card.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Open
all
it
right.
up.
You can go back in your
Do you
room.
want your room key?
No.
We're gonna be back here. Not only is he intoxicated, I don't know if he's got some mental issues or what the hell. He
He's
started
definitely
kicking the door. That was. Is he coming back up?
Okay, Chad.
I want my phone. You guys took my phone away.
No, we did not.
No, we didn't
No,
take the
you
phone.
guys did.
No, we did not.
All right.
No, you did.
Hold on.
No, you did.
We didn't take
Then
the phone.
we're gonna go in the bushes right
Okay.
now and look
All
at my
right,
phone.
Chad.
We're gonna
Chad.
go in my bushes, me and you.
No.
Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Do not touch me.
Chad, just go
Me
back
and
in
you.
your room.
No, I want my phone.
We don't
I
have-
want my phone.
We don't
I
have
want
your
my
phone.
I'm cool with you. Was I cool with you?
Yeah, you are.
We don't have
Yeah.
your phone.
So,
Chad,
no, I want to go through
Chad,
the bushes.
we the police don't have your phone.
No, I'm not saying you guys do, but
Okay.
this hotel does. So I'm.
Okay.
You know what? You're
Look at-
all for the hotel. You're cool. So just back the f off. I'll deal with you.
Okay. So why don't we walk over there?
No, I don't. My phone is not over there.
Chad, I don't know where your phone is, man.
My phone is in my pockets.
What? My phone is in my pocket.
You know what? My phone is in my pockets. You know what? I'm gonna get caught on the highway. You know what? You know what?
Chad?
F this motherfucker.
Then are
You
you
know what? I'm
leaving?
gonna f this fucking bitch. I'm gonna fuck him right in the face.
No, I don't think so. Are you leaving or not?
What?
Are you leaving or not?
Maybe I will if they can't.
We need to know what you're doing. Are you going to stay in the room or are you leaving the hotel?
I've been cool. I mean, you know, she's a little shitty. I've been cool with you. But
We-
she's a
we-
little shit. Hey, we welcome you and we gotta find my fucking phone.
No, we're not
man.
gonna be doing the phone thing right now.
No, okay, so then if she doesn't want to do the phone thing, then you need to set the back.
Do you have your room key or is it in the room?
No, I don't have nothing. I have nothing. There's nothing in my pocket.
We just got you back into your room, but you came out
You
accusing
know what?
us.
You know what? Because my phone is gone now, so
Well, we
there's
don't-
certain
we don't-
numbers I can't call.
Neither this
You get
officer
a-
or I know where the phone is.
No. This, you know what? Take me in.
I don't-
Violate me, bitch.
Why do we want to do that?
You guys want to?
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no,
Let's
we
go.
don't. No, we don't.
Let's go. Let's go.
No, we don't.
Come on.
Chad, you want to?
Resisting arrest. Come on,
So-
motherfucker.
They gave you.
Come on.
They said
Come
you
on.
were gonna come back up
Come
to the
on.
hotel.
Shut up. Resisting arrest. Here we go.
All right. Do you want to stay here or do you want to leave?
You know what? F this place.
Okay, you're gonna leave? All right, let's leave.
Hey, I want my phone. I want
Okay,
my property.
we can
I
leave.
want my property.
I don't know where it is.
want my. Well, then I'm not gonna leave.
That's your problem.
I want my leave. Come on, let's go in my room, my
He's
friend.
so
You can't
drunk.
get in your room because you left your room key.
You
in
left
the
your room key.
You want me to go? Then let's get my room key. You can go. You can go in. You can't. You can go in. You can't.
Listen,
you can search
listen,
all you want.
Listen,
F this.
we know nothing about. We got called because you were acting up, and security.
Okay, here we go.
Are you gonna
Here we
listen
go.
to me?
Security.
The female officer again gets the master key from staff, and they've now decided to give Shad an ultimatum.
You're right. Everybody's right.
If he doesn't
I
stay
don't
in
have
the
my
room,
phone
we're
right
gonna
now.
trespass him.
My phone is somewhere on the f***ing property, but I gotta
Come
find
on,
it.
let's go. Let's go. Come on.
You know what? Let's get my out the door.
Okay.
Let's get my phone. That's all I want. We
Here,
can
go
find my
put
phone.
this in your pocket so you have.
No, I don't want that. my pocket?
Listen.
No, fuck that.
You're not
you guys
listening.
want my phone?
No, you're not. Listen. Get
No,
over here.
I'm not gonna listen. I mean, I like you. I'm not gonna want start trouble with you.
Okay.
I want my fucking phone back.
Just listen to me for a second.
No,
okay?
I'm not gonna listen. I want my fucking phone.
Your voice. Okay, then get your stuff and then get out of the hotel.
This is the room I'm in?
No, you're down here. You either go in and be quiet, or if you don't, then you're trespassing.
Hey!
Did you hear what I said?
When there's adjustment on their yeah.
That's fine. You can
You
figure out the
guys
bill
said-
tomorrow.
Listen.
We need to get you in your room.
You either
No,
go.
no.
If you
No,
either go in the room, if
no.
you don't,
I want
then there's
my
gonna be a
phone.
problem.
I want my phone right now.
Yeah, gather your stuff and then we're on out of here.
I ain't paying
Open it
shit.
up.
I ain't paying shit. I'm gonna die and deny everything.
Okay. Well, you're gonna gather your stuff up, right?
Yep.
Okay. We're standing by while you do
That's
that.
what you guys want, right?
How about you sleep here?
No, I'm not sleeping here.
Then get your stuff.
Okay, then let's go. We're done.
Shut the f up. Maybe I paid the bill here.
Okay, but they want you trespass if you don't want to be in your room.
Alright. Yeah, I'll trespass.
You don't have
Nah, here's
Just
the thing.
gather up.
They downstairs can suck these
Oh, it's
nuts.
fine.
Not you guys.
Okay, gather up
But
your-
they can suck these nuts. You want to see these nuts?
No.
You
Hold
guys
on.
want to see these nuts? Hey,
Back
check
off.
it. Not back off. F that. Hey, tell this bitch to come suck this fucking wiener. She can suck
This
your
guy's
cock out.
weird as
Gather your
fuck.
stuff up and let's get rolling.
Yeah.
We
yeah,
cannot be
maybe
here all night. Is that understood?
Hey, you guys are the one that suggested it. Is Nicole still
I
in
don't
right now?
know.
Well, I want my fucking phone so I
we
can
don't-
call her.
But we don't know where that's at.
Can you?
And we can't ping it because we can't use our resources for
Okay,
that.
you guys can't use it.
Okay.
I
So,
know.
Dad.
So you know what?
Can you
When
stop
I
talking?
stay here,
Is this
the
your phone? Stop talking for 3 seconds. Is this
Go
your
ahead.
phone? Right here.
We're
Look.
gonna be in room
Is this your
600, room 600.
Stop talking for 3 seconds. Is that your phone?
501 is en route.
It's one of my phones.
Okay.
It's actually a company phone.
Okay, that is good. Find your other phone tomorrow, but we need you to either go to sleep.
We need to get this fucking done tonight. I mean, my friend.
You want to put those in your pocket so you can
I don't want nothing from them. That.
Okay, you just we're done.
I'm sorry. It's nothing against you.
You just
but
threw the card and
You
hit her.
threw the card at my face.
I'm sorry, but I don't want
So,
nothing from
You just
them.
threw a card and hit her in the face.
I don't want nothing from them.
Did you see what you did?
I'm sorry about that, but I don't want nothing from them. You know what? If they don't want me here, I don't want to be here. You think I want to be here?
Hey.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
All right, come here, Shad.
I'm willing to.
All right, okay, come here. Go stand right here for me, okay? Go ahead and put your hands
So
on.
now I'm behind my back because I don't want to stay here.
You threw a card and hit her in the
And I'm sorry about that. Yes,
Okay,
I'm
well-
sorry about that.
Well, you're under arrest.
Well, apparently I'm under arrest. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God I got to go somewhere tonight, right? So if I wanted to stay here, I could stay here.
Well, now you're
Ma'am,
staying.
not
I'm
anymore.
asking you. I'm asking you, ma'am. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Hey, guess what? I'm peeing down my leg. Hey, look, it's on the carpet.
That's
Hey.
awesome.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. No.
You have to see where I'm coming from.
No. Come on, let's go in the
Well,
elevator.
you know what? I'm gonna fucking deny all fucking charges on my credit card.
Let's step into the elevator, sir. Let's go out to the police car.
Hey, guess what? I got a piss right here by the...
Nope.
No, I gotta pee. You guys are beating me.
No, we're not.
Oh my God,
we,
you guys are
we need you to walk to the police car, sir.
You guys are beating me.
No, we're not.
Oh my God, they're hurting me.
We need you to cooperate, sir, and stand. Okay. Nope. Sit down in the police car.
I did sit down in the police car. You guys dropped me. You guys dropped me.
No, we did
Oh
not.
my God. Oh my God, you guys dropped me.
Sir, we need you
You
to
guys
stand.
dropped me.
God. You're not standing, sir. Please
I
stand.
am. I fall off her.
Okay.
You guys dropped me.
Oh my God.
You guys dropped me on my foot. I got
Oh,
pee.
Jesus.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. I
You
will
made my
not
bad
stand up.
shoulder go out. Come on. Okay, fine.
Ow! 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 You guys hurt my shoulder.
I love it. Love how dramatic this guy is now.
That was my shoulder that went out.
No, that was my shoulder.
No, you didn't hear my...
It popped out a socket.
Stand up, please.
It popped out a socket.
Stand up.
It popped out a socket. It popped out a socket.
Okay, we need you to stand.
It popped out a socket. stop tasing me!
We're not.
You guys are really hurting my fucking back.
Your pain in our back too, sir.
You're gonna have to go
Whoa.
first.
Look at you on my table.
This side, so. Oh man.
Gel was divided into chambers filled with gas for depth and buoyancy control. Endoceras also had numerous tentacles on the front of its body. But unlike Rhinoceros, it was a much faster predator. Its powerful beak allowed it to tear apart prey with ease, primarily hunting trilobites and giant Ordovician sea scorpions, the largest arthropod in history. One of its prey species, Chacalopterus, was itself a massive arthropod, reaching 8.2 feet in length, and yet it likely fell victim to Endoceras. With its sheer size and agility, Endoceras was one of the most dangerous predators of the Ordovician seas, dominating the waters for a long
Yeah,
time.
it's so weird to animate
250
these things.
million years later, its status as a giant cephalopod was inherited by Megateuthis, the largest known belemnite and one of the deadliest predators of its era.
Weird.
Megateuthis. It inhabited the seas that once washed the shores of modern-day Europe and Asia from the early to middle Jurassic period. Resembling modern squids, Megateuthis belonged to the same subclass but had significant differences. Instead of long tentacles, its body was supported by an internal skeleton, forming a rigid cone that provided both durability and a hydrodynamic shape. Like other giant cephalopods, Megateuthis was impressive in size. The largest specimens reached 10.2 feet, making it one of the largest belemnites in history. If it existed today, it would rank 4th among the largest cephalopods. For many marine creatures, encountering this animal was a deadly threat. Its tentacles were covered in hundreds of sharp hooks, used to capture fish and small sea animals, while its powerful beak delivered painful bites, making it a formidable predator. Tens of millions of years later, in the early Cretaceous period, evolution continued its bold experiments, producing unique giant marine creatures. A key player in this process was the Western Interior Seaway, which once divided what is now the United States and Canada, as discussed in one of our previous videos. Alongside massive predators, its waters were a setting for the evolution of other giant mollusks, such as Tusoteuthis, a member of the Encoteuthidae family. Tusoteuthis encoteuthis. Tusoteuthis was initially thought to be related to the giant squid, and later to Vamperoteuthis infinalis, the vampire squid. But modern research suggests it was more closely related to octopuses. This mollusk was an active predator, hunting fish, other cephalopods, and possibly even marine reptiles. However, Tusoteuthis itself often became prey for large predators such as carnivorous fish and Mosasauridae, the apex predators of their time. One remarkable case involves a discovery of a fossilized Cymolichthys nephalian fish, whose esophagus contained the internal skeleton of a Tusoteuthis. This suggests the fish died while attempting to swallow the mollusk tail first, ultimately choking on it. The size of Tusoteuthis was long debated. Early estimates suggested it could reach 36 feet, but modern studies indicate that it likely did not exceed 10 feet in length. Its close relative, Encoteuthis, was nearly identical in appearance, hunting strategy, and size, also reaching around 10 feet. Together, they were among the largest mollusks of their time, but they did not hold the record among ancient cephalopods. The true apex predator was Camarasaurus, the top contender for the title of a prehistoric kraken.
Stimulez votre croissance et vos revenus avec Google Ads. Touchez les clients à haut potentiel sur tout le réseau Google, Search, Shopping, YouTube et plus. Et démarrez vos campagnes au mieux. Prenez gratuitement rendez-vous avec un expert Google Ads. Commencez aujourd'hui.
Camarasaurus kraken. The alpha predator of the Ordovician period, Camarasaurus, terrorized marine life for 30 million years through sheer size alone. According to modern estimates, the largest specimens had shells reaching 36 feet in length. Since the shell accounted for 90% of the total body length, scientists suggest that the overall length of Camarasaurus could have reached 39 feet, making it the largest predator of its time. Camarasaurus belonged to the cephalopod group, which included modern octopuses, squids, and cuttlefish. This has allowed scientists to speculate about its anatomy and lifestyle. It had long tentacles growing from the base of its head, similar to cuttlefish, which it used to grasp and restrain prey. Inside its mouth was a powerful keratinized beak, capable of breaking through the shells of other orthoconic mollusks and even the exoskeletons of ancient sea scorpions. Modern cephalopods used a radula, a toothed tongue, to extract soft tissue from their prey shells, but it's unknown whether Camarasaurus had this adaptation. In addition to giant sea scorpions and other mollusks, it likely preyed on early jawless fish. In popular culture, Camarasaurus is often depicted as having poor eyesight, but this is just speculation, as no fossilized eyes have been found. However, since most cephalopods are highly visual predators, some even possessing vision superior to vertebrates, it's unlikely that Camarasaurus was an exception. Like many mollusks, it may have been capable of color vision and low-light adaptation, making it a fearsome hunter of ancient seas. These giant cephalopods, such as Camarasaurus with its elongated tubular shell, or Megateuthis resembling a massive squid, serve as striking examples of evolution's ability to produce truly colossal and terrifying creatures. The late Cretaceous period further confirmed this phenomenon as its oceans became the perfect environment for giant squids and their relatives. One of the most notable locations for such evolutionary experiments was modern-day Japan, where paleontologists discovered two fossilized beaks significantly larger than those of the colossal squid, Mesonicoteuthis, which reaches 33 to 46 feet in length. These beaks were also larger than those of the giant squid Archaeteuthis, which has a potential maximum length of 65 feet. Researchers concluded that the fossils belonged to previously unknown prehistoric species of giant squids, which they named Haberoteuthis and Yezoteuthis. Based on the size of their beaks, it's possible that these creatures may have exceeded even the largest modern cephalopods, potentially surpassing 65 feet in length. If they really existed in prehistoric oceans, they would have closely resembled the massive octopus-like monsters seen in science fiction movies. However, scientists remain cautious and avoid making final conclusions, as the only evidence of these creatures is their beaks. While the beaks clearly indicate their owners were massive, without additional fossil remains, we can only speculate on their true size. One thing is certain, these mollusks and predatory fish occupied the top tiers of their respective food chains. Yet, despite their ferocity, their era eventually ended. Because in the prehistoric oceans, there were creatures even larger and deadlier. One such beast was a giant marine predator, whose weight was comparable with that of a bus, and whose tactics resembled those of crocodiles. Except it was far deadlier than any modern reptile. Even for the largest contemporary crocodile, an encounter with this monster would have been fatal. Meet Kronosaurus, the giant pliosaur of the early Cretaceous. An extraordinarily massive and ferocious predator, it was one of the largest pliosaurs in history. The skulls of the largest specimens reached up to 8 feet in length, meaning that Kronosaurus could easily fit prey larger than humans in its jaws. Its total body length reached 33 feet, with an astonishing weight of 24,250 pounds. In terms of size, this predator resembled a modern orca, but it was still several thousand pounds heavier. The structure of its body suggests that despite its massive size, this predator was highly agile and fast. Its elongated head and short neck provided excellent mobility, while its compact, streamlined body and 4 powerful flippers allowed it to maneuver skillfully when chasing prey. Completing the set was a relatively short but functional tail. Kronosaurus was not a picky eater and likely devoured anything in its path, from fish and mollusks to large marine reptiles. Depending on the size of its prey, it used 2 different hunting techniques. Small prey that fit entirely in its mouth was crushed, torn apart, and swallowed. The structure of its teeth supports this theory. Unlike most other pliosaurs, Kronosaurus's teeth lacked serrations and the characteristic 3 facets common to its family. However, they were still formidable, some reaching up to 11.8 inches in total length, with a 4-inch crown, similar in shape to crocodile teeth. If Kronosaurus attacked larger prey, it likely employed a hunting method similar to that of modern crocodiles. It would seize its victim with powerful jaws, clamp down with immense force, and then perform a violent twisting motion to tear off chunks of flesh. For most marine creatures, seeing this predator on the horizon likely meant facing death. However, enormous size did not always equate to deadly power. More than 100 million years before Kronosaurus appeared, during the Triassic period, a giant reptile of comparable size roamed the waters of what is now Nevada and Germany. Though not as dangerous, it was unique in its own way. Enter Cymbospondylus. This giant ichthyosaur featured a vertical tail fin, a massive head, and an elongated, pointed snout. Its body was slender, and its long, flexible tail made up nearly half of its total length. Its limbs had evolved into flippers, though they primarily served for stability, while movement through the water was achieved with powerful undulating motions. This marine giant was one of the largest creatures of the Triassic, reaching lengths of 20 to 33 feet. However, despite its impressive size, it did not pose a serious threat to other marine reptiles. Its jaws were lined with teeth that were too small to kill or even properly grasp and hold on to large prey. Adult Cymbospondylus likely spent most of its time hunting in deep waters, venturing into shallower areas only for reproduction or seasonal feeding. But even without powerful jaws and long teeth, this giant likely had a few natural enemies capable of posing a serious threat to it. During the same period, another ichthyosaur species inhabited what is now the United States. Though slightly smaller than Cymbospondylus, it was a significantly more dangerous predator known as Thalatoarchon. One of the largest predatory ichthyosaurs, reaching at least 28 feet in length. Unlike Cymbospondylus, it had a massive skull, nearly twice as large in proportion to its body. Its powerful flattened teeth, featuring 2 cutting edges and measuring up to 4.7 inches long, indicate its ability to hunt large prey. This giant was one of the first marine predators capable of consuming victims comparable to its own size. Scientists believe it played the same ecological role as modern orcas, a key predator regulating the population of marine life and influencing the entire food chain. Like orcas, Thalatoarchon could hunt a wide range of prey, including other large predators, making it the apex predator of its ecosystem. Evolution granted this creature all the necessary characteristics to make it a versatile and fearsome alpha predator. However, nature sometimes takes an unconventional path, creating something truly unique and remarkable. A prime example of such an evolutionary experiment is one of the longest-necked marine reptiles in Earth's history. Introducing Styxosaurus, an extinct marine reptile from the Elasmosauridae family that lived around 80 million years ago. If you'd found yourself in the waters of the Cretaceous Ocean, the first thing you would have noticed upon encountering this creature would have been its head emerging from the depths. Nearly half of its 40-foot body consisted of an incredibly long neck. Styxosaurus had a strong, robust body, but according to paleontologists, its primary hunting tool was its long neck. It allowed the creature to strike into schools of fish with lightning speed, catching prey by surprise. According to one theory, Elasmosauridae, like Styxosaurus, would ambush their prey from below, keeping their massive bodies hidden in the murky depths so that only their small heads were visible. The hunting method made their attacks less detectable and significantly increased their chances of success. This giant possessed the thin, sharp teeth characteristic of its kind, which interlocked tightly when the jaws closed, leaving no chance for prey to escape. These teeth were perfectly adapted for gripping and holding onto prey, but were completely unsuitable for tearing or chewing food. As a result, the predator had to swallow its victims whole. Despite its astonishingly long neck, Styxosaurus was not the absolute record holder. At the same time, another predator roamed the waters of what is now Canada. Albertonectes, the recognized owner of the longest neck among all vertebrates. This extinct plesiosaur, also belonging to the Elasmosauridae family, was known not only for its record-breaking neck length, but also for its impressive overall body size. Its cervical spine, consisting of 76 vertebrae, reached a length of 23 feet, while the total body length, excluding the skull, was 37 feet. With the head included, Albertonectes' overall size was estimated to be nearly 39 feet. For hundreds of millions of years, colossal marine creatures were the norm on our planet. Even today, the oceans continue to astonish us. From the blue whale, the largest creature in Earth's history, to a record-breaking jellyfish known as Cyanea arctica. Its bell can reach 7.5 feet in diameter, while its tentacles can grow to an astonishing 120 feet. However, the problem is that jellyfish are composed almost entirely of soft tissues, meaning they're unlikely to leave behind any fossils. The same applies to octopuses, which means that if legendary krakens did exist in the past, as we mentioned earlier, we may never find definitive proof of their presence. It belonged to the genus Mosasaurus, an extinct group of giant marine reptiles, and was one of the largest representatives of its kind. Tylosaurus proriga was the most common and one of the largest species, reaching a length of 46 feet and weighing approximately 18,800 pounds. But don't be deceived by the giant size of this monster. It was a very fast and agile predator, able to hunt confidently in the dark and devour other large predators with ease. Its flexible aerodynamic body allowed Tylosaurus to reach high speeds, making it extremely difficult for the prey to escape. Its massive tail, which made up almost half its entire body length, enabled it to easily maneuver while chasing prey. With a lightweight, kinetic skull, this giant could swallow surprisingly large prey. In the stomach of the relatively small Tylosaurus napiolichus, they found teeth of the huge Hybodont Tychodus mortoni, which could reach 33 feet in length, and remains of Platycarpus planifrons, a marine lizard from the Mosasaurus family, about 14 feet in length. As you can see, Tylosaurus wasn't picky about food. It ate everything in its path. Small animals, other large predators, and even members of its own genus, the mosasaurs. The length of its skull was 4 to 5 feet on average, allowing it to bite off large chunks of prey or swallow them whole, much like modern monitor lizards. Recently, the skeleton of a small, short-necked Plesiosauria dolichoryncops, a reptile about 8 feet long, was found in the stomach of a 29-foot Tylosaurus. It's hard to imagine, but it swallowed this reptile whole, breaking a few of its bones in the process, yet not even scratching the bones with its teeth. It's likely that the animal was still alive when it ended up in the monster's stomach. As for Tylosaurus's teeth, they were extremely sturdy, flattened on the inside with a rounded outer surface, likely for holding on to slippery, agile marine creatures. The perfect killing machine, from which there was no escape. If a potential victim tried to hide in the deep where visibility was poor, Tylosaurus could easily find it there. aided by clusters of sensitive nerve endings, or perhaps even electroreceptors located on the tip of its skull, the rostrum. Some skulls have been found with a broken rostrum that had healed during the animal's lifetime, with a bony growth forming in its place, possibly caused by ramming into a rock or even intentionally headbutting prey or a rival. This species was really aggressive, as evidenced by numerous discovered signs of skeletal damage sustained as the result of battles with various predators, often including their own kind. It's believed that regular intra-species conflicts among Tylosaurus and other mosasaurs were common. Instead of hunting weaker prey, they fought each other, often wounding and eating one another, rarely surviving to old age. If the largest Tylosaurus were to swim alongside today's great white shark, it would definitely make the shark quite nervous. At 47 feet in length, it would be more than 3 times the size of the shark and 8 times as heavy. With a mouth over 5 feet long, almost half the length of the entire great white shark, this underwater monster could easily bite it in half. Tylosaurus was undoubtedly one of the most formidable predators of the western interior seaway. However, it wasn't the species ruling these ancient waters. Among its relatives in the Mosasaurus genus, another fearsome creature, M. hoffmanni, was a strong contender for the title of the largest marine reptile in Earth's history. Mosasaurus.
Pull it, click it, push it. With Tampax Compact, get up to 100% leak-free protection.
Il est 15 heures et Jérémy a accidentellement écrit à un client « Je t'aime ».
Indeed, he says.
Oops.
I can't skip the damn ads, you fucking
Pour t'aider à tenir le...
A giant whose appearance instills real terror. It was a distant relative of monitor lizards that decided the seas would be a better environment for them, and they were right. This species of Mosasaurus is the type species of its genus and belongs to the subfamily Mosasaurinae within the Mosasauridae family. Among the dozens of other mosasaurs, it stood out for its monstrous size and incredibly powerful build. This species was literally the pinnacle of evolution within its family, a perfectly balanced predator. This marine monster reached colossal proportions. One lower jawbone found in the Penza region of Russia was 5.5 feet long. There have been other jaw fragments that indicate lengths of up to 6.5 feet long. Estimates of the total length of Mosasaurus vary, averaging between 50 and 56 feet. Some researchers suggest it could have been 43 feet long, while others theorize lengths exceeding 56 feet. In any case, this mosasaur was the largest marine predator of its time and could have been larger than any other marine predator of the Cretaceous period. The weight of M. hoffmanni might range from 33,000 to 60,000 pounds. If we go by the maximum size and weight estimates, we're looking at the largest carnivorous marine reptile among hyperpredators. Compared to the great white shark, this monster was 4 times greater in length and more than 20 times heavier. The reptile's skull stood out among other mosasaurs for its sheer might. Unlike the jaws of Tylosaurus, which were extremely flexible and mobile, the jaws of this giant were less functional and likely sawed through the flesh with back and forth movements. Its deep-rooted teeth aided this process. The crowns were powerful, slightly flattened on the sides with sharp cutting edges used for crushing and slicing flesh. Still, with jaws as long as the average human height, this animal could not only saw through its prey, but also swallow enormous chunks or even consume it whole. Unlike some predators with an excellent sense of smell, such as the hammerhead shark, which can detect a few drops of blood from miles away, this underwater giant relied on its eyesight for hunting. Its large eye sockets allowed it to capture more light, resulting in far-reaching vision. However, its binocular vision was weak, only covering an angle of about 29 degrees. This predator couldn't accurately estimate the distance to its prey, but it didn't really need to. As for the lack of a strong sense of smell, there's a theory that the reason for this was its absolute dominance as a hyperpredator. Its status allowed Mosasaurus hoffmanni to feed on fresh prey and avoid scavenging, which it would have needed a strong sense of smell for. Why sniff out wounded or dead prey when evolution has given this giant everything it needed to become the best underwater predator? Its main objective was to spot the prey. It was a done deal. With a long, streamlined body, functional flippers, and a well-developed shark-like fin at the end of its tail, it was able to reach high speeds and maneuver pretty well, perhaps as effectively as its relative, the Tylosaurus. M. hoffmanni was an active apex predator. Its prey included the largest marine creatures, from giant fish, including sharks, to enormous turtles, and even its own kind. Like Tylosaurus, the Mosasaurus often engaged in deadly battles with each other, with the victor cannibalizing the loser. It's believed that this predator could also ambush its prey in deep water and was capable of long pursuits. Its endurance was top-notch, and its speed was decent too. The mosasaur swam actively using its tail. It was a warm-blooded animal with a high metabolism, meaning it was always active. Additionally, this predator could drown other marine reptiles, waiting for them to surface for air. It could also dive to considerable depths in pursuit of its prey. This monster was truly ambitious, attacking any water-dwelling creature, regardless of its size, even the largest turtle to have ever existed on Earth. It weighed no less than a modern car, 4,800 pounds, and measured 15 feet in length. Known as Archelon, this creature belonged to the extinct family Protostegidae of the Cretaceous period, closely related to modern leatherback turtles. A true giant of its kind, the span of its flippers reached 16.5 feet. When moving on land, it left tracks as big as those of a bulldozer. Its large, sturdy skull reached up to 2.2 feet in length, and it had a huge, hooked beak, similar to a bird of prey, which allowed it to easily crack mollusk shells. Its impressive size made this turtle extremely difficult to prey on. For a predator to grab it by its shell was an unrealistic task, especially since the shell was incredibly tough. If the Tylosaurus, who often used a ramming tactic, had attacked the Archelon shell, it likely would have failed. But despite having formidable defense in the form of its shell and enormous size, Archelon still fell prey to Mosasaurus hoffmanni on occasion. When it came to that underwater monster, no amount of protection or strategy could help a living creature that crossed its path. This is evidenced by fossilized remains of giant turtles showing injuries
I'm
sustained
done
in
watching this one. Let's go to the next one. I'm not watching this one at all. Angry DoorDash driver finds his
Ready to discover the secret to affordable premium smokes? Tired of spending an arm and a leg for government tax cigarettes? At Smoke.
Is there a reason why you're cutting in and out of traffic like that? I got something to do. Get out. No, get out. No. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Duh, bro. I'm calling my lawyer and he's on your ass, bro. He's on your ass, bro.
On October 12th, 2023, police conducted a traffic stop on an entitled DoorDasher recklessly cutting in and out of traffic on the highway.
Hey, grab the steering wheel. Grab the steering wheel. Sheriff's Office Deputy Tahad, is there a reason why you're cutting in and out of traffic like that?
I got something to do.
My day is more
Okay, well now I'm
important
gonna
than
need your
anyone
driver's
else's.
license, registration, proof of insurance. You're now going, that's gonna have to wait now.
I'm just saying, I gotta deliver.
Sir, I'm asking you for your driver's license, registration, proof of
Obviously,
insurance.
that's what I was looking for. Why do you think I was doing
Sir,
it?
then continue to do that, please.
You know what? I can't find her.
Well, that's a problem.
That's your problem. Go white it up. Go do something then. By the time you come back, I'll have it.
Go do something, man.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, my job's more important than you. I'm a DoorDash driver. Don't you know how important I am? I've got to make $6 delivering this.
He's refusing to lower the window. This is a rental vehicle, so I cannot identify him. I don't need traffic for now. I'm holding for my 94. I'm 10-4. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Bro,
get out!
Bro,
get out!
You just,
Get out!
Bro, I'm talking. Bro, stop! Stop! Bro, stop! Stop! Bro, stop!
Put your hands behind your back! Hands behind your back! Hands behind your back! Hands behind your back!
Bro, I'm over here looking for my... Oh my God! Sorry. Bro, I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed.
You're under arrest now.
I'm not restraining. Bro, chill. Bro, chill. Bro! Bro!
Don't move.
Oh my God!
Don't move. Don't move. Don't move.
He's like,
bro, stop. Bro,
goes
stop.
limp.
Bro,
turn over.
Bro,
Turn over.
Turn over. Can you ask? Hold on, bro.
Turn over.
Bro, I'm like, come on, can I do this?
No. All right. Stay like that.
I don't have anything. I'm looking for my wallet.
You're under arrest.
Why?
Obstruction, resisting.
I
Trying to
wasn't
identify
trying to
yourself.
resist him. I was...
Turn around.
Oh my God, bro. I'm not like, bro.
Turn around.
Can we talk about this?
No.
All right. Damn.
Stay down.
I'm done. I'm done, bro. I'm done.
You are done.
Damn, bro. This is not... I have nothing. I'm actually just trying to deliver an order.
Listen,
bro.
I'm going to check your pockets.
Bro, you can go ahead, bro. I have nothing. Dang, bro. I'm literally looking for my wallet, bro. This is sad, bro. Wow.
I'm going to ask you to get out here.
You didn't ask me to get out. You just kept knocking on my
I'm going
window.
to ask you to get up and you're going to go to the back of my vehicle. Ready?
All right.
All right.
Bro, can you
sit
get
down,
my
sit down.
phone, bro?
Sit down.
Damn, that's some dirty ass shit, bro.
Stand up.
Damn, that's some dirty ass shit. Can I get my phone, dog? Damn, oh my gosh, oh my God. Thank you, Mr. Fritz. I'm calling Mr. Fritz. Yo.
Have a seat.
Yeah, I will. I can't fit in here, bro.
Too bad.
All right.
I have reckless. He pulls over here. It's a rental. I ask him for identification. He just like blah, 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 blah. He laughs, puts the window up. So he puts the window up. Once Bernardo gets here, I open up the door because he won't talk to me. He yanks it back. I yank it towards me. And out he goes. Did we run him at all? No, it's a rental. No, he didn't. No, not yet. Okay. But he sound like he maybe a 20 or something.
He's laughing at me. I don't know what he's looking for, but I'll find out. I'm gonna see if I find his wallet. Bro, I can't breathe. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, I can't breathe in here. I can't breathe in here, bro. I can't breathe in here. I'm being honest with you. I can't breathe. I can't right now, bro. I can't, bro. Stop screaming. I can't. Oh! Oh! Oh, I'm gonna tell on your ass. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna tell on your
Oh
ass.
shit. Oh shit, this how I'm finna get rich. Oh shit, this how I'm finna get rich. Bro, this nigga just pushed me, bro. That's so disrespectful, bro. These niggas just threw me on the floor, bro. This is why. Bro, yo little bitch ass nigga. Now I'm finna give your ass the hardest time, nigga. Get that shit out the mud, nigga. Dumbass nigga. Yeah, cause you know I'm annoying your little bitch ass and you can't do shit. You wanna whoop my ass. Just like how you tried to wrestle me to the floor. You soft as hell.
What the fuck? What a loser. Three of his family members were killed in the Vancouver festival
We
attack.
were hoping that at least like there were some survivors, but the entire family just passed away. My brother, my sister-in-law, and my niece were all at the event, and tragically, they all passed away and are deceased. I found out that my brother actually texted his son Andy at 8:06. Saying that they were leaving the festival, so don't come over because it's over, and they were just walking home, and they only live a couple blocks away. And then we didn't hear anything from them afterwards, so that's when shock kicked in. And then when we reached out to the VPD, they set up a victim service at Douglas Park, and then we found it the following day. We were notified that my brother died the following day, like at 7 o'clock in the morning, I think, because he died on the scene. And then after my niece was transported to Cheon's Hospital, and then my sister-in-law was transferred to VGH, they both passed away, and we were informed that evening. We're just one of many, many families that are going through this experience, and it's a senseless violence to innocent people, and as a society, we have to be better.
How is Andy dying? You've talked about him. He sounds like a very mature 16-year-old.
EBDB.
Oh, you hit my face!
Get on your face! Get on your face! Hold on. What's wrong?
Some criminals know how to stay under the radar and out of jail. In today's video, we're going to show you 6 examples of people who didn't, because when cops searched their home, they captured something horrifying. $1 Million Bust. We begin on February 14th, 2024, when officers in Albuquerque, New Mexico spotted a vehicle registered to a wanted felon parked at a hotel. The female owner, identified as Marina, was wanted for armed robbery, so the officers seized their opportunity to make an arrest. What the officers didn't expect was what and who they'd find in her room, and the dangerous foot chase that would ensue.
Hi, Marina.
Hey.
I'm Officer Coronado. I need you to step out right now.
Okay.
So right now you're showing that you have a felony warrant.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So right now you're being detained, okay?
This cop is smiling as he's putting fucking handcuffs on this girl.
Right now you're being detained, okay?
You're being detained right now.
I'll just confirm the warrant. If it confirms, you're gonna get booked for it. If it doesn't, I'll release you. You can go back to doing whatever you're doing, alright?
Can you keep the dog inside?
She needs shirt stuff.
Will you give me a shirt, please? Or a sweater? I have a sweater right there.
Who's this guy?
He's just my friend.
Friend.
Yeah. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. He's not.
Okay, but the way he's acting.
At this point, I see that over there. I mean, I have paraphernalia.
Yeah,
That's why I'm just
I know, but with the way he's acting, we're gonna.
Can we please? I stepped out.
No, I got you. It's just. At this point, we see the paraphernalia, so he has to be ID'd as well.
Okay, but like.
First. I'm just trying to get you covered up, and this is all knotted up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was getting.
You're good.
Okay, right now you're being detained. The reason you're being detained is for drug paraphernalia, okay? So you have to ID yourself. If you cannot ID yourself, you're going to be placed under arrest. We're going to ID
I just don't want to make it worse.
Step out. See the gun.
Hey, but
Step out.
Step out, dude.
There's a gun. I do not feel safe with you in there.
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to find my person. I did not know where to go until BetterHelp came in and helped.
You're not free to leave.
Baker 433 foot chase. Vanilla University. West End. Get on the ground now! Southbound University. Black shirt, yellow design, dark medium, black shade.
The officers believed they had him boxed in, so they armed themselves and made their move.
Go, go, get out of there. Shouldn't it be this dumpster?
I was making out that he's gonna make a try to check the back. And he was
going. Should we push up to this car right here and we can just yell at him?
Yeah.
Oof. Where's he in the dumpster? That's Albuquerque police! I got commands. Face away from me, bro! You are detained, you're not free to leave! You attempt to fight a flee, force me against you! Stop! Grab the top of your shirt, spin in a circle, do it now! Grab the top of your shirt, bro. Pull up, pull up. I want to see your waist. Spin. You don't have to do that. Okay. Drop down to one knee for me, bro. Drop down to the other knee. Put on your shirt real quick. Keep your hands up, though. You got cuffs? Yeah. Where's your fingers? Are you injured, sir? Where are you injured? Your knee? One to two. Connect here. Nice. Anything that's gonna poke with your stabbing? Anybody else over there?
The suspect protested the arrest, saying that he couldn't flee since he wasn't a suspect in any crime. He eventually identified himself as Xavier Garcia, and the officers soon found out why he ran. There were over $1 million worth of drugs and nearly $50,000 in the hotel room.
I don't want to ask no questions, just I'm being detained.
Okay, so listen.
Right now you're under arrest. For what?
Resisting and evading.
Resisting and evading?
Uh-huh.
I never did anything wrong. I never did anything wrong
Xavier.
to be detained.
Talk about that?
Alright, we'll fight that in court. We'll take that shit to trial. I'm not supposed to be in trial. Okay, well, get that shit taken care of, and then I'll see you in court.
Xavier.
Who's in charge of the report? You or who's in charge?
We're all gonna have to do reports, Xavier,
Okay.
but listen to me. If you don't give us your name, we either take you to get fingerprinted. If you've been to NBC before, we'll find out that way. But
Why'd you do it that way?
You're gonna get extra charges, bro, because we add an extra charge.
For what?
Concealing identity.
I'm not concealing no identity. Right here, right now. At first, I was not doing a single thing for you guys to question me for anything that's going on. You guys stepped into my room. I asked to be stepped out. This guy stepped his foot in my way. He was in my way. I was in his way. He was in my way. He's harassing me, bro.
You're placing yourself there. I wasn't there. Okay, stop. Give me your name and date of birth, and then if you want.
I wasn't placing myself nowhere, bro.
Xavier, listen, man. We're not even questioning you about what was going on before. Concealing identity is a whole separate charge. So if you're not,
my name is Xavier Garcia. I already told you guys this. I told the officer over there. So what is the problem?
Xavier, what's your date of birth?
I didn't commit no crime. So why am I being detained right now?
What is your date of birth?
Resisting? What am I resisting? If I was under arrest, what did I do to be detained to begin with?
Those officers were contacting you for whatever reason they were contacting.
They were harassing me. They stepped foot in my door. They stepped in foot in my door. We'll talk with my lawyer. We'll talk to my lawyer. We'll see. Who's harassing who? We'll see. Who's harassing who?
You should be in handcuffs longer.
All right. I already told you my name. Xavier Garcia.
Okay, what you did?
All right. So here's the thing in question.
Cool. I'll get out of here. Looks like a flash. Well, who's to say it's real? But I definitely want it staying around here. So basically, he's like, hey, let's check this kind of robbery 29 here. So I go in, automatically see like this here and this here. Dude keeps trying to get me out of the room.
Just an NFT?
Yeah, it looks like some kind of NFT or flash.
I don't know, man.
But that's the thing. It's still gonna be 59. They're not gonna let you touch that.
It's right next to a bunch of coke too. See this bag here? Alright, cool.
Alright, just to not get yourself in trouble.
Yep.
Like,
I'm getting out of here.
DOD.
He was charged with trafficking controlled substances. The suspect in our next case was wanted on several outstanding warrants, and she had a plan to escape capture. Let's find out if it worked. Closet capture. In Ohio on March 13th, 2021, officers were dispatched to serve an arrest warrant on a young woman wanted for multiple crimes. When the officers explained why they were at the home, the suspect took the opportunity to try and execute her insane escape plan.
Where are your granddaughters at?
She's upstairs.
Okay. Are you here by yourself?
Yeah.
Where's James at?
He went to go get a car.
Send me a call, please, for just suspicious person.
So I'm going to jail.
What?
I'm going to.
Well, you have 4 warrants. Okay. So, do we have anybody that can take care of your kids? I've had you for a while.
Huh?
You have anybody that can come take care of your kids? Do what? I don't know. You got 4 active warrants. Can you put your hands up for me real quick? Well, I gotta follow you up there because you have active warrants.
Well, I can't go upstairs because I'm getting dressed.
Okay, well I'm going upstairs because you have active warrants.
Well, I'm not leaving.
So right now you're under arrest. Okay, so I have to follow you upstairs.
Look at
I'm
this
not
specimen.
I'm just going upstairs just for a
Well, I gotta follow you so you don't get any, so you don't get any weapons. That makes
I don't have any weapons.
I'm not
I swear
saying
to
you
God I
do.
don't.
I'm not saying you do. All right.
But I just need to go upstairs for 1 second just to change my clothes.
But I need to follow you upstairs. I'm not going to go in the room while you change clothes. I gotta follow you for safety. Yes.
Bitch, I'm empty.
I'm going in my bedroom. And then I'll be out.
Well, hold your tail all up like that. I thought you liked it. Like that? You wanna lay down?
The suspect was gone, and the officer had to resort to plan B and take the chase to the streets, but her plan
so
wasn't as
grumpy.
smart as she may have thought.
Why you so grumpy?
Can you pull the hard copies on Misty?
Get off my table.
That course is going out the window. Over there. She's in the alley.
He's such a cute baby. He's mad at me, I think.
I don't know where she went. I think she went back inside. I think she went back inside. Misty, come back down here. Hold on. Get on.
I'm not.
Come out of there.
I didn't. Oh, you hit my face.
Get on. What? Yeah, we're upstairs. She was hiding in this little closet here. Come on, Misty.
Bitten by a dog, the simple arrest turned into an even bigger nightmare for everyone involved.
Barely, but it got me. Okay, the one in here.
Stop! I know, he's gonna.
I
know.
I don't bite snake, everyone will have trouble.
Do with him, because he will.
Well, leave him. Well, actually, we need to find somewhere to put that dog. 'Cause if I get bit again, we're going to have a lot of trouble.
No, but like, it's like a bathroom. Okay.
No, it's not. Then why'd you run then?
Because you scared me.
Because I scared you. Outstanding.
Look it up.
Why?
Because I can't.
Okay.
See anything?
No, it's right there. Right there where bit it. Right there. If you can see the.
Oh, I'm sniffing you.
Yeah.
Is there a victim up here?
Right here.
That's not a dog you put up. Yeah, that one's.
That's not the one that bit me. So that's
fluffy one that bit. Uh-oh. The dog's right here. Back down there.
that one's ground. It hit her head. Yeah. Yeah.
What are you doing?
I can't. Really, I'm dizzy.
We're good. You guys want
Can you help me?
step downstairs for a second?
Yeah. Is she in trouble?
She kind of ran from us and stuff.
Yeah, she jumped out the window on us.
Yeah.
Misty claimed she wasn't walking out of the house under her own power, and the officers had news for her.
Look it up.
Up, up. Stand up here. Don't get her involved in your shenanigans.
That's what I'm doing. Write that down. I'm gonna tack it on.
Don't get her involved in shenanigans.
I can't.
No one helped you but yourself here.
So what's your actual name?
Decided to
Are you giving
run.
us a fake name or a real name?
You got her 21?
Yeah, she's got it. Was this the car complaint?
Well, this is the address of the car complaint. I just sort of showed up and she hanging out the window. Yeah.
Why? It's sitting on the street.
It's parked in the yellow.
Yeah, throw up. I do it in the grass, dog. Be very quiet, you did. Let's see what the floor.
MISTY.
That's blue. That's blue. What's he swallowing? Oh. Well, either Freezy Pops or something coated with blue. Firecracker popsicles, right? What do they call them? Hey, we're on the floor. We're more than halfway there.
Officer conversation. So you guys been doing something for my dog bite here?
Oh my God. You got bit by that dog?
Yeah, the dog tried to bite me. No, that little yapper dog bit me. I was trying to grab you out, trying to grab you from out of the window.
The pet was going to get a piece of me, though. Yeah. Well, she didn't like me. She didn't like us.
She didn't like the fact that I tried to grab you out of that window when you tried to run from me.
I'm sorry.
Well, now you get another charge, so congratulations. No, you're not getting a summons. You're going to jail if you get treated.
Yeah.
You ain't getting a summons, that's for sure. I got bit by a dog. You definitely ain't getting a summons.
Misty was charged with battery against an officer, fleeing and eluding, and resisting arrest. Up next, officers confirm the worst possible outcome for the family of a young mother. Deadly end. In Columbus, Ohio, the family of 19-year-old Jasmine Chester placed a call to an emergency operator in May of 2022 after they hadn't heard from the young mother in more than a week, and she didn't show up to pick up her children. When officers arrived at her apartment, their worst fears were confirmed, and their investigation turned into a hunt for a killer.
Jasmine something, 53130.
Yeah, the last time she was heard from was a week ago on the 19th. She had sent an Instagram photo with her and a girl that she used to be friends with, and I guess a year ago this friend of hers threatened to kill her with a gun. Actually it's right here. So she said to look around, see if we find anything. Says she might be dead inside because the rumor is that she got shot and killed in here.
I want some cheese.
Hey Lisa, we have a bullet hole in the bathroom window, and
Person in the bed that's not responding.
and there's a person that's laying in the bed that's not responding.
Here's a strike. Kato.
Hey, yeah, sorry. You messaged me in stream
we
while I
have a
was
bullet
drawing
hole
for a
in the
bit,
bathroom
and I look
window.
up like 10 minutes later and I got like 2 messages from you, and I'm like, why isn't my Twitch? It makes a noise the first time you
104.
message, but it doesn't make any noises after.
Is there somebody who can respond to this location with a breach kit?
As the officers made their way to Jasmine's apartment, it was clear her family's concerns were valid, and they wasted no time entering her suite. They found Jasmine deceased.
All right, thank you. You guys hear
What? You got what?
Sounds good.
I mean, it's not exigent, right?
No. I mean, anyway, she said that the family knows that the girl that she was with on the 19th does there now. She said the last time they heard from her was the 19th from that Facebook post or Instagram post or whatever. And
Columbus Police! Police Department, make yourself known!
Let me give it a boot. Columbus Police! Police Department, make yourself known! You got the kitchen on your cover wall.
Alright. Clear?
Alright.
Go ahead. I got your left.
Yeah, she's 1018.
Okay.
You just want to work the rest of the apartment?
Yeah, there's a couple bullet holes in them.
I'm your cover long. Columbus Police!
Yeah, 104, 101, 190, 9102.
105, 42 Victor, we'll head that way.
Copy.
Let's just back out and hold it.
What? 17 is going to be across the southern one. We're right at the
It's messed up. Do we have any kind of...
98 on person drug landing capacity.
I was seeing casings, these bullet holes. Looks like right there in the tile and then glass.
Let's get out.
Department 9.
Blue! Blue!
Being a crime scene, the officers knew better than to linger in the apartment, and they focused on locating a potential suspect.
Just gotta hold this until we get it pronounced, and then we're gonna have to get homicide out here.
Lisa's on her way out. Lisa Moody's on her way out.
Okay. Anything in the hallway? Check the hallway.
No, this happened, she thinks, a week ago. Just, yeah, I mean, I'll check.
How long is the surrounding area? Assuming you don't get
Yeah. There's no reason for us to be in here except for fire and pronounced, so we're just gonna hold it from...
You guys need tape or anything?
Joe's getting up, bedroom to the right. Yeah, if we can get some tape inside just to keep people from moving through here.
Yeah.
But it's a stale scene. She's been here a minute.
You didn't call this episode, maybe?
Family.
Family. So I called Mindy before I came out here and took a run. She said that a week ago, the victim was on Instagram and sent a picture of her inside of her apartment with a girl that she's no longer friends with. And a year ago, the girl threatened the girl with a gun. She said there was a report about it or something like that. They said on the 20th, she did not.
There's nothing in here for us. I'm just going to hold it until the detective gets out here and decides what they...
She said on the 20th, victim was supposed to come pick up her kid in Cleveland. Never showed up, which is not like her. And so they've been calling for 34Cs, and people are not here to check. Yeah. Just for stuff that the doors are stinking.
No, somebody cranked the air conditioning.
Yeah,
But
it's like 62.
So like 28?
old,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or a 3-bullet 47.
In a different room.
Okay.
She said there's a report about it or something like that. They said on the 20th, she did not.
There's nothing in here for us. I'm just going to hold it until the detective gets out here and decides what they...
She said on the 20th, victim was supposed to come pick up her kid in Cleveland, never showed up, which is not like her. And so they've been calling for 34Cs, and people have been out here to check.
Yeah.
This was stuffed in her door. No, I
somebody
agree.
cranked the air conditioning.
Yeah, it's like 62.
So 28?
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Or a 3-bullet 47.
In a different room.
Okay.
It's just the bullet holes are in the bathroom and she's laying in bed. And she's got like, it looks like she was shot through the face.
Okay.
Yeah, we peeked, but if it's not super evident there's a scene.
The first officer at the scene gave his report of what he saw in the apartment as investigators arrived at the scene.
They don't look big. They got kid toys and...
looks like they moved her into a bed. It's like she got shot and then they put her in bed and like pulled the sheets up on her and then turned the AC way down. Weird. There's bullet strikes going through those. I don't know. I am not going in there.
It's
I'm
better
not.
from Ewu. Uh-oh.
Here's how to get exactly what you're craving delivered in 4 easy steps with Uber Eats. Step 1. Pick from hundreds of restaurants in your...
The City of Groton Police Department, along with myself, wish to express our sincere condolences to the family of Suzanne Wormser, who was a victim of this heinous incident and did not deserve to lose her life at the hands of the suspect.
As panic over a possible New England serial killer hits a fever pitch, police in Groton, Connecticut say they've solved one case, and it's far more personal than any social media rumor. But does this finally shut down the online hysteria? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to sit down with a Rhode Island police sergeant who's been wrapped up in all of this, actually investigated one key piece of this puzzle, and we are going to try to make sense of everything that is going on. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Now, I said we were going to follow this story, and we certainly are, because what happened? We covered it last time. There's been some updates. For weeks, the discovery of human remains across New England has sparked panic online. At least 8 bodies. That number's interesting. We'll talk about it. But at least 8 bodies, maybe 7, have been found scattered across Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Some Facebook groups are even speculating about a serial killer on the loose. But in Groton, Connecticut, police were quietly piecing together what they say is a far more personal tragedy. The brutal murder of 58-year-old Suzanne Wormser, allegedly at the hands of a man she once lived with. On April 25th, police announced the arrest of 68-year-old Donald Koffel, charging him with Wormser's murder, tampering with evidence, improper disposal of a body. And those gruesome details that were outlined in an arrest warrant obtained by Law and Crime, they reveal an alleged calculated and horrifying crime. And we're going to get into those details a little bit later. But with one suspect in custody, the bigger question now lingers. Does this officially shut down the rampant speculation about a New England serial killer? Does that put to rest all of these rumors? Maybe, maybe not. Groton police insist their case is closed. Wormser's death was a targeted crime, they say, not the work of a shadowy predator. Yet multiple other bodies have turned up across the region since March, with each discovery fueling social media questions, true crime speculation, panic theories about a killer or killers. And despite the online speculation, law enforcement agencies across New England, they're adamant there is no evidence connecting these cases. And that's according to reporters for Rolling Stone magazine who contacted departments in all affected jurisdictions, receiving consistent denials of any connection between the deaths, except for the Rhode Island State Police, which it appears didn't respond to the request for comment. Norwalk Chief of Police James Walsh told the Rolling Stone there is no evidence to support the fact that any death investigation of Norwalk is related to a serial killer. In New Haven, Connecticut, where 60-year-old Denise Leary's remains were found in some brush behind a home, police emphasized that there were no signs of foul play, saying there's no indication that the woman's remains found in New Haven are the result of a homicide. Denise Leary was suffering from some mental health diagnosis, and her remains were found near where she lived. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner performed an autopsy and was unable to establish an exact cause of death. The Town of Groton Police Chief Louis Uzzaro directly addressed the social media frenzy, saying there's multiple agencies investigating different parts of this. What I can tell you is there's been multiple incidents, including some that we've investigated involving missing people, that folks on social media seem to perceive as a serial killer. I can tell you we don't have any evidence of that. Regarding the Wormser case specifically, the City of Groton Chief David Burton had this to say.
So we have databases that the state agencies as well as ourselves participate in. Those databases did not result in any information coming back to us to say that anything was related. In addition, we monitor the same sources as everybody else does in the community. When individuals provide information from out of state, and we can contact those police departments, we reach out and talk to their investigators to find out if there's any link. We have no information that links our incident to anything else that took place within the state or outside in the surrounding area.
But the rumors of a serial killer truly reached a fever pitch when an anonymous post in a Facebook group, originally named New England Serial Killer, claimed that bodies were buried at Scarborough Beach in Narragansett, Rhode Island, sparking police efforts to search the area with cadaver dogs. That page, which has apparently since lost its name for an unknown reason, according to a post from the group's administrator, has garnered more than 67,000 members. And that is what brings me now to bring on our special guest, the sergeant himself who investigated these claims, Sergeant Brent Husman of the Narragansett Police. Thank you so much for coming on. Really good seeing you. Appreciate you taking the time and also the great work that you and your team do. So,
see you one Sunday, we meet those boys. You the man round here like I own this joint. Run that game in the front that the bus won't chomp that five. You hush my bus. Play your role, we might bike up. Always told no, they ain't like us.
but let's start here. What did Narragansett Police find, and how did they come to begin this investigation?
What we found was nothing. If you want the too long didn't read, that is what we got from where we searched. But now, let's backtrack to how we got the case. Over the Easter weekend on the 19th, we were contacted by multiple people via email, phone call, Facebook on its messenger. We were advised of some ominous posts in this New England Serial Killer Facebook group and their sister Facebook group. They were all anonymous, and they were definitely eerie, almost poetic-like, and they alluded to bodies being buried at the northern part of Scarborough Beach, which is known as Black Point. There are ruins of a carriage house from the Gilded Age there, known as the Windswept Ruins. And there are alleged to be 6 bodies buried vertically facing the water, and it was definitely ominous. It was worrisome for multiple people. Dozens contacted us over the weekend. So on Monday, when our unit came in, we hit the ground running. We contacted the administrator of the Facebook post. We received screenshots of every post, some of which were deleted at the time, but she already had screenshots. And we began to kind of piece it together, read it over, and see really what we were dealing with here. As you know, anonymous Facebook posts are never really anonymous. The group admin could see the name of who posted it, and it appeared to be more of a basic account with no personal information, what some refer to as a troll account or a burner account. And in the comments section of some of these posts and other people's posts, he basically told them we were, there's no crime explicitly stated. I'm being metaphorical. I'm a storyteller. He alluded to working on a novel, but the people in the group would not have known that because it was an anonymous original post. So Monday we hit the ground running. We did a quick search of the area that day. It is a large area, where being beach, trails, and woods. So we felt it would be best to get cadaver dogs to search the area as well. So we coordinated with the Rhode Island State Police for a Wednesday search of the area. I had my 3 detectives go down with their 2 dogs. They independently searched the area one by one. They came to the conclusion that there was no indication from either of the canines of any remains in the area. But so what we basically had was maybe a half cockeyed confession, but with no bodies. So we didn't believe it was credible information, but it was definitely worrisome, and there was a lot of community concern about this. To have potentially 6 bodies buried in town would be a shocking, horrifying discovery. So it's something we wanted to get out there and kind of make sure it wasn't anything. I'd rather do something and go over the board with the search than not do enough and it be something.
Well, I'll tell you, if it wasn't clear by now from a lot of the stories we cover, I think it's fair to say that crime is rampant right now. And group administrator, anybody from that group, do they face any kind of liability right now? Are they being investigated for how these rumors spread or anything like that?
As of right now, we're not looking for any charges. Nothing is pending. The group administrator herself is very vested and emotionally tied to this. She has a deep passion for it, and she was very helpful.
Okay, good. That's good to know. So let me ask you the general question now. What is your response to this ongoing public concern about a potential serial killer in New England because it just doesn't hit, Rhode Island. It hits other states. Do you see there could be something here? Do you see a pattern that would support any of these fears?
So first thing, this has definitely hit a fever pitch. Everyone that I know has basically asked me, is there a serial killer? Anyone that I have seen in the public, a lot of people are concerned. It has definitely hit a fever pitch, almost hysteria-like with a lot of people, especially locally. We are a tight-knit community here. As of right now, I have not worked any of the other cases. I have not seen the case files. Only as of recently, some of the cause of death and manner of death were released. So looking at what I have right now, I do not believe there is a serial killer. Unfortunately, addiction runs rampant with some of these bodies that you do find out in the wilderness, by the woods, trails, water. Homeless people do tend to live in these types of areas, and unfortunately, self-harm is still a large problem in our community. The other aspect of it, the arrest was made in Groton. Another thing with homicides, it's mostly people that you are known to you. It's domestic related, it's business partners, it's people that are acquaintances. So, and that's what it looks like in the Groton. It was an ex-roommate. But as of right now, without looking at each individual case file, I cannot say that there is a serial killer or any links between any of those other cases. But it's something we did explore for us, but that's where we're at right now with that.
Let me explain to our audience what we're talking about here. So I mentioned earlier that while Groton police were able to put a cap on that investigation, there are other jurisdictions that are still investigating what happened to these other people. We did a full breakdown in a previous episode of Sidebar, so I encourage everybody to check that out. But just to kind of give a quick recap, March began with two grim findings on the 6th. 35-year-old New Yorker Paige Fannon's body in Norwalk River, Connecticut, and an unidentified human skull discovered the same day. 13 days later, March 19th, Suzanne Wormser's remains were found in a suitcase near a Groton cemetery 80 miles east of Norwalk. Then the discoveries accelerated. March 20th, 59-year-old Denise Leary's remains were found in a wooded area behind a house in New Haven, Connecticut. March 26th, a 56-year-old woman was found in the woods of Foster, Rhode Island, 8 months after she went missing, but we're choosing not to name her because it's our understanding her family believes that that case is not connected to any kind of serial killer theory. April brought more questions. On April 9th, unidentified remains were found in Hillingly, Connecticut. April 10th, more unknown remains turned up in Framingham, Massachusetts. And most recently, on the 22nd, a woman was found dead near a Springfield, Massachusetts bike path. Police identified her as 45-year-old Megan Meredith, and police are investigating her death as a homicide, but Springfield Police's homicide unit called it an isolated incident. So, Sergeant, from a law enforcement perspective, if this was a serial killer, and there was at least a concern about a serial killer, what would you be expecting to see more of? What would be the pattern that you might, even though I know you haven't had a chance to look at these individual cases, but you're reading the reports, you're seeing the reporting on this, you're being asked questions about it. If there was a serial killer, what specific criteria would you be looking at? What kind of pattern would you be looking at to make this more of a legitimate theory?
I would be looking at the MO, what it is, the manner of which, when I speak of manner of death, that would be homicide, suicide, accidental, natural, or undetermined. So I would be looking at if they were a homicide. So I'd rule out the rest. I'd rule out self-harm, I'd rule out natural causes, and I'd rule out, and then I would stick with homicide at that point. We would then look at the cause of death. If it's the same type of weapon, same situation, same type of victim, such as someone that might possibly be a sex worker or homeless, someone that might not know their attacker, their accuser. So we rule out things like domestic situations, ex-boyfriends, girlfriends, ex-spouses. Well, we would have to really rely on the medical examiner's office to provide us the forensic pathology, give us the manner of death, and then the cause of death. Some of the cases you've referenced, they were basically just bones. They didn't have anything. One was just, I believe, a partial skull. And that presents a lot of other issues when you don't have maybe an exact manner or cause of death. You just have a skull, and that is it. But once again, without looking at all those case files and reading the reports, it is hard to make a kind of it is hard to make a 100% yes or no what this is or what this isn't. But as we do know, serial killers are quite rare, and most homicides are conducted by someone that is known to you, whether it be domestic or some other form of arrangement.
Well, I wonder if people look at this and say, if there really was a serial killer, how much would the police department and the various agencies, how much would they reveal to the public? If they say, yes, we do suspect this could be all connected and there is a serial killer, the fear that that would generate, I mean, it's already people are a little bit on edge. How do you balance that? What do you reveal?
That is a great question. You have to balance public safety with the privacy of the families and the investigation. Active investigations the cards need to be held close to our chest at some point. We can't reveal too much. But you would have to balance public safety, and that's kind of where we were with this. We wanted to get it out that we believe this will be a hoax, that there was no bodies found in town. We wanted to kind of nip that in the bud before it spread to something even further. Sometimes with the investigations, you can't release a lot of information, whether that be it is an active investigation, it's unknown, we're pending results, toxicology, forensic pathology results. So when you have that, not a lot of information out, it kind of creates a vacuum for these rumors to swell. And that's where you see the online chat, the banter going back and forth, and that's where the rumors kind of really take over, and that's how we get to a fever pitch like this. Unfortunately, but when you have active investigations, sometimes you can't release certain information yet because you either don't have it or it's too pertinent to the investigation to release publicly. But you do have to balance the interest of public safety if you believe there is someone actively out in your community versus the privacy and the sanctity of the investigation.
And you wonder whether the arrest here would weaken the possibility of a serial killer behind this. I mean, we talked about the individual circumstances, unidentified remains, different ways people were found. And I actually want to go back to this. I want to go back to the arrest that rocked Groton, Connecticut, and now has put a new kind of a new factor to consider in all of this. So 68-year-old Donald Koffel now stands accused of murdering his roommate Suzanne Wormser, whose dismembered remains were found, police say, just 800 feet from their shared apartment. And the City of Groton chief, David Burton, broke down the apparent timeline of events to the media.
Both the victim and the suspect knew each other, and this was a targeted event. Let's go over a timeline. On 3/19/25, we responded to a crime scene at Colonel Ledyard Cemetery where the victim was located. Detectives then began talking with neighbors in the area and checking for video coverage, which could assist in uncovering what had happened along with establishing a timeline. Additionally, follow-up was performed and on leads that were received via the department's social media page, as well as calls placed to the department by community members. This included contacting other police departments in surrounding states to research whether or not the reported incidents were related. On 4/11/25, a tip line was established, which began to receive additional information. And on 4/16/25, a tip received from a concerned citizen provided a possible victim identification and led us to Allen Street. On 4/17/25, the Allen Street residence was searched and another crime scene was discovered and processed. This resulted in the initial identity of a suspect who was interviewed at that time as a person of interest. On 4/18, with the initial testing completed, the two crime scenes were connected. On 4/22/25, the suspect was interviewed for a second time, and on the same day, a witness came forward with specific details about the crime as told to them by the suspect. And on 4/23/25, the suspect was interviewed for a third time, and at that time confessed to the murder, providing details that matched the scene documentation as well as evidence collected by the investigators.
Now, these chilling details from the arrest warrant reveal an alleged calculated killing and disturbing cover-up. March 19th, a witness reported a foul-smelling black suitcase near Colonel Ledyard Cemetery. Police made a horrific discovery. The warrant reads, officers manipulated the suitcase to expose the content and discovered it was a female human torso that had been wrapped in a black trash bag. Investigators reviewed traffic camera footage to determine the suitcase appeared there between February 13th and 18th, 2025, but the breakthrough came on April 16th, when Wormser's sister called the FBI tip line after recognizing the victim's description. So police did a welfare check at Wormser's apartment. They didn't find her. And the property manager revealed that Donald Koffel, Wormser's live-in companion, had been the apartment's sole occupant before being hospitalized. So what police discovered during their April 17th search was nothing short of chilling. Their search led them to a baseball bat, and according to the warrant, at the end of the bat, investigators noticed what appeared to be a dried blood-like substance and brown hair strands that were struck to the end of it. Investigators noticed the arm of the sofa bed in the middle of the living room had significant discoloration that appeared to be dried blood-like substance. And the case took a dramatic turn when a friend of Koffel's came forward with disturbing information. According to the arrest warrant, witness 2 said at some point Koffel went to the hospital, and when he came back, Koffel told him his crack cocaine was missing and it was worth $200. Witness 2 said Koffel told him the female resident of apartment 161 stole his crack and that he was going to kill her. Witness 2 said about a month or two later, Koffel came back to his house and told him they were not going to see the lady again and that she was gone. So confronted with DNA evidence and the witness account during questioning, Koffel's denials crumbled. And he eventually apparently confessed. He allegedly told police, all right, man, I did it. I hit her in the head with a bleeping baseball bat and it cracked her bleeping head open. He also told police he kept her body in the apartment for a little over a week before dismembering her and disposing of her remains. He was arrested, charged with murder, tampering with evidence, improper disposal of a body. He's looking at life in prison if convicted. Sergeant, I know this is a factor in this case, and I kind of laid it all out. What do you make of this development? And again, I think it goes to, you said before how some of these crimes are personal and they know the perpetrator, but just your overall thoughts on this and the details of this alleged crime.
It is a disturbing case, and it does draw attention to the fact that domestic violence is so prevalent and it's such a major concern. When people are close to you, those can kind of be the most violent situations that we walk into as police officers, and that definitely proved its head reading the arrest warrant from Groton Police. It definitely draws attention, I would say, away from the serial killer aspect. It makes it much more personal and personally much more concerning when it is someone that you share a room with, you share a life with.
And just final thoughts, what would you advise everybody who's looking into this? We're going to stay on top of it as well, but what would you advise everybody who's trying to find some answers as to a possible connection or just the circumstances behind the deaths of these individuals?
I think it's very important that we remember each individual body that is found was a person. They have parents, they have loved ones, they might have children, coworkers, neighbors, people that care about them. So never remove the personal aspect from these cases. Each person was an individual, and we have to remember them and their life. So remember that when you're posting online, when you're talking about it, you are talking about someone's family, and their family might be reading these posts, concerned, following up. Hopefully we are starting to quell the public fear of a serial killer, because it is, as you said, reached a fever pitch. It is a major concern right now. And when you're looking online, you have to be cautious when you read anonymous posters on Facebook. They're doing this for a reason. They are looking to get a rise in a desired reaction from these groups. When you post to a group like the New England Serial Killer Group, I know their title is now gone, but when you post to a group like that, you have like-minded individuals that are all looking for answers right now. And sometimes there is a confirmation bias when you read these, that you have a conclusion in your head already that there is a serial killer, and you're using whatever information, what logical hoops you have to jump through to get to that conclusion that there is a serial killer. So with that said, be mindful of what you read online and be a little bit cautious and do your own research.
And if people have legitimate information, though, right, they want to help, what would you encourage them to do? Because sometimes the community can really be quite beneficial in these ongoing and unknown investigations.
I've said it once, I'll say 100 times, nosy neighbors will help solve crimes. We'd rather have the information as a police department than you not give it to us and hold it to your chest and it comes out later on. we always rather have the information. Contact us, email, non-emergency dispatch line, anonymous tip line. Police departments rather have the information. That way we can use it, see where we are, and follow it if need be. But we always rather have the information. Send us your tips. Don't hold it to your chest, and get it out there to the police departments or your local authorities.
So for now, Mr. Koffel is being held on a $1 million bond. His next hearing is scheduled for June 10th. People will continue to look into this. We're going to stay on top of it. But listen, Sergeant Brent Kuzman, really thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the work that you and your team have done, and
I think it's very important that we
After World War II, Argentina was run by Juan Perón, and it was quite a hard time. Back then, the government decided to get rich by the fur industry, built on beaver pelts. The problem was that there were no beavers in South America, so they had to bring them in from somewhere. Back then, the Argentine government contacted the Canadian company Hudson's Bay to order animals from them, and it fell to the Canadian pioneer pilot Tom Lamb to handle this. He caught 20 beavers in the Manitoba shrubs, built special enclosures for the animals from barrels, and sent them by train to Winnipeg, where he loaded them onto a double-prop seaplane called Conso. During World War II, these planes were used for long-range bombing and water landings, but Lamb converted the military plane into a cargo plane and took the beavers to their new home. Back then, the Argentine government paid Lamb $650 Canadian for each animal. Today, that'd be around 11,000 Canadian dollars for a beaver, or nearly 8,000 US dollars. Probably not that much money considering how far Lamb had to fly, since the straight distance is 7,580 miles. Besides, to refuel, Lamb had to take a roundabout route through New York, Miami, Brazil, and Uruguay. For example, in Miami, the pilot even rented a separate room to keep the animals while he was taking a break. It's just that the beavers chewed through the wooden door, causing a bit of a panic. The animals were running around the office, the girls climbed up on the tables, and it took some effort to catch all the beavers and get them back in place. But in the end, the flight went on, and Lamb, along with the beavers, arrived in Ushuaia, which at the time claimed to be the southernmost city in the world. There, the pilot found a suitable spot and set the beavers free. So in 1946, beavers were brought into Patagonia with the full approval of the authorities. Pretty quickly, the animals spread across most of Tierra del Fuego and were even spotted on the Brunswick Peninsula on the mainland side of Chile. Only thing is, they never brought any benefits to the region. The fur trade didn't take off and the beavers became a problem. So both governments, Argentina and Chile, agreed to team up to wipe them out. But as is often the case with new species, rolling things back turned out to be not so easy. We'll continue after a cup of coffee. In a super unobtrusive reminder to do a little something under the video. To start off, like always, it makes sense to say a few words about the place the beavers found themselves in. Tierra del Fuego is a big archipelago that spans parts of Chile and Argentina. It's perched on the southern tip of South America, and nowadays there are more beavers than people. And you can really tell. Ever since the beavers showed up, the Magellanic forests of Patagonia have never been the same. Where there used to be thick forests, there are now mangled trunks, naked branches, and knobby stumps. Basically, everything that could be cut down was cut down. Instead of a pristine, one-of-a-kind ecosystem, there are now sunken trees and stripped logs dried out by icy winds. And there's no one to blame for this except the beavers, because they've got, well, a very distinctive style. If you see tooth marks around a tree chunk that's been shaped into a pencil tip, you can be sure it was a beaver. Even if there's not a single one in sight. And beavers work fast. One animal's enough to bring down a tree in just a few days, a tree that took centuries to grow. But beavers don't just chop down trees, they build dams, and because of that, 90% of the rivers and streams on the Chilean side of Tierra del Fuego have changed course. That's had a huge impact on the local ecosystems. Even though beavers are usually seen as friends of the environment, what they do in Tierra del Fuego is pure destruction. They leave behind barren wastelands with nothing but stumps. When it rains, the whole area gets washed away. Instead of a narrow river lined with trees, there's just a wide open pit where nothing can grow anymore. So dams built by beavers can cause floods and drown many acres of local vegetation, but even if the dam is destroyed, the built-up mud buries the seeds that normally help the forest bounce back. Witnesses say the level of destruction is like bulldozers tearing through the area. And these bulldozers don't stop for anything, wiping out even protected tree species and putting around 39 million acres of remaining native forests at risk. Scientists call the beaver's impact on the forest landscape of Tierra del Fuego the biggest landscape level change in sub-Antarctic forests since the last ice age. Back then it was the glacier that changed the landscape, but now it's the beavers. Of course, this chaotic race on imaginary bulldozers has affected the local population as well. According to rough estimates, the beavers' activities cost Argentina $66 million a year. As I mentioned earlier, the beaver dams have changed river courses and have already caused large-scale flooding more than once. And they don't just flood what used to be forest, even cattle pastures are turning into ponds. Beavers also damage infrastructure by flooding highways and drainage pipes. They often chew through fences meant to keep sheep in enclosures, and the sheep take full advantage of this every time. And in 2017, beavers even damaged fiber optic cables in Tierra del Fuego, knocking out the internet and mobile service in the region's largest city. If that's not enough, even ski resorts have suffered. They lost bridges due to floods caused by beavers, but the most damage beavers cause, unexpectedly, is to drinking water, which gets polluted by numerous standing puddles and the byproducts of beaver activity. When it comes to the global scale, beavers also contribute to global warming since fallen trees and soil release carbon. On the other hand, almost everything on the planet today contributes to global warming. That's not the point. Scientists warn that the situation with beavers will only get worse. If nothing is done, the losses in Chile alone could reach $260 million over the next 20 years. Partly the enormous scale of the beaver's impact is due to the fact that the local nature wasn't at all prepared for it. For example, North American trees evolved over millions of years to survive constant chewing by beavers. Willows, poplars, American beech, and alders developed responses to beaver activity and flooding. They regrow when you cut them down, produce protective chemicals, and thrive in wet soil. The willow, a beaver's favorite snack, grows a few shoots when it's chewed on, like the hydra that grows heads back. Poplars produce unpleasant tannins that discourage beavers from gnawing on them, but in South America, trees aren't used to this treatment. In the forests of Patagonia, beech trees dominate, and they've never developed strategies to coexist with beavers. They don't recover after being cut down, they don't produce nasty chemicals, and they just die if it gets too wet. The Magellanic Forest recovers from soil seed banks, so when the area gets flooded, the seeds can't sprout. They can only rot. But the worst part is that the problem is spreading. Beavers were introduced to Argentina in 1946, and by the 1960s, they'd already moved to the Chilean side of Tierra del Fuego. The border didn't stop them at all, since in reality, the beavers were gnawing on the fence. Essentially, it was just wire, so the animals probably even noticed it. Then, by the early 1990s, locals began spotting beavers on the Brunswick Peninsula in mainland Chile. This meant that creatures were bravely crossing the unpredictable currents of the Strait of Magellan. However, a recent study shows that beavers from Tierra del Fuego made their way to the continent back in 1968.
I'm gonna go find some food.
That is 26 years before they were first spotted. To figure this out, researchers reconstructed the date when trees from various places in the continental region of southern Chile were attacked by the rodents. The team worked by counting the annual rings in fallen trunks. This method is called dendrochronology and is widely used by historians, but it was applied for the first time to date the presence of invasive species. At the same time, the researchers found out that there may be even more beavers in South America than people had thought. So far, we know that beavers have colonized at least 27,000 square miles of territory and destroyed almost 120 square miles of peat bogs, forests, and meadows. That's an area nearly twice the size of Washington, D.C. But the worst part is that even without trees, beavers are still fine against everything we thought we knew about them. At first, environmentalists, stunned by the loss of Patagonia's forests, hoped that the beaver invasion would be stopped by natural barriers. Patagonia has two main habitats, forest and steppe, with the latter being a windy, dry, grassy area where the lack of trees seemed to limit the beavers. However, in 2017, an Argentine biologist named Alejandro Pietrek discovered that, contrary to expectations, beavers actually produce more offspring in the steppe. Not bothered by the lack of trees, they happily build their dams out of shrubs. As long as there's water, the rest doesn't bother the beavers. Naturally, such aggressive behavior triggers a cascade effect throughout the ecosystem, wrecking the habitat and paving the way for invasion of other exotic plants and animals. For instance, ponds made by beavers draw muskrats, another invasive species in Patagonia. In turn, muskrats are preyed on by mink, animals that also happily hunt local geese, ducks, and small rodents. Researchers have even suggested that Patagonia is going through an invasive meltdown process where the harm caused by one invasive species is made worse by another. By the way, the muskrat and the mink are two other mammals with luxurious fur which were introduced to Tierra del Fuego in the 1940s by the government, though it was the Chilean one by then. On their own, these animals might have died out, but beavers were brought in just in time to ensure their survival. When researchers searched one of the captured islands, they discovered an incredible 97% of the tracks, droppings, and burrows of muskrats around the beaver ponds and wetlands. In other words, one rodent successfully supported the other. The same thing happened with the mink. But you know what's ironic? In Argentina, they seriously wondered whether the beavers would survive when they were first brought from Canada. The experiment seemed really risky, since beavers are monogamous. If one of the animals dies, the partner probably... won't be able to reproduce.
I don't have any.
But all this worry turned out to be unnecessary. According to an NPR report from June 2011, there were 200,000 beavers in Patagonia. Another report says that the number exceeds 100,000. And just to remind you, only 20 individuals were brought here in 1946. So even by the most modest estimates, the beaver population in this area has increased more than 5,000 times. And there might be even more beavers than have been counted. Since it could take locals years or even decades to notice the presence of the rodents, it's quite likely that both on the mainland and on the islands we know nothing about, there could be stable beaver populations. Moreover, there's practically no one to keep them in check. North American beavers don't have many natural predators in this area. In their native range in North America, bears and wolves control their population, but neither of those were brought to Tierra del Fuego along with the beavers, so there are no predators, and the conditions are just perfect. On Tierra del Fuego, most of the land is near watercourses and covered in forests with trees and other plants that provide food and shelter. In a way, it's a real beaver paradise. And even the people for whom all this was basically started didn't end up being predators for the beavers. The governments of Argentina and Chile began to realize the scale of their problem in the 1990s, so they started encouraging amateur and commercial hunting. But the hunting attempts were, to put it mildly, lackluster. There were too few interested hunters to really impact the populations, and beaver pelts never became valuable on the local markets. The fur trade never took off, so without any financial incentive, hunters had to kill just for fun. But we're talking about beavers here, not some bloodthirsty predators or nasty amphibians, but cute, a little silly, and totally peaceful creatures. Herbivores who just build dams. It's really hard to see such animals as terrifying invaders. The locals who still hunted beavers did it only during their free time, mostly near the roads, instead of going deep into the wilderness where the beavers caused the most damage. Basically, you can understand them. Who would want to go into a cold, windswept forest looking for animals when you don't even get paid for it? And by cold, I mean a subpolar oceanic climate. Antarctica's not far at all, and the temperature stays pretty much the same all year round. In Ushuaia, it barely gets above 48 degrees Fahrenheit in summer and averages around 32 degrees in winter. With weather like that, it can even snow in summer, and some southern areas have a sub-Antarctic climate typical of the tundra, sometimes even polar. And now imagine being told to head out in this kind of weather deep into the island where there are no roads, but the ground is soaked from floods. And you have to go quite a distance just to shoot some adorable beavers and in return get pretty much nothing. A 1998 article in the Argentine newspaper La Nación mentioned a reward of $20 at most. No wonder that wasn't much of a motivator. But lately, both countries, Chile and Argentina, have gotten more serious about wiping out the beavers. Back in 2006, the province of Tierra del Fuego issued a declaration calling beavers a harmful and destructive species. 2 years later, Chile and Argentina signed a bilateral agreement to work together on exterminating the rodents, or as they called the plan, restoring the southern ecosystems damaged by the invasion of North American beavers. As if they weren't the ones who brought the beavers there in the first place? Oh well, those are just details. In 2011, government officials announced plans to bring in professional trappers who would use dogs, helicopters, and boats to move around the area. And in 2016, the countries kicked off a series of pilot projects to figure out the best way to wipe out the beavers. That same year, in 2016, Argentina...
Sorry, I meant to say I've broken my glasses and he's drunk, so both of us can't drive. It's no worries. Maybe I'll find a cute boy somewhere. Go on a date. Think I could do that? It's only 7 p.m. already. Let's see how fast I can find a date. What's up, Gummy? You going back up? Beavers.
Announced a plan to shoot 100,000 animals, one of the biggest invasive species control projects ever undertaken. Remember that plan, we'll come back to it a bit later. Naturally, the authorities consulted experts and they estimated it might take 10 to 15 years to wipe out all the beavers. The thing is, it's not exactly clear how fast the culling needs to go to keep the beavers from reproducing. But what we do know is that in 2017, the Chilean government rolled out a $7.8 million population control project, with $2.1 million of that coming from the Global Environment Facility. Some of the funds went into installing traps, said to be a fast and humane method of killing. They looked a bit like bear traps, just on a smaller scale. But the real pros were sent to fight the beavers. Equipped with helicopters, cold weather gear, and survival training for long stints in hostile territory, they set themselves a 10-year mission: catch and wipe out 100,000 Canadian beavers. It was estimated that there were 1 or 2 beaver colonies for every 0.6 miles of river. In the end, the pros managed to kill 1,000 animals over the year and clear 6 out of 7 target areas. Hunters said that in just 4 days they could completely rid the dam area of beavers, Usually there are about 8 beavers per dam, and they always use the same trails. That's where the hunters set their traps, and it worked. Yeah, I agree. Thinking about deliberately wiping out any animal like that feels a bit off, especially when the animal's that cute. But the beavers in that area are really destructive and are slowly wrecking pretty much everything they get to. And taking land back from beavers is no easy task. When the culling programs had just begun, researchers published some early results from their pilot project, which ran from October 2016 to January 2017. During this time, 10 trappers, called restorers in the report, set traps and snares around the designated area. Altogether, they trapped 197 beavers and shot 7 more. The outcome looked promising. The trappers thought they'd cleared the area of animals completely, but later a few beavers were spotted on motion sensor cameras. It's unclear whether the lost beavers were reinvaders coming in from outside the pilot area or if they had just slipped through the trappers' first attempts to catch them. But the results of this study confirmed that wiping them out is technically doable. It just won't be easy. Also, beavers aren't nearly as dumb as they might seem. Also, a beaver can lose a limb that gets caught in a trap to avoid being caught, and stuff like that. It's a shame you can't ask them not to ruin the ecosystems. It's also a shame that some experts doubt if full eradication is even possible. As I've said before, Tierra del Fuego is an archipelago made up of hundreds of small, hard-to-reach islands. If the beavers survive on at least one of them, they could repopulate all the others and even make their way back to the mainland. On top of that, eradication depends a lot on the political situation. In Argentina, where high inflation has driven a third of the population into poverty, it might be especially difficult to convince people to care about some forests down south. It's hard to think about the environment when you literally have nothing to eat. Moreover, any campaign aimed at fighting beavers and restoring forests should be carried out jointly by Argentina and Chile. If one of the countries doesn't take part, the efforts of the other will be completely useless. Although the large-scale trapping program in the pilot phase was supposed to help contain the spread, well, scientists say that beavers will stay in South America. On many islands, the forests are just too dense and there are no roads, so hunters can't really count on success. But can beavers keep expanding northward? The latest data seems to confirm this possibility. In a model that takes into account the climate conditions favorable to the species spread, scientists predict that beavers could colonize South America up to at least 43 degrees south latitude. That's about 807 miles north of their last confirmed location. According to the forecast, the expansion will mainly occur to the west of the Andes on the Chilean side, and according to this same forecast, no eradication efforts will help here. Scientists thought so back in 2015, and it seems they were right. People still haven't managed to stop the beaver invasion. At least I haven't found any data on this. But if you have any info, feel free to share it in the comments. You owe me a like. See you later.
Alright, let me see here. We got anything good to watch? Anything on my subscriptions? Ebu body cam. Oh shit. Holy shit, not that many views. She makes this music? I didn't realize. let's unsubscribe. What is this one? Well, what do we got? Kids horrified after finding their mom's body? Let's not do that one. No, we'll go with explore with us.
On September 9th, 2016, following a 911 call that abruptly cut off just as a woman was screaming for help, 2 deputies from Royce City, Texas head to a rural road where they find a hysterical woman desperately trying to get aid. The following report is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now.
What's going on?
My husband, he went to go help me. My Jeep is stuck in the, around the corner, and he's been shot in the head. Please. He's around the corner. Like,
Come here. Come here.
the guy took, I don't have it. He's on my phone. I don't have anything.
Come here. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Please.
Stay here. Stay here.
Please. No, please go around. He's dead further. Please go.
Ready? Start. Ready?
No. Please. Please. Please go. Please go. Please go. Please go. Please.
She said he's down here. He got shot in the head.
Please go. Please go. Please.
Our security unit said our Jeep is stuck down there.
Please go. Please.
The deputy rushes to investigate the situation, updating his partner as he makes his way down the road. The woman, on the other hand, is left secured in the vehicle.
Please tell me something. Please. Come on. Come on, bring him up here. Please, please.
Soon more officials begin to arrive, including an ambulance.
Please, go back there, please, go back there, please, go get him, please, please.
Fire truck or this?
No, is he okay? I have blood on my hands. I have blood on my hands and I ran. That's all I did. I don't have my phone. I don't have anything. Please let him be okay. I can't do this on my own.
As the woman continues to panic in the back of the police vehicle, the deputy fills the arriving officials in on the situation.
All day.
He's sitting in the middle of the road in a real nice Jeep, vehicle running, head down.
Okay.
Looks like he's got a wad shotgun up at the side of his head, like a close contact wound, but there's no burning. There's no gun.
Yes, sir. I don't know if you guys want to look at it. I don't know. Well, if you've seen her yet. Well, I'm going to want to talk to her, so.
The ambulance is brought back up the road, notably without the woman's husband inside.
Where are they going? Where are they going? Where are they going?
She's then brought to the ambulance to be checked out and is soon joined by Officer Meek, who will begin the arduous process of detangling the complicated story of what actually happened on that dark, rural road.
So your lungs are clear up here.
It's not asthma, okay?
Hello. You're 100% over here on the monitor. You're looking for that. You want a little bit of oxygen to help you out?
I want to. Okay.
Well, I got to get some information from you real quick, okay? Listen to me real quick. Let these guys do what they need to do, but you listen to me, all right? Just 1 second. What I need you to do is in through your nose, out through your mouth. Slow your breathing down. Concentrate on that. So when you listen to him, when he's talking to you, the whole time I want you to think slow in through the nose, out through the mouth. I'm going to give you a little oxygen. Calm yourself down. It's going to...
After some deep breaths, the woman reveals that her name is Chasey Pointer. After being read her Miranda rights, she agrees to speak.
Tell us what happened.
I was driving from Quinlan. From Quinlan.
What were you driving?
My Jeep.
Okay.
And I was gonna meet my husband at the Jack in the Box. And when he texted me, I told him I was 3 miles away.
Yeah, slow down. Slow down.
When he texted me, I came around the curve and I went off the road. And I called him to let him know what happened. When I was on the phone with him, he said, I don't think I can make it down the road. So we walked up here, and we walked back to my Jeep.
So the gray truck right here, who's that?
That's his truck.
That's his truck.
He came out here to help me. And he backed the Jeep up, and I was sitting right at the back of it. And I went to go get, and I heard a shot. And the Jeep started rolling, and I didn't see anything, and I saw a shadow. That's all I saw. And when I walked up to him, I yelled his name, and I just felt something on me. I ran. I didn't know what else to do, and I dropped my phone. That's where I feel. I don't know where my phone is.
Okay. That's all right. Calm down. Breathe slow.
I'm trying.
So was anyone else out there with you?
No, I was out there by myself. I didn't tell him
was it your husband? What's his name?
Robert Pointer.
Robert Pointer?
Yeah, he's a firefighter. I didn't mean to come down this road. I was good on the other road.
Uh-huh.
And I missed it. So I just took the next thing, and I was looking at my map. It was the only thing.
You were looking at the map and what? You were looking at the map and what? Just breathe for me, okay?
That's why I have blood.
Just breathe for me.
That's why I have blood on me.
Do you have the mud on you because y'all were trying to get the Jeep unstuck?
I fell when I was running up here.
Okay.
While the EMTs check out Chasey, Officer Meek takes a few photos for evidence. During this process, she realizes something else is amiss.
Hold your hands together just like that, palm straight now. There you go.
My wedding ring is gone.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Chasey's rambling story will eventually become clearer, but it will also change frequently, leaving investigators with a complicated task of working out the truth. After being cleared by paramedics, Chasey exits the ambulance and is escorted back to the police vehicle.
I just sore.
What are you sore from?
From falling. I fell.
While you're running?
Chasey claims that after she heard a shot and saw her husband slumped over in the driver's seat of her Jeep, she ran and tripped, falling in a mud puddle. She believes this is where her wedding ring, shoes, and phone were. It's also why she abruptly hung up when calling 911. She claims that she couldn't find the phone after she fell. Chasey then gives the investigator some background information about her marriage to Robert, who is 18 years her senior.
We've been having problems, and he's contacted an attorney to get a divorce, and I was okay with that. We've been married 6 years, almost 7 years, and he said that he wasn't gonna throw my stuff out anymore. He just wanted me to come home, and I told him that was fine. He said he didn't want to get divorced, and I told him I didn't want to either. I love him. He's a pain in the, but I love him.
The officer asks where she'd been coming from before her Jeep got stuck in the ditch, and she called Robert to help her move it. Chasey says she'd been at a friend's house, but there's more to this story than she admits at first.
Whose house was that?
Michael Garza. Michael Garza.
Michael Garza?
Yeah.
Okay. How long you known him?
For I don't know, 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months?
Yeah.
Is he like a boyfriend or just friend or?
He was letting me. He told me that I could stay at his house because he's not ever there, and I.
How old is he? How old's Michael Garza?
I don't. He's in his 30s.
In his 30s?
Yeah. I don't know a whole lot about him.
This claim about Michael Garza is just the tip of the iceberg, as investigators will soon realize. As the crime scene is locked down, Chasey is transported to the police station to give her statement about the horrific events of the night.
Okay.
Yeah, my feet hurt from being barefoot. Oh, shit.
Let me get this door. There you go.
Just after 2 a.m., Chasey is brought into an interrogation room. And it's here that the real work of uncovering the twisted truth begins.
Come sit right here in this great chair for me. I understand that Officer Meek read you the Miranda rights and everything out there in the field. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never been in a situation before, so I don't know if it's best if I get an attorney or not.
Okay. Well, you're not under arrest.
Okay.
Okay. You're not free to leave because we're still trying to figure out what all happened. But you're not under arrest.
Okay.
Chasey is left alone for a few minutes, and she seems to finally take a look at the mud and blood covering her arms. When the detective returns, Chasey begins to tell him about the problem she was having with Robert. She claims it first came to a head about 2.5 years ago.
What did those issues kind of consist of?
He became real violent towards me.
Okay.
There was a couple times that he broke one of my phones in half. He would go through the phone bill and just call a bunch of numbers. I have a business on the side where I make cakes, and he would call everybody that was on the phone bill to see who they were.
As it turns out, Robert had actually filed for divorce previously, 2.5 years ago. The couple decided to split up, and Chasey moved out of the house to live with her mom. The problem was, the divorce papers stipulated that she couldn't take her daughter with her. This was one of the reasons the couple decided to reconcile, because Chasey didn't want to leave her daughter. According to Chasey, after getting back together, their relationship had been fine until recently, when Robert filed for divorce again. The couple's 6-year-old daughter had actually come up earlier that night when Chasey was talking to Officer Meek in the back of the police vehicle.
The last couple days we've been fighting.
Okay. What do y'all fight over?
Anything. He could be my daughter. He's trying to take my daughter away from me, and he keeps telling me he knows the loopholes. She's the only kid I could ever have, and she's everything to me.
Right.
My daughter's my world.
Why would your husband be trying to take your daughter from you, though? Like, what reason did he
Because
give you?
he knows that that's what's going to hurt me the most, and he knows that's what's going to make me stay.
Despite claiming that her daughter was her world, Chasey had no idea where her daughter was when she made that statement. She'd left her with some of Michael Garza's friends, who were currently trying to find her in order to return her daughter. Earlier that evening, the friends had actually driven to Chasey and Robert's house, but found it empty. As they were returning home, they saw the commotion of emergency lights around the crime scene and decided to stop and speak to police. Chasey's daughter is in the back of their vehicle as they discuss Michael Garza and Chasey with Officer Meek.
Yeah, they were supposed to be going on a date. I was watching the daughter get me to drop her off at somebody's house down the street, and I was like, I'm not doing that.
No, that's good. You did good.
Police soon contacted Chasey's mom and stepdad to come and pick up their granddaughter.
Hello.
Jay Harper?
Officer Meek. We got your granddaughter up here in the Suburban here. This was the babysitter. Hey, let's step up here out of the road. All right, here's they were babysitting your granddaughter today, okay? Because your daughter, your daughter had them babysit their daughter so she could go spend the evening with a boyfriend, and that's what we got right now. But so your granddaughter's fine. We just need somebody to take custody of the granddaughter because your daughter's actually being detained right now for our investigation. I can't tell you anything else about the investigation. All I can tell you is she is being detained at this time.
Tell us if she's physically okay.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Has there been an accident?
I can't tell you anything else. All I can tell you is she's perfectly fine, breathing and everything, talking to us and everything, but she's being detained at this time for our investigation.
Is her spouse, Robert?
I can't give you any other information about her.
That's kind of uncomfortable, officer.
I understand that.
Desperate for answers, they begin quizzing Michael's friends about the situation.
I don't know anything about what's going on, except I was asked about her on Dawn's daughter for how many days.
Michael Garza. Like Mikey Garza? I don't know who Mikey Garza is.
What do we do from here?
Just go home, and then whenever everything's figured out, then we'll make phone calls, or she'll be able to make phone calls, or whatever else here in a few minutes. But right now, it's a active investigation, so I can't tell you anything else.
Chasey's mom and stepdad will eventually speak to her, but for now, they take her 6-year-old daughter home with them. Back in her interrogation, Chasey explains that because there were problems in her relationship with Robert again, she'd started talking to Michael Garza, who she met on Facebook. This is only a partial truth.
I met Michael Garcia through Facebook.
Michael Garcia?
Garza, sorry.
Okay.
Well, I always do that. We were just friends. That's it. Robert knows that I was seeing somebody, he doesn't know who.
While she's now claiming that her and Michael Garza were mostly just friends, she said something very different about them hanging out earlier this evening while she was at the crime scene.
Did y'all like have a date? Was it date night?
No, we just hung out. We had sex, obviously.
Okay. Well, no, well, not obviously. I'm asking. I
No.
need you to tell me,
No.
okay?
Yes,
So y'all had sex,
yes.
and how long were you over there?
2 hours.
2 hours. Have y'all ever had sex prior to this?
Yes, once before.
Where at?
In the truck.
In his truck.
Yes.
And so now y'all had sexual relations twice. Tonight being the second time,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And your husband wasn't aware of any of this?
No.
Okay.
In interrogation, Chasey shares an anecdote about what sparked one of her and Robert's recent fights.
And he kept asking me who came to the house, and I kept telling him I didn't know who came to the house. I received a text message probably about 2 weeks ago from a number, and I didn't know who it was. And I told Robert about it. I sent him screenshots, and so it kind of sparked a little argument. And he kept telling me that if I didn't tell him who it was, that he was going to kick me out.
While Chasey doesn't reveal the significance of this seemingly offhand story, it will later become crucial to understanding what was really going on.
He's had a past, he has hit me over the years, not like constantly, but there's been occasions whether he gets mad at his ex-wife and I get it taken out on me, but I never pressed charges because I didn't want him to lose his job.
Okay.
And his job is really important to him.
Though Chasey mentions Robert's ex-wife Amy, she doesn't go into detail about the turbulence between the two of them. Robert and Amy had been married for 20 years, but divorced when she discovered he was cheating on her with Chasey. Back in her interrogation, Chasey explains that she and Robert had been fighting for a few days, including the night before Robert was shot.
I got home and Robert just kept calling me names.
Okay.
He kept telling me that I was and he just felt like I was and all these other things. And I told him, I said, you're being a right now. I said, I'm not going to sit here and listen to it. I said, I'm just going to go. I said, I don't care if I have to go get a hotel room or if I have to go to my mom's. I said, but I'm not going to listen to it. And I started putting my scrubs in my bag, and he told me that if I left, not to come back.
Despite this, Chasey had returned to the house later that night, and by Friday morning, the day Robert was shot, their turbulent relationship took another turn just as she was leaving for work.
But as I was walking out, he said, I hope you know that I still love you, and I still want you here. So I asked him if we could talk today.
While Chasey says that she and Robert had planned to talk about how they would stay together, she told other people something quite different. Michael's friends, who'd been taking care of Chasey's daughter the night Robert was shot, later spoke with police, and what they shared opposed Chasey's claim.
And she told him that she was going to go meet up with her husband because he finally said that he would sign divorce papers.
While Chasey fully admits to spending time with Michael Garza before meeting up with her husband, when asked about who she was texting and calling while at Michael's house, she leaves out crucial details about a third man, one which complicates this story even further.
So you never spoke to anybody, you never called anybody, you never texted anybody other than Robert?
I was texting my friend Brad. He asked how it was going, and I think I said, oh, it's going. Like,
What is your relationship with Brad?
we're just friends.
Okay. And how long have you known Brad?
Probably since I was 17. No, I was younger than that.
Okay.
He's a friend of my dad's.
Okay. Have you ever been intimate with Brad?
No.
Okay. So you've never had sex with Brad in any
No.
way?
Brad eventually came in to speak with police, and what he revealed flipped everything Chasey just claimed on its head. The two had started talking on Facebook around May 2016, about 5 months earlier. This means that her relationship with Brad overlapped with the one she had with Michael. Unlike what she told Michael, though, Chasey had claimed to Brad that she'd been divorced since 2014.
I was with Chasey at least 6 days a week, probably 7.
Now, when you say with Chasey, was it just a hangout, or was that for sex, or?
Well, it's, a lot of it was for sex.
It's clear that Chasey is leaving out a lot about her relationship with Brad, begging the question, What else is she not being honest about? Brad will eventually reveal even more of Chasey's secrets, including a twisted plan for the night Robert was shot. He's also not the only person to come forward about her illicit love life. For now, though, the detective speaking with Chasey asks her to go over Robert's shooting again. She repeats the same story she already told officers at the scene. This detective, however, isn't buying it.
I'm having a hard time with the fact that somebody with you being 5 feet away would shoot your husband and then just not even would let you into the vehicle, not mess with you at all.
No, look, that's what I'm telling you. When I was trying to get away, there was someone standing right there, and they were coming up to me. But I just kept on running.
Okay, how close were they standing to the vehicle?
I don't know.
Okay, you're saying that there's somebody there, and obviously they're close enough to shoot your husband.
I didn't see anybody standing there.
Earlier, though, when talking to Officer Meek, Chasey had claimed that she actually did see someone.
There
But you were on
was
your...
a man. There was a man.
There was a man?
Yes, yes.
Did you see what the man was wearing?
No, his
I'm
dark,
hungry
no,
and I just
my,
eat a
my
can of
headlights
beans.
were shining.
Cold.
He was wearing dark clothes. He wasn't as tall as you.
I know. Just
here's the problem with this. Okay, from what you're saying, the blood splatter on your arm, the description that you're giving, it doesn't add up.
I didn't shoot my husband.
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that you might be more involved in what you're letting off.
I don't know how.
You keep talking about how you want to protect your daughter, you want to be with your daughter. Playing this role is not going to help you.
I'm not playing any role. That's the thing.
Look, your story does not add up with the evidence that's there.
Okay, but I feel like I'm being backed in the corner and I haven't done anything.
I'm not saying you have. I'm just saying your story doesn't add up. There needs to be more information, and you're not providing it.
I don't know what
the streak right there on your arm is a blood splatter. Okay, you see how it splatters up your arm?
Yes.
That is not from.
I was not next to him. I was not next to him. When I touched him, I had blood running down my arm, and then I fell into a mud puddle.
That's obvious. I'm not denying that. We found your phone in the water. I believe that happened.
I don't know what
I'm not denying that. Here's my thing. You're saying that somebody just randomly killed your husband out in the middle of a field, okay, who then allows you to get into this vehicle, stop the vehicle, touch your husband, allow you to run past this guy, and never bother you. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
It seems that investigators had their suspicions about Chasey from the first moment they saw Robert's body, as the responding deputy's dash cam audio reveals.
That's why I secured her. I got my doors locked and everything. Nobody can get her out.
Chasey also didn't help diminish any suspicion when Officer Meek came to speak with her while she was sitting in the back of a police vehicle at the crime scene.
Hey, Miss Pointer. I got some forms here I'd like you to read and fill out, if you will, okay? Basically, what they are is they're just consent to searches. So basically saying that we're allowed to look at your phone and look in your purse and look at your residence and that kind of stuff, okay?
Okay.
All right?
Do I need an attorney or anything? I mean, am I in trouble?
I've read you your rights, and you understood your rights, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. If you would like to speak to an attorney, that's totally up to you.
Okay. I don't know. I've never. I don't know.
No, it's fine. Listen to me. Would you like me to read you your rights again?
No, I heard you first, but
Okay.
I don't know. I've never been in trouble before.
No, and I'm not saying you're in trouble.
I know.
Make no mistake.
I don't know.
We're doing an investigation right now because we're trying to find out what happened. That's all we're doing, okay?
That's fine.
So you tell me. Are you willing to fill my paperwork out or no? Yes or no? It's up to you.
That's fine. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I don't have anything to hide.
Okay.
After a bit more hesitation, Chasey signed the consent form. However, despite her claim, she had a lot to hide, though she denied it while in interrogation.
I don't know what else she would tell you. I'm telling
I
you
want
the
the
truth.
truth. I want to know
I'm
who pulled
telling
the
you the
trigger.
truth. I don't know who pulled the trigger.
See, I think you do, and that's the problem.
No, I don't. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
I want you to tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth. I don't know who pulled the trigger. I don't know anything.
Look, the way your husband was killed, somebody was right next to him.
I wasn't right next to him.
You were within 5 feet of where he died.
I wasn't right next to him.
Your own admission of where you were standing, you were within 5 feet of this man being murdered, and you're saying you didn't see anything, you didn't see anybody standing there.
No.
I don't buy it. I think you're full of crap. I want you to tell me the truth. I want you to tell me who pulled the trigger.
I don't
would
know.
believe you if you said you didn't pull the trigger.
I didn't.
I would. But I want to know who did.
But
And I do not believe you that you do not know.
I don't know. I
I
don't
think you're
know.
full of crap.
I don't know who pulled the trigger. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't. I did not kill my husband. I don't know who killed my husband. I don't know. I don't want him dead. I don't. I wanted our family to be normal again. That's all I wanted. I don't know who pulled the trigger. I really don't.
I don't believe you. It's that simple.
The detective then begins to develop a theory, asking Chasey if she ever vented to Michael Garza about her problems with Robert. She admits that she did.
He knows he's hit me before because he saw the bruises on my arm, and that was probably a week or two ago. I've got bruises on the back of my legs. I've got random bruises from Robert. It could just be him grabbing me. He's done this to me for 7 years. There's been times that he will get upset and he'll grab me by the hair and he'll slam my head up against the window. I don't know why. I know I can be a pill to deal with, and I know that.
Michael wasn't the only man Chasey made these kinds of allegations to. She also made similar claims to Brad, the other man she was seeing.
She told me that he would drag her around. I asked her over and over and over. I said, "Why don't you go to the police, Chasey?" And she would tell me that he would kill her.
Along with this, Chasey had also told Brad about an incident with Robert, one that casts a different light on the current situation.
I think he told her before she pointed a gun at him, maybe if she pointed a gun at him that time. I think she said he told her that there's something about they'll carry her out in a body bag, and Chasey told me that she told him, no, they'll carry you out in a body bag.
While she hasn't admitted to it, Chasey has been keeping another secret. She wasn't just cheating on Robert with Michael and Brad, but also a third man named Sean. Just like the others, she told him about her alleged issues with Robert. Chasey had met Sean at a firefighter event before they started talking on Facebook. He eventually came forward and spoke with police, claiming that he and Chasey had been seeing each other for around 7 months, from September 2015 to July 2016. This time period overlapped with her relationships with both Brad and Michael.
She told me on a couple of occasions that he, would put hands on her or, threaten her. Threaten to divorce her and take her kid and everything, stuff like that. But, she basically painted him to be a monster. Well, she had said that a day or so before, he had grabbed her and was physical with her, and there wouldn't be anything. No finger marks on the arm, nothing around the throat, nothing.
Just like with Brad, Chasey had made a concerning comment to Sean.
There were times that she would say, she wished she died in the fire, or stuff like that, and, I just kind of blew it off.
In her interrogation, the detective continues to try and pry the truth from Chasey.
So let me ask you this: so was this something set up that Mikey had done to get him out of the way so y'all could be together?
No.
Was this something that he had done to, I guess, retaliate to protect you? I guess Robert.
That I don't know. That I really don't know. At one point I told him, I said, I don't have any way out. I'm just gonna throw my hands up and just stay with him. I told him this a couple days ago. I told him I've been with him for almost 7 years. What's the rest of the time until he gets older? And he said, you shouldn't have to live like that. He was telling me he was going to come over and basically just beat him up, is what he was telling me.
Like he was.
Yes. And I kept telling him, there's no need for that. It's fine. I can handle it on my own. And I kept telling him, I don't want you involved. That's what I told him.
Okay. So here's what I think happened. I think Mikey's involved in this. Okay. And I'd even go so far as to say that you probably didn't have any knowledge of his actions. Okay.
I would hope to God. I would have hoped to God that he wouldn't have done that. He knew that Robert and I were having problems.
He knew that I wanted to try to work things out, and just like tonight.
Well, so that's part of the problem. You say you wanted to work things out. You had sex with him tonight, even though you wanted to work things out. You probably told him you loved him. He has already told you within 3 months that he loved you, which is pretty quick.
Yes.
I'd say that,
And he told me tonight.
Obsession. He's already said that he would do violent things for you. I believe that you saw Mikey do this, you panicked, and that's the way you went, which is why you are unscathed in this. Somebody that just cold-blooded murders somebody, okay, does not let another witness just leave.
I didn't see anybody, but if I had to guess from things that he said to me before, I would say it was him.
That's not good enough. That is not good enough.
He has made comments to me about family and friends.
That's not good enough. You're 5 feet away. 5 feet. You're this table length distance away. Somebody taking a shotgun, pushing it right up against your husband's head. Boom!
No.
Boom! And you're telling me you see nothing? You see nothing.
There was nobody standing next to him. Nobody standing next to him. There was nobody standing next to him.
Following this confrontation, Chasey's story changes dramatically.
Don't lie to me. You're going to take a fall for this. You're never going to see your daughter again, okay? All because you're trying to protect somebody else.
He did it.
You saw it.
I didn't see him.
Then how do you know he did it?
I did. He had a box of gloves sitting on his kitchen table. A box of rubber gloves. He had a camo shirt sitting there next to it. He had a camo gun. I don't know what it was. I don't know anything. There was a trash bag sitting next to it.
She now adds another element, notably something she hasn't mentioned until now.
He has told me that his family was part of the Mexican mafia.
Who did?
Michael.
Okay.
And that he could make people disappear.
So Mikey told you that he could make people disappear?
Yeah.
And what did you say to that?
I told him that that's not what I wanted.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, this new version contradicts something Chasey said earlier about Michael while sitting in the back of a police cruiser at the crime scene.
Do you ever make any type of threats towards your husband or anything like that?
Nothing.
Now, though, Chasey is painting a very different picture of Michael.
And I kept telling him that I felt like if I got too far into this and I did something to piss him off, that I was going to be the one to disappear. And I even said that to him tonight. Because he kept saying, I don't want him hitting you.
No, I think you're just trying to get me to shut up, and you're saying something that you think I want to hear.
I don't know if he did it, though.
Okay.
But from what he had sitting around the table, and the comments that he kept making, that's what I was going for. I told him, I said, that I was going to go to dinner with Robert, and he kept saying, well, if I find out where you're at, I'm going to show up. And he said, if I see him kiss you, he said, I'm going to cut his lips off.
When did he say this?
This was tonight.
Getting Michael's side of the story, though, was about to prove harder than expected. Later on, the same day as Chasey's interview, investigators decide to raid Michael's house with Texas Rangers and Rockwall SWAT after hearing that he'd returned there sometime after Robert's death. Despite the effort, there's no sign of Michael inside the residence or in his truck.
Here's some more camo and black clothing.
Why would you have a camera system and it facing the wall?
Oh.
Unless you have someone here you didn't want people to see?
Yeah.
The hunt for Michael will continue, so for now, investigators make do with Chasey's version of events. After a quick trip to the bathroom, the detective continues questioning Chasey, and it seems like the break gave her time to think, because when they start up again, she has an entirely new series of events to share, now claiming that she actually did see Michael standing at the side of the Jeep.
When I took off running,
Mikey pushed you?
he pushed me down, and that's when I dropped my phone. And my phone was right in front of me, and the screen was lit up. I don't know how y'all can do it. If y'all can, the call was ended. He picked up my phone, he ended the call, and he threw it down in front of me, and I was on my hands and knees in the mud, and I couldn't find it.
Though she'd been claiming up until now that she dropped her phone in the mud puddle, causing the 911 call to end, when authorities first arrived, Chasey slipped up.
The guy told me I don't have it. It's on my phone.
Does this slip-up indicate that she's now finally telling the truth about what happened to her phone, and Michael took it from her? Or is this all still an elaborate lie?
I didn't want him dead. There was,
But you just didn't want him, you didn't want to be with him anymore.
No, I wanted to. I wanted us to work things out.
Despite this claim, Chasey had slipped up again while at the crime scene.
So your husband knew Mr. Garza?
No. And that's why we've been having problems. I didn't want to be married anymore.
Chasey's text messages also reveal another side to her story. When texting Sean, the third man she was seeing, about hers and Robert's relationship, Chasey wrote, "I only have one way out of this, and it's not going to happen anytime soon. And I hate him so much, more than I've ever hated anything in my life." If that wasn't clear enough, she also told him that I would be better off with him gone, benefits, and can't lose custody. Chasey's lies continue to pile up, and there are still many more to be exposed. After hearing her latest story, the detective leaves Chasey alone again.
Can't get his face off my head.
Here's what I want you to do, okay? I want you to write out everything that happened tonight, okay? Everything that's pertinent information, okay? I want you to take your time. I want you to write it out. And remember, if you lie on here, it's against the law, okay? Charges could come to you if you lie, okay? Just know this is also your opportunity that after we talk to Mikey and he tries to throw you under the bus, because I guarantee you he will, this is your one opportunity to get all the truth out there.
After filling out 5 pages for her statement, the officer reviews it and then confronts Chasey with what he's discovered while he was out of the room, catching her in yet another lie. The area where she said her vehicle had become stuck didn't have any trees big enough for it to be trapped.
A four-wheel drive Jeep like that would not get stuck where you're saying it got stuck.
No, I wasn't telling him I was stuck. I told him that I went off the road. And that's what I called to tell him.
This is another direct contradiction to what Chasey said at the scene.
Where was it stuck? In the front, in the rear, the side?
It was in the front.
Okay.
There's a branch, and I couldn't get it to back up over it.
Okay.
And it was hung, and there was tree branches on the inside.
Was it across the road, or was it on the side?
No, it's in the ditch. I went off into the ditch.
Okay.
All I can see is
You haven't seemed upset. You haven't. I don't know. It's almost been like just a blank slate, like almost like you've prepared for this.
Hearing this and perhaps realizing that she isn't going to be able to sell this story, Chasey once again adjusts the details, now saying that when Robert threatened to kick her out of the house, she asked Michael what they could do, and she claims he said he would have someone kill him or he would do it.
The last thing he told me was, if I do this, you're going to be right there and you're going to watch it. And I told him I didn't want to. First he told me that he wanted me to meet him in Dallas, to talk. And he kept saying that he wanted me to bring him as far into Dallas as I could, because he wanted to make it look like a robbery.
According to Chasey's latest version, Michael had planned to burn Robert's truck and the clothes he was wearing in order to cover up the evidence. However, that didn't happen, and so they went with a new plan. Chasey admits that she drove down the rural road, went into the ditch, and called Robert to come to the spot where Michael told her to stop. Now that she finally seems to be closer to the truth, Chasey goes over the shooting once again.
Robert had pulled the Jeep out. And I heard the move. He didn't even have time to react. And he shot. Oh my God. He shot him. I told him to stop.
You were screaming at Michael to stop?
Yes. I wanted him to know what it's like to be bullied all the time. He's constantly telling me how worthless I am. How I'm a bad mom. I'm not a bad mom.
Even though it seems like Chasey has finally begun to divulge the truth, there's another element that she has withheld from all versions of her story. When Brad came to speak with detectives, he revealed that around the time of the shooting, he was actually in contact with Chasey.
Whenever I said I talked to Chasey about 10 o'clock at night, it was a night obvious of the murder. She told me she was at the hospital.
Chasey made the call to 911 at 10:48 p.m., meaning that Chasey was on the phone with Brad just before the shooting. To explain the time she was spending with Robert or one of the other men she was seeing, Chasey had told Brad that her grandfather was sick and was visiting him in the hospital. She even told him that he'd passed away that evening.
I even got messages showing she was on her way to my house whenever all this went down, but I thought she was leaving the hospital.
Brad now suspects that Chasey had planned for him to be her alibi for the time of Robert's shooting, as she was supposed to stay the night with him. For now, the detective makes do with the current story he has from Chasey.
We're going to do this again. Okay? Write out everything that happened in this time, everything that you told me. Okay? When I was talking about the emotions, this is one of the emotions that I think you're truly being sincere about.
He made me feel like all the time. But when he wasn't being, he pushed me to be a better person.
Chasey is left alone to once again write up a new statement. During his interview, Brad posited a theory that Chasey may have had ulterior motives when telling him about Robert allegedly hurting her.
Why would she show me this gun or where? Why would she be telling me that he was abusive and this and that? I mean, either he was or she was trying to get me to say, I'll help you. You know?
Brad would eventually share one more shocking story. The day after Chasey's interview, investigators are still looking for Michael and decide to speak with his mother and brother.
We've got to make contact with him, okay? And the longer it goes, the more the hunt intensifies, if you will. You understand what I'm saying?
We have every intention of that boy presenting himself to the police station.
I know, but listen to me. I'd like it to occur tonight, like this, within the next few hours. If y'all could get it to do it, we can promise his safety as long as he acts right. No harm will come to him. I can promise you that.
What we're after is for him to go in there, and then. I don't know. I don't know much. I don't know like the whole picture of the story. I know I didn't raise a boy that is evil like that.
Though Michael's family was sure he would turn himself in, he didn't, and so investigators continued their search for him. Chasey was left alone once she finished writing up her newest statement, but she will soon be joined by someone who throws a wrench in her allegations about Robert. Until then, it seems that Chasey has finally realized her lies have come crashing down around her.
I'm so sorry. I just want to stop beating up on me.
Chasey is eventually joined by her mother and her stepdad.
You're not hurt physically? Can you tell us?
The truth. And it's being recorded. Robert and I have been having problems. Robert and I have been having problems again. And then he's gonna kick me out. And then he's gonna take from me again. I talked to Robert yesterday. I know. No. But he's still pushing me around. He's not pushing you around, Tracy. Mama, you don't live there. You're not gonna yell at me, Jason. I'm not.
Chasey's own mother isn't the only one who has reservations about her claim that Robert hurt her. Chasey and Robert's neighbor later spoke with police, and she claimed to have spent a lot of time with the couple.
Well, I look at this and I look at, how she says that he was beating her and she just wanted him to be hurt. And I'm like, no, there's no way. There's no way. And all the times that we sat there, never once did she ever say anything to me about, he's abusive or he did this, never saw any bruises, never, they seemed to be this happy couple.
She never shied away if he lifted his arm or anything like that.
Robert's ex-wife, Amy, also has her doubts about Chasey's allegations.
Did you ever see him get physically abusive with her?
No.
He stood there. Anytime we saw that she would lose it, he just stood there and took it, you know, because he was a big man. So I mean, it didn't really faze him, you know.
Okay. Was he ever physically abusive to you?
No.
Okay.
Never. If he got upset about something, he was more inclined to be quiet about, you know, and then bring it up later, at a later time. But no, he never was abusive. Never. I don't even remember him ever yelling or anything like that.
Robert's daughter, Nicole, also shared a story about a fight she witnessed between Chasey and Robert, casting further uncertainty on Chasey's claims.
They got into an argument, Dad and Chasey did.
Okay.
And she threw herself into a wall and said, you know, was trying to act like he was the one hurting her. But like I visually watched her throw herself into the wall and then start yelling about Robert, stop it. And he was like, what are you talking about? And it was very confusing.
Back in the interrogation room, Chasey attempts to plead with her mother and stepdad.
I didn't want him to kill. I just wanted. I just wanted him to scare to. Oh no.
You just wanted Michael Garza to scare Robert.
Stop it! You're hurting me.
Shirley, do you want to go out? Officer, can we get my wife out, please?
I yelled at him and I told him not to. I told him not to. And as I was walking up, he did it. I told him not to.
After Chasey's mom leaves the room, her stepdad attempts to get Chasey to see the big picture.
I need you to calm down so you don't physically get a heart attack or a stroke, okay? What's done is done. Now we got to try and work our way through the details and see what to do next, okay? There's nothing I or your mother can do for you right now, okay?
Please.
We will. We know we will. You don't have to worry about that.
I don't.
We haven't told her anything.
After taking some time to calm herself down, Chasey's mother returns.
I'm trying to get her to eat some candy.
You need to take care of yourself, Chasey.
Listen, please.
Still grown for your news.
Listen to me. You have got to tell the truth, Carol.
I did. Okay. I did. I was so scared. I told him. I did.
The only thing that's going to save you.
Though she's repeated her story countless times by now, when speaking with her mom, Chasey adds a new detail, this time about the location of her wedding ring.
You don't have any shoes or anything?
My shoes are gone. He has my wedding ring.
Who?
My cousin, wedding ring.
Why?
He took my earrings and my wedding ring.
There seems to be a pattern for her. This is another departure from what Chasey claimed earlier.
My wedding ring is in that puddle.
Okay.
My wedding ring is in that puddle.
There's still one more element of this twisted story. Though Chasey had concocted an intricate web of lies, everything had started to fall apart in recent weeks. Just under 2 weeks before Robert's death, Brad decided to go to Chasey's house when she wasn't answering her phone. He'd been to the house many times before, and Chasey told him that she lived there alone with her daughter. He claimed to have never seen any sign of Robert until that night.
She answers the door in kind of a frantic way and is pushing me down the sidewalk. Like, opens the door, answers the door, and just kind of like shoving me back on. She said, Brad, he's here. Just get on going. I said, Chasey, easy. I said, don't worry about whatever. She said, no, get gone, Brad. He'll kill you or whatever. That's what she told me.
Earlier in her interrogation, Chasey made an offhand comment about Robert wondering who had come to the house. It seems that the person he was inquiring about had been Brad.
And he kept asking me who came to the house, and I kept telling him I didn't know who came to the house.
Despite Chasey's denials, it seems that Robert suspected Chasey was seeing other men. He'd even installed a security system inside the home to try and catch her. Robert's daughter actually spoke to him a few hours before his death, confirming that he'd planned to leave and take his and Chasey's daughter with him.
he was complaining kind of about her and how I guess the marriage was not really a marriage anymore. Like she didn't sleep in the same bedroom, and you know it wasn't sunshine and rainbows.
Sure.
And he said she was kind of nuts. And then he also told me that he was supposed to meet her that night so they could try to work things out, like because he wanted a divorce, and he was going to try and take.
In the interrogation room, Chasey's mother struggles to come to terms with what her daughter has done.
I don't know. I don't know. It was that bad. Why couldn't you come to us? No. I didn't want to. I can't. Tracy, I love you, but I can't. I can't. He killed our Robert, Tracy. He killed our Robert. I didn't want him to do it. I just wanted him to scare him enough that he would quit doing it for me. I don't want to hear it anymore. I love you.
After her mother leaves, Chasey once again breaks down in tears, but she isn't left alone for long.
Ma'am,
Champion,
come on over here.
you're being placed under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder. You understand that?
Turn around, put your hands on your back. She's gonna pat you down, okay? Right quick. Just put your hands up there. She's gonna pat you down.
Do you have anything on you?
Dumbass. The fuck?
The sun beat down mercilessly as Tom Neal crouched in the sand, planting sprouting coconuts on a tiny island speck in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Then, without warning, agony struck. A searing bolt of pain shot through his back, paralyzing his legs. He collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably, his muscles convulsing in relentless spasms. 3 miles away from the safety of his shack on the neighboring Suvarov atoll, Neal was utterly alone. Crawling 10 yards to his boat left him gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, as despair clawed at his mind. This wasn't just a struggle, it was a race against time. On today's episode of The Infographic Show, we'll explore the incredible story of Thomas Francis Neal and his dream of isolation on a deserted island. Tom Neal wouldn't claim his island paradise until his later years, well into his 50s and 60s. A drifter, a dreamer, and an unapologetic individualist, he found solace in solitude, retreating to Suvarov to live life on his terms. I choose to live in the Pacific Islands because life there moves at the sort of pace which you feel God must have had in mind originally when he made the sun to keep us warm and provided the fruits of the earth for the taking. Later described as a wiry, leather-skinned leprechaun, Neal cut a striking figure. Clad in little more than a strip of cloth and a wide-brimmed woven hat, shielding his balding pate and jug-handle ears, he was among the last of his kind. He was a man who answered only to himself and nature.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm about done.